Hello everybody and welcome to Belgium for the first European round of the IVRA ClubSport Series for 2021 to 2022. We have just 1,400 kilometres remaining of this championship now after visiting Motegi, Mid-Ohio, VIR and Road Atlanta. We're ready for the final two rounds of this series and it's going to be very exciting indeed as we decide our three champions for 2021 to 2022. This circuit, 10 corners and lots of chicanes, but flowing at the start. It's one that's very underused on the iRacing service, but may well produce a very, very interesting race for us here today, especially considering what we had 1 month ago at Road Atlanta, where the race came down to the very final few corners, but Volante Racing were able to come out on top with that very late pass and take two victories out of the last two races. My name's Zolder. I'll be taking you through the action here today. Alongside me is Jonathan Burke and Ryan Walker, with Hugo Luis behind the cameras here once again. And Jonathan, like I said just there, we're visiting Zolder today, but it's very underused in iRacing, and I'm glad to see it this afternoon.
It's very underused in a track, I think, that's underappreciated as well. It is a big flowing circuit. It has a lot of technical corners. It's really a driver's style track, and I think for a series like this, we get multi-class racing, it can prove to be very exciting and show who's really the most aggressive driver, ready to make any single pass or take any advantage of any mishap on track.
There you can see where we've come from in this series and where we're going in just over a month's time. The 2nd of April is going to be our finale, the Red Bull Ring, another 700-kilometre race around there. So we've got 300 points left on the championship table here. We're going to start to talk about that quite a lot as we get towards the end of this championship here, Ryan. You've got to be within 150 points of the championship leader if you want a chance when we visit Austria in just over a month's time. And in the sport competition especially, that may not happen with a 99-point lead for Fiercely Forward already. There's a lot of pressure beginning to mount on all of these guys with very little left in this season.
Yeah, absolutely. The championship is pretty much, say, like you say, Fiercely Forward. They've got a comfortable margin, you could say, but I think with them having that margin, I think they're just going to think of the long game. If I was them anyway, I would think of the long game. Just finish the race, pick up the points, try and have as much of a buffer or a gap as you like heading into the final round. And then the final round, they just need to basically focus on finishing. But with Zolder being such a tight technical track and having those notorious curves, especially in the first chicane, where it can all go wrong, I think some teams are going to have to be careful and not try and make any silly mistakes, especially in that first chicane, because it can go all horribly wrong if you get it wrong.
Yeah, that chicane being turn 5. Well, it's called turn 5, even though it is two corners, I guess. Really, at the climb chicane there. Then the only elevation on the circuit really is you dip downhill towards a 3-part chicane at what is turn 7. Before running out towards the back of the circuit into the forest. Let's get into qualifying though. We've got a 700-kilometre race coming up in around an hour's time, but we've got 3 15-minute qualifying sessions for the 3 classes, starting with TCR, then we're going to go with the sport category, and then the cup cars. This is how the TCR standings look heading into this qualifying session. It's Full Send Racing's Majors Garage car leading at the moment, ahead of Impulse and Heisingveld, who are tied, only 13 points behind in second. Then the other Impulse car is 4th, ahead of the other Full Send Racing car. Liper Esports are 6th, ahead of Fiercely Forward, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, Project Dynamic and Sabiki Racing, rounding out your 10 cars. Top 10 out of 11, I should say, really. But there are only 7 on the grid here today for this race. That's the T3 by Maniti 271 car, making its first appearance of the season out here at the moment. The 258 car is here, obviously, from 5th place in the championship. The 222 Impulse car here. As well as, there's only one Impulse car. No, it is with the other one, 233. Then we've got Liper Esports as well as the championship leaders in the 285, and Team Heisingveld as well, of course. So they're all here at the moment, and they're all sat on the pit apron at the moment and ready to go racing here at qualifying. It's a good point that Ryan makes there, though, Jonathan, a couple of moments ago about these curves. We've been speaking about them all week. The drivers have been speaking about them all week as well. You've got to manage those, as these chicanes do come up on you thick and fast, and they can launch you up into the air on occasion.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be instances later on once we get into the race where traffic comes into play and there might be nowhere to go but the curbs. So it's going to be about managing, just not hitting those curbs, managing your position on the track, especially for some of these cars that really can afford the damage. I think the TCR cars are a bit more durable, so they should be able to abuse them a little bit, but then once you get further up the order, the faster the car goes, I think the more sensitive it is to those curbs.
Yeah, absolutely. Still 34 cars on the grid here today, so that is going to produce a fair amount of traffic. 7 TCRs, and with the 15 Cup cars as well, there's about 14 Sport class cars out here as well. Maybe a little bit less. I think it's about 12. But either way, the drivers now lined up at the end of pit lane, ready for and waiting for that green light. It's going to be Team Hussenveld who are going to lead this field out. TCR champions from the 2020 to 21 season, having won 4 races in that championship. Not a similar story this time round, although they have won at Road Atlanta, and I think that experience of winning the championship last time round, Ryan, is going to count for them. Obviously, in terms of picking a winner from this championship, in my mind anyway, you would trust those who have done it in the past, and these guys certainly have.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Huskenveld is one of probably the most experienced teams, especially with this TCR car. And like you say, they won the championship before, so I think at the moment they've got to be favourites just because, like you mentioned, they've got the experience of winning the championship, so they'll probably know how to go about it, like what to do in this championship battle. And again, I think if they don't win the race, maybe just finishing in the top 2 or top 3, even just picking up the points is probably the best thing to do. But I think it's going to be a close race in this class. There's not many cars, but still you've got the likes of this team and also Full Send Racing and the 2 Impulse cars as well. So it's going to be close today, and I think the race in TCR anyway could come down to strategy.
Yeah, it usually does. Still 9 cars in control, in contention, by the way, for this championship, and 6 of the ones that are in the race here today. The top 3 covered by 13 points right now, so it is certainly well up for grabs as we look at this Hussenveld car. Fabian Sigmund is going to be the one to qualify for them. Mikko Garcia and Michael Polasek are going to be the Full Send Racing drivers out here at the moment. Valdemar Binder is going to be the driver for T3 Motorsport by Maniti. For Impulse, it's going to be Martin Ascher and Jan Boll. And then for Lipa Esports, it's going to be Marian Hensel, driving their TCR car. So those are the drivers readying themselves for 15 minutes of action out here at the moment. Obviously not quite 45 minutes, that's for the entire session, but these TCR cars will get a quick 15-minute session towards the start as we open the account with Fabian Sigmund here, Jonathan, the flowing opening part of this lap, and then it gets a little bit more stop-start towards the end with all those chicanes in the second half of the lap.
Yeah, all those chicanes, and especially with this forward drive on these TCR cars, it's something that we haven't really mentioned, I think, all season. It's going to come into play. They're going to be a bit harder to maneuver in some of these tight corners. You can see already abusing the curbs right there for Sigmund. It's going to be a lot harder to maneuver than, say, for like the Porsche Cup class. They're going to have to slow down a lot more. They're going to be probably causing a lot more traffic issues than earlier. Look at this, all the way down to 3rd, maybe even 2nd gear, unless he gets the power down here. Very, very tricky course, I think, especially for the TCR category.
Yeah, it certainly is. Not too much elevation. There's a little crest there, and there is one on the way down to turn 7, but it is largely flat, as this part of Belgium is. It's not like Spa in any way, really. As we head towards the Jackie Itch chicane, as it would be in English, I suppose. Turn 10, and where some moves may be made. Looking up towards this home straight, getting the power down as early as possible here for Sigmund, and now over the line to set our first lap time of the day. It's a 37.6 for him, opening the session up for everybody here, and waiting for the rest to put their laps in as well. It's 38.1 from Binder in the T3 Motorsport by Maniti car, half a second back. Mako Garcia in the 2.58 has not done a representative lap time there at all with a 43.4. Neither has the other Full Send Racing car. I just wonder, Ryan, whether they're actually setting themselves up. Most of these guys actually going out here full speed in the first lap, but interestingly, both cars from Full Send Racing looking to kind of maybe set themselves up maybe on this first lap and then go a little bit quicker on the second lap. A different strategy from them, maybe.
Yeah, we've noticed that a few times this season so far. Some teams like Full Send Racing seem to stay together and do slipstreaming. Like one car will help the other car one lap, and then the next lap they'll switch around and help the other car try and improve their time. So I think they might be doing the same again around here, because there is some straights around here that there's not as many straights like there is at other tracks, but still it could still work around here. This slipstreaming teamwork. But at the moment, riding on board of Michael Polisic heading into the chicane, and just in front of him is his teammate, maybe helping him with some slipstreaming at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to mention that this is obviously Full Send Racing with two cars in the upfield, and Impulse Racing in a similar situation. They also have two cars around. But is the slipstream really going to be a very big factor today? That's the question. There are a fair few straights around here, I suppose, where you might be able to get a bit of a benefit from it, but it doesn't look like there is much of it for now. 38.8 for Polisic there. So and a big slide into turn one here. Looks like these guys just struggling to get it together. It's a difficult opening part of the session for these guys, Jonathan, by the looks of things.
I think it's going to be about tire temp, going to be about managing, trying to get everything where they need to be. We should mention the sim start time pretty early on in the day, qualifying I think at a different point in the day. So maybe they're just not set up right now for the track temp and the conditions, and they just really need to warm up those tires.
All important tyres to get warmed up, of course. Bouncing across those curves again for Garcia. I just wanted to Impulse Racing just go to the top there. 2.33 car currently with a 37.3. Tops the standings right now, but I just want to talk a little bit wider about this TCR category here, Ryan. Obviously, halfway through this championship, IRC released I'm going to get some abuse for calling it a Hyundai, but there we are. It's I know that's not how you say it, but that's how I'm saying it. And of course, also another TCR car as well being released into this one. Into the iRacing service kind of halfway through. Obviously not IVRA's fault that that's happened halfway through, but I just wonder, Ryan, whether the last couple of rounds have been a little bit low on attendance for TCR because of those cars, and whether people actually do even want to drive the Audi anymore. I feel like the ambition to drive this car might not be quite as high as it was at the start of the season, due to they know that there's better equipment out there, quite possibly elsewhere.
Yeah, I was thinking about that after Road Atlanta. The attendance wasn't as big as it was in previous rounds. I think it's a good point you bring up as well, that with the new TCR cars, the Hyundai and the Honda have recently been released. Maybe people have started doing more races with them, and also as well with regards to the Audi, it's kind of on the back foot now with regards to, I can't remember if they do what is it, BOP adjustments with the TCRs, but I think it just seems to be the Honda and the Hyundai seems to have different characteristics, and I think people in general are just enjoying the new TCR cars, and they've just not always had enough of the Audi, but maybe just fancy trying something different.
Yeah, it's certainly less cars than we saw at the opening part of the season, all the way up to VIR. We still had 10 cars attending that race, and 9 of them got to the finish. So I understand that was a bit of a shorter race, of course, only 400 kilometres, but even so, the Road Atlanta one had 6 cars on the grid, and it will make it difficult for those to come from behind in this championship. We do have, I would say, a nice point system in IVRA at the moment, Jonathan. I quite like it, but when there's only 7 cars or so attending the race, and if you get to the end, the minimum you're going to get is 53 points. It's going to be difficult for those who are, over 100 points back at this stage to really get anywhere in this championship now.
Yeah, it's going to be rather difficult for a couple of those teams, but at least at the moment, there's still some competition within the groups. I think Leipzig Esports may be out of the competing for the championship unless something catastrophic happens up front. But they can still get all the way up to 4th and even 3rd in the points. So it's still a close fight between the 6 cars. And now with a 7th car that's not really registered yet in the points with the T271, that's going to shake things up a bit, especially this weekend when, we know this is the second to last race, and these halfway points and the big points at the end of the race are going to be extremely crucial.
They are indeed, and we're going to have to monitor them, of course. But let's have a quick run through of the standings as we get in towards the final moments of TCR qualifying. Impulse Racing currently top of the standings by a small margin over T3 Motorsport by Maniti, the new car on the scene. We've got Hosingveld next, and then Leipzig Esports. Full Send Racing only 5th and 7th at the moment, with the Ambol just between them. So, yeah, interesting at the moment. Only less than half a second separating these 7 cars. It's going to be a close race right till the very end, I suspect. Even with the amount of cars that we have, it's going to be very close, which is what we want to see, of course, as Fabian Siegmund looks to improve on his position at the moment. Nearly, or just over a 10th down, I should say. I'm looking for a low 37 here, and he might well just have got it. He has indeed. It's a 37.3, we'll call it. And he goes to the top of the standings there, Ryan, with a few minutes to go here right now. And holding on to that lead at the moment dearly, but can he hold on till the very end? There's a lot of very fast cars out here at the moment. Everybody's in contention for pole, even still at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. There was one of the main contenders in TCR, the 233 of Martin Arce, just heading up to the chicane now, and looks to be on a good lap at the moment, and it's still really close up at the front in qualifying, and the 248 Team Huskenveld car has still got pole position, but only just, and as Martin's coming up to the line now, and he might be able to improve slightly as Price doesn't try and shorten the run up to the line. Does he improve his time? No, he doesn't.
Wow. Actually, not able to improve and sliding his way into turn 1. But that is the way to do it, really. Through there, fast corner. Here's the other one, Jan Bolt in the 222 car, making his way over the crest and down the hill this is, excuse me, turns 2 and 3. And then towards the chicane. But yeah, only 6th at the moment. Still very, very close between everybody. Hopping over these curves. Not as aggressive as we've seen from some others, but still aggressive enough. Down the hill into what I would call possibly the most difficult chicane in the world, Jonathan. It's 3 parts, but also you're turning around the corner and then immediately have to get on the brakes. It makes the braking zone very, very tricky.
Yeah, tricky and easy to screw up in a lightweight fast car with a heavy car like a TCR. It should be relatively straightforward. However, when we get into race time and we talk about traffic, being stuck behind one of these TCRs in that corner may be someone's undoing or someone losing a position in any of the faster classes.
Exactly. There's going to be a lot of traffic, of course, today, as we've already spoken about. Nearly 20 cars for the sport category to be, excuse me, for the cup category, I should say, to be overtaking in this one. Here's Jan Boll, though, over the line. We've been looking at him for his lap here, and he does ever so slightly improve to a 37.7, but it's not going to get him any more positions, I'm afraid. He stays 6th for now, and he looks like he's backing off ever so slightly towards the end of this. Is anybody really going any quicker right now, or is Fabian Siegmund going to hold on? I think it's going to be Siegmund who's going to hold on to this lead. Here he is, coming around turn 7 and down the hill now towards turn 8. Looks like he's got this one in the bag, Ryan, but looking to make absolutely sure of it.
Yeah, it looks like he's just wanting to try and secure that pole position, and maybe just try and get a 1:37.1 if possible. But at the moment, it looks like Fabian's got pole position in TCR by the looks of it, but it's coming round to complete his final lap and try and improve by, if he can, as he comes up to the line now and stays to the left to try and shorten the run up to the finish line, and it looks like he might be able to improve. Is he going to improve? Yeah, he improved slightly. Very slightly. A couple of hundredths of a second shaved off that lap time. Huskenveld, and here is Valdemar Binder in the Maniti car. Spoken about this team in the past. Their merger with T3 Motorsport hasn't hurt them at all. They won
both of the HyperX GT Sprint Series races in the opening round at Circuit of the Americas last Sunday. So absolutely no form has been, or no wind has been taken out of their sails. Oh, dearie me! Onto the grass though. It's a wonderful save from Binder, but that's not going to do any good for his lap time, I'm afraid, Jonathan.
Lap is going to unfortunately not be a good one, and they might have to settle for third in this instance, unless ClubSport Esports can tip them off and get third place here. I believe they're the last ones on a flying lap.
Almost a bit of a lift off from Hensel into the final chicane there. He's just trying to get the drive out of that corner there, as if he's setting up one final attempt here in the 210 car. That's a mid-38, so that wasn't a representative lap time at all. Maybe we can get a bit of a look now as to what the Zolder circuit looks like on board. We did briefly there through turn one. We've gone to look at the Full Send Racing guys, because these guys are in trouble. Michael Polasek, 5th at the moment in what is the championship leading car, 7th for their teammates. This is very rare to see from these guys, Ryan. We're not used to seeing them at the back of the field, but here they are, struggling at Zolder.
Yeah, especially, I'm very surprised that the 285 is not up close to the front in TCR. I thought they would have been possible in the front row or the second row at least, but to be down in P5 at the moment, and considering this car is in the championship, as Michael gets a run in the chicane. But yeah, it's not ideal, especially when they're in a championship battle.
Deary me. These guys are going to be very disappointed with their session there, as the TCR qualifying draws to a close. It's Fabian Siegmann and Team Huizenveld who are going to be starting on pole position. Impulse Racing alongside them, with T3 Motorsport by Maniti 3rd on debut. ClubSport Esports 4th ahead of championship leaders Full Send Racing in 5th place. Jan Bol managed 6th there for Impulse, and Michael Garcia will be bringing up the rear of the entire field here today after qualifying 7th here in TCR. This is how the sports standings are looking at the moment as we jump straight into their qualifying session. Fiercely Forward currently lead by 99 points ahead of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Very possible for them to actually clinch the championship today. Alpine Stars Geodesic are just ahead of Hugh Jass, as you can see there. Full Sender in 4th in the sports standings as well. SRN Motorsports running up top 5. Then we've got Vector by RSR, Hugh Jass in 7th and 8th. Sabiki Racing 9th ahead of Semper Racing, rounding out the top 10 in these standings. The team to watch certainly at the moment, Jonathan has just mentioned there, Fiercely Forward, no doubt about that one, having won the Cup Championship last season in the ClubSport Series. They're looking to take the Sport Championship this time around, and with a 99-point lead, the prospect of them clinching the championship today is very, very real.
It's very real, and it's a good feeling right now for Fiercely Forward to continue having a strong car in at least one of these classes, but it's almost a role reversal from the previous season. The sport car struggled mightily in the standings and on track last season, whereas the Cup car, again, was the series champion. And now this season, it seems the reverse. You have a Fiercely Forward car that's gotten 2 victories under its belt in the sport class, and meanwhile in the Cup class, it hasn't shown much speed. It's gotten 2 zeros and didn't even appear at Road Atlanta due to the Daytona 24 being on that weekend. So it's a bit of a weird kind of changeover, but it's good. It's still good to see a Fiercely Forward car towards the front of one of the classes.
It is indeed, and of course the crucial moment of the last race, Ryan, was the DNF of Alpine Stars Geodesic. We were talking about this 2-horse race in the sport category as we got into the second half of our season, and then I believe it was on that very hectic restart, possibly the first one, where a whole load of cars were out of this race, or out of that race, I should say. A 0 next to their name in that 162 team, and it really hurt them because while Fiercely Forward didn't have a great day, they got 103 pretty much stress-free points over their main rivals.
Yeah, absolutely. Fiercely Forward, they weren't up at the front like we would expect them to be, but they took advantage of the 162 Geodesic car having issues and managed to finish the race and pick up the points, and good points while we're talking about that. And it's definitely helped them in this championship battle, and if it all goes well, they're still not in the race, but if it all goes well and this team doesn't have any issues, they could steal this championship today, but I think it's with this track being so tight, and it can throw up some incidents and shocks for sure. So, but still, I'll be keeping an eye on this team, and also this team's got a certain Andrew Streetley as part of the team as well, who's very good when it comes to strategy. So he'll be trying to work his magic if this team's not up at the front, and maybe trying to get them up to the front using strategy.
Very crucial, of course, in these IVRA races with the safety car intervention. Here's a look on board, though. Looks like we'll be spending the lap on board with Michael Janey. Here he is, coming down towards turn 8. Big braking zone. Possible passing opportunity, but unlikely. It is a hairpin. It looks like he's backing off here, just weaving around. Once again, Jonathan, you talked about it being slightly early in the day here. Tyre temperature does look like it's a problem, not only for those TCRs, which are famously bad at heating rear tyres especially, but for these sport category cars as well.
Yeah, it just seems like some of these guys just have it set for hoping for a warmer day, at least in the sim, and it's not that warm, so they need a couple laps to get the tires up, because I believe at 134 it's been across the line already, and just didn't have a representative lap time, so he's still trying to warm up those tires. And a couple teams sending up some good representative lap times right now, but I think we're going to get faster and faster as this qualifying run goes on. There's a 9-car gaggle here. If someone messes up here, goes over the curb too much, that will be a pileup in qualifying.
Yes, we don't really want to see that. Open qualifying, of course, here in IVRA, which I'm personally a bit of a fan of. I am. To see everybody out there on the circuit together. Can work a bit of slipstreaming magic as well if you want to, as Geodesic may well try to here soon. Got the 164 car out here at the moment, just in front of Beauregard right now. That's the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Echelon car, as it's called, and this is the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black car. So there you have it. Well, the two look very, very similar coming into the final chicane at the moment. The whole thing called turn 10, and out towards the start-finish line in the mid-34s at the moment, but you can be sure we're going to be going a little bit lower than that as the session goes on. And getting himself right up there, Beauregard, a very good lap time to start off with. He takes it by just 1/100th of a second there, Ryan. Fine margins, but it's just enough at the moment for the 162.
Yep, absolutely. As we watch the 138 huge ass car of Jeff Tyler coming across the line now to complete a lap, and it looks like it looks to be a decent lap at the moment as it comes across the line, and it's 35.0, but it's all pretty much close up at the front in the sport class. And still, I was watching that fierce forward car we were watching a few moments ago, and it's still it was on a good lap, and it slowed down again. So I don't know if they're having issues with getting their tyres warmed up, or they're just trying to find some space on the track so they don't get held up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not as easy to find space on the track as it was for those TCR cars, there's no doubt about that. 12 of these guys out here at the moment. Is Harley Horton, the 185, Full Send Racing. Bizarrely, doing very well in sport. It's not really been much of the case so far this season. Especially compared to the TCR efforts that they have been putting on. 4th place at the moment in the championship, so not a terrible season. And taking the win at Road Atlanta was also a big triumph for them. But the TCR team doing very well. Here's SRN Motorsports as well, by the way. A very, very historic team in the iRacing service. That's the endurance side of things. The 174 car heading towards the line at the moment with Stephen McCarvey setting himself up really for another lap here. And once again, we say this all the time, Jonathan, but it is a real Porsche battle between everybody. The Cup category, obviously all Porsches for a reason. There's only one car to choose from, but even when these teams have other manufacturers to choose, the Porsche Cayman GT4, a very popular choice at the start of this season, and it's easy to see why, really. None of the other manufacturers have really touched it. It's been very, very dominant for the Porsche team. Fiercely forward, by the way, on the top of the standings.
I'm sorry, I didn't even realize that it wasn't even hitting the button for my push to talk there. I was gonna say, it's kind of unfortunate not to see a lot of the manufacturer diversity I think we were hoping to see out of this sport class. This Porsche is just so strong, and especially at a track like this, where you have a lot of sharp corners, a lot of flowing corners, the Porsche is just better set up to handle it. I've often complained that the BMW kind of turns like a boat sometimes, and in this case, you know, turn 4, turn 7, turn 8 here, yeah, that turning's not going to help you gain any lap time on these Porsches.
No, we do have a McLaren out here earlier on. We'll see. We'll mark its progress. Here it is. The 137. The 139. Excuse me. There's a couple of them. I thought that Hugh Jazz had one. They do indeed. 10th at the moment, although struggling into turn 1 and onto the gravel. Not a great time to look at this car, I don't think. Sorry about that. So there we are. But yeah, just taking a trip through the gravel there into turn 1. A lot of these guys heading into the pit lane here, Ryan. Of course, he can't escape back to pit lane, trying to keep things as realistic as possible. But looks like everybody is heading in, and then they'll be out again very shortly for a final little run at this to see if they can topple Full Send Racing and Fiercely Forward, who have got a bit of a gap over the rest of the field.
Yeah, I was just looking at the lap times of the 185 and 134, and yeah, pretty much the class of the field at the moment in qualifying. But some cars going into the pits and maybe they do practicing the pit entry, because the pit entry around here is so tight, and if you get it wrong, you can end up hitting that wall on the pit entry. So maybe they're just deciding to do that as well. But still, looking at the 179 car as well, Rafael Draskis, I hope I pronounced that right, is coming around the hairpin, and currently 5th in class at the moment, but he might be trying to improve and get further up in the class. But yeah, Full Send Racing rather, and Fiercely Forward pretty much dominating at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done for attempting that name, by the way. There's far too many Z's for someone from England to be able to pronounce that properly. We're sorry about that. So, we gave it a go as the geodetic cars come over the line together again. A little bit of an improvement for the 164 car there. Good to see them sharing the love of the slipstream a little bit out here, actually. You would think, with only one of them really in championship contention, that they would prioritise that car solely here. But it is important for them, Jonathan, to have that other car up there as well. If you've got teammates in and around you up towards the front, then you can take some points off your rivals. I suppose that's what they're aiming to do here.
Yeah, it's really, really key, I think, to have multi-car teams, especially at a track like this where it is super tight and you're going to need probably that little bit of strategy. I guess we're going rallycrossing for the 164 a little bit before we get on to the big race, but having that other car there, even if it's not competing in the points, is useful, especially if, you know, they've shown the speed, and it's not like the Alpine Stars geodesic team at all hasn't shown speed throughout the weeks. It's just one car just has been extremely unlucky compared to the other.
Yeah, only one top 5 for the one on the screen at the moment, and 2 DNFs, I'm afraid, including one at Road Atlanta. And it is worth touching on briefly here. We'll talk about it a little bit more as we get into the warm-up session, where we've got a little bit more time to consider these things. But that restart crash, the very first restart at Road Atlanta, was absolutely manic. In case you weren't with us, took out, I would say, nearly 10 cars were involved. It was a huge, huge accident. And I think this was one of the cars involved in it, as were many.
Yeah, that restart was absolutely chaotic, and pretty much wiped out some or most of the contenders in some of the championship battles that we've got going on at the moment. And still, it was still a great race, especially when we had that fantastic last lap battle between Vince Peters and Tim Maxcar on the last lap. And if you haven't watched it, I recommend you go and watch that back, because that was absolutely majestic to watch.
It was indeed. We'll talk about those two in about 10 minutes' time. Well, I'll say that. In about 5 minutes' time, I should say, because this qualifying session will end in around 3 minutes from now, with 16 minutes to go on that clock. So really not long for guys like Michael Jenny to get up the order in Fiercely Forward, but not going to be improving with this lap time. Just getting a bit of heat into the brakes and into the tyres before giving this right good go. Where we go out here at the moment on a flying lap as well, with the flowing well, it's a very All of that is called turn 7, according to our track notes, by the way. A whole 4 corners there, so I don't quite know what that's about, but either way, this is turn 8. And then the little kink at turn 9 is classified, or this little jimmy to the left and the right. It's kind of classified as well as a corner, so I don't know. You decide at home. As we go into the final couple of corners, Rigor does look like he's on a push lap here. He's got a chance for another one as well if he wants it. But we'll see how well this one does so far. You're going to need a very low 34 or indeed a high 33 to be able to get pole here. Not the case for Rigor at the moment, but he's still giving this a good go. Jonathan, the free 10th margin though, is going to be very, very difficult to cross with this final lap.
Yeah, it looks like that front row is kind of decided unless we have an amazing final lap here. But the Fulton Racing and the Fiercely Forward machines looked primed to sit on that front row. Or the 185 almost looked primed to go into that wall with that abuse of the curve. Hopefully during the race they don't abuse those curves a lot, because we got 700 kilometers to do. I think in a qualifying lap you're a little bit more hands-off, or a little bit more, you know, I'll go in there. I think during the race they have to be a little bit more careful on that.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, as you mentioned, you've got to do 700 kilometres around here. It's not an insignificant amount of time. This race can, I believe the limit is 6 hours for these races, 700 kilometre races. But the Road Atlanta one was very short indeed, due to the quite high average speed around there. It got over quite quickly. Over the line. Oh, what a wonderful lap time from Michael Janey. A 33.8, and he might well just have put Fiercely Forward on pole. SRM Motorsports with a good improvement there, with Vector by RSR as well, right at the death. Barely a minute remaining here, Ryan, and he's taken his team to the top on his own there. What a great lap time.
That was a fantastic lap to watch, and especially the final sector I was watching, and Michael just seemed to have that hooked up, and that lap just came out of nowhere. I was expecting it on to be like basically a 134.0 and maybe a slight improvement, but to go to a 133.8, that was just wow. And yeah, that was kind of sending a message saying, yeah, if you might be in the championship battle, but you're not going to try and stop us that easy.
This is the only car, realistically, in my opinion anyway, that can take it off them, and you can't fault Harley Horton for not trying, because that was a true hop, skip and a jump over the chicane there. Into turn 7. Right, left, and then the right again, and the run out onto this little mini straight. Very important corner coming up here, and going to need to be absolutely on the limit here for the final 3 or 4 corners of this circuit. Down the hill in towards turn 8, late on the brakes as possible, through the hairpin, and run that out as wide as possible as well. A little bit of dirt kicked up on the outside line as well. Going to cost a hundredth or two maybe. Could be the difference, but it's not going to be even a completion of the lap time here for the 185. Harley Horton pulls into the pit lane, doesn't complete the lap, and it looks like it's going to be the wrong side of the front row for them. Fiercely Forward with that late lap time, look like they've stolen this one with that 33.8. Michael Janey doing absolutely everything to wrap up this championship even before we get to the Red Bull Ring on the 2nd of April. Let's have a look at those sports qualifying standings after that late drama. Fiercely Forward are going to be on the pole position, you would imagine, ahead of Full Send Racing and SRN Motorsports with a good qualifying there. Beauregard did his best for 4th at the moment for Geodesic, then it's Vector by RSR rounding out the top 5. Semper Racing are going to be 6th ahead of Team Huizenveld. The other Geodesic car will be 8th ahead of the other SRN Motorsports car. And the first of 3 Hugh Just cars, Jeff Tyler, in 10th. And I'm afraid that team bringing up the rear. There they are, with Antonio Alvarez and Michael Derby as well. 11th and 12th. Not a great day for them. This is how we stand in the Cup category. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing currently leading in this championship. Pure Sims only 25 points behind. T3 Motorsport by Maniti are 3rd, tied on points with Acetec Sim Sports Volante, having won the previous 2 races. Orion Race Team are 5th ahead of RPC Esports. Impulse Racing 7th ahead of the other T3 Motorsport by Maniti car. Hell Racers are 9th ahead of Project Supersonic. rounding out your top 10. And these cars are so fast that we're already into this one, Jonathan. Very high pressure on all of these guys. As I mentioned, Geodesic, this car, leading the standings at the moment by 25 points. Pure Sims have gained points on them though in the VIR race, the last 400-kilometre race. Only lost, I think, 3 or 4 points last time out in the race. So this is very much on between these two teams, but they've got to be looking over their shoulders at Volante, the team in form at the moment.
Yeah, and they have to be careful not to make mistakes either, because that's what hurt the 62 and the 16 most last time out at Road Atlanta. Just late race mistakes put them behind the 8 ball, kept both those two cars off the podium. And now they have to look at Volante and even Maniti, or T3 Motorsport by Maniti, both tied in third. Yeah, they're about 70 points down, but another big mistake by the 62 or the 16 of Pure Sims and Alpine Stars Geodesic means we could have a 4-man championship battle heading into next month.
Yeah, wouldn't that be excited to watch indeed? There's still 14 teams that can actually take this title, by the way, mathematically, as of right now. But we'll see whether that's the same at the end of this. Graham Sanders, then, is going to kick us off in terms of lap times here in the Cup category. A very, very experienced driver, very almost synonymous with this Geodesic team here, Ryan, and racing in IVRA week in, week out, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, pretty much. This team's pretty much involved in the whole of IVRA, not just this series, but also the Endurance Series as well. And they've been around for quite some time anyway, and always one of the quickest teams up there as Graham comes across the line and sets a lot of time and heads through turn 1. But yeah, like you say, there's still plenty of teams in contention for this championship, but I think after today, that list of teams involved in that battle will probably trimmed down a little bit, heading into the Red Bull ring.
I think Sanders got an off track there on that lap, by the way, but it was a 29.1 from him there. And interesting, the Pure Sims car very, very close to that lap time, but ever so slightly quicker. So those two teams remain absolutely inseparable in this championship, and it's continuing right now in this qualifying session. Impulse Racing with Pascal Costa, though, are the ones to take up the early pace here in that 15 car, leading this session at the moment. But yeah, it's going to remain, I should say, very, very close throughout here with 11 minutes. Before we really get to the business end, though, I do want to talk about this team briefly. The 78, Kevin Tavares. Recently, as we all know, T3 Motorsports and Maniti Racing have kind of merged up. Jonathan, it's good to see. We've got a similar livery out here. Makes our life a lot easier. But sometimes when you see these teams merging and changes within teams, they kind of fall off a little bit as they kind of adjust to the new surroundings and whatever, but this team have had absolutely no tail off in terms of form, both in this series and elsewhere in IVRA and elsewhere in sim racing as well.
No, and it seems like it's kind of just a merger that kept a lot of the virtual racing intact, not going to change what they do, not going to change their flow, not going to change how they make their setups and anything like that, not going to upend what works, because the Maniti organization has worked and won championships in various sim categories. So obviously, the best way to do is keep it as simple. And there was a big moment right there for them. I think the 13 machine got a little bit sideways. Maybe a little more dust in their windshield than they would like.
Yes, quite possibly. Brandon Blakeslee, Vulcan Sim Racing. A very, very difficult road Atlanta for them, I seem to remember, and a bit of a lock-up for somebody into turn 1. And possibly a whole spin. Looks like somebody just ran off the road there, briefly. The 44 car leaves the pit lane for the first time. Mike Dam for a Ryan Race team. Not particularly urgent to get out there. Wants to take his time. But just look at the top of those standings at the moment. It's Acetec Simsports Volante leading. Vince Peters, the hero of Road Atlanta, Ryan, taking that pass late on, getting Volante their second victory in a matter of weeks in the Club Sport Championship. They're having a fantastic time of things at the moment, and who knows where the rest of this championship is going to take them.
Yeah, absolutely. Vince was absolutely on it in the closing stages of that race at Road Atlanta, and the thing that impressed me the most with that was, as well, even though he's keeping up that pace, he was having to do a lot of fuel saving towards the end to even make it. And apparently he said afterwards, or one of his teammates said afterwards, that they ran out of fuel just as after they crossed the line. So they managed to do just enough fuel saving, and they put the Maniti team, as it was known at the time, to the win as in the very last corner.
Yeah, absolutely. The final chicane. I really thought Masker was going to hold on, I've got to be honest, but he defied odds, did Peters. And I'm sure you've all seen the finish, but it was very exciting. So, and we even made Iris in top 10. So there we are. Pleased about that. This is the 16 car in the for Pure Sims. Second place in this championship right now, as we've already mentioned. No race victories yet this season. However, 2 second places. They were runners up at Motegi and Virginia International Raceway. So they've shown they can do it over 400 kilometres and 700 as well. But this is the 700 kilometre affair for them here today, and they just need to, at the very least, stay near to geodesic in this one. It looks like they are just doing that for now. Braden Werner, coming through the final couple of corners and over the line right now. He's in the mid 28s for the moment. He does not improve on this occasion. A 28.7, not quite good enough for Pure Sims in this on this occasion. Second half of this qualifying session now, though, Jonathan, it's very, very close indeed. Top 6 separated by less than half a second, and unlike we saw in TCR, we have all of the main cup contenders that we'd expect to be there, and they are there.
Yeah, all the main contenders towards the front, and some of the teams that are kind of in that midfield battle towards that midfield battle. So interesting to see how everyone kind of plays their cards and setups, and how this race honestly develops. It's RPC Esports actually flying up into the 5th position right there. So we like to see our championship favorites towards the front, but we do like to see the occasional good underdog now and then.
We do indeed. Everyone likes an underdog. Kevin Tavares in the 78 car. Driving at the moment. Solid season for them, I guess you would say. 8th place in the standings, but no DNFs or anything. They've been able to get to the end of these races with little issue. They're kind of playing second fiddle really at the moment to the 79 team, who are really going for this title. Only 10th at the moment. I guess, I said a few minutes ago that all the main contenders are there. I guess that's the only contender that isn't there, Ryan. 10th place for either Maniti car is really out of place, especially that 79 car, which is supposed to be 3rd in the championship and 2nd at Road Atlanta. So a big surprise to see them down the order. Still 5.5 minutes, just more than for them to rectify that situation, but you don't want this pressure coming towards the end of a session.
Absolutely not, and I think that 79 car, they probably would have wanted to be up closer to the front, but still we've got about 5.5 minutes left in the session, so there's still plenty of time to try and improve. But maybe they're struggling with the setup, and maybe struggling around this track, maybe just doesn't suit their driving style. But still, at the moment, 7th and 10th at the moment is not where they want to be. But I think if that's where they qualify, then they've still got a long race ahead of them to try and get up through the field. As looking at Brandon Blakesley at the moment, heading through the chicane, 13th at the moment. And this Falcon Sim Racing team, they had a good run. I think they were doing well at one stage in the race at Road Atlanta, and they were up close to the front and even leading at one point. But after one of the restarts, they ended up falling back because they were on old tyres against some of the teams that were on new tyres at the time.
And here he is. Anyway, either way, into turn 8. Down in 14th at the moment. We have had a 16th Cup car enter, by the way, here. Since practice. I think it might be the other Volante car, the 97, looking to get an extra teammate on board here for the final couple of races, understandably. But I don't know if they'll be able to qualify. Robin Norberg at the moment is in the pit lane. I'm not sure if they're allowed to qualify. And since they haven't set a lap time with only 4 minutes remaining on the clock, I will hazard a guess that they might not be allowed. Here are the championship leaders. Graham Sanders at the moment driving this car, just in the 28s, but you really need to be in the mid 28s if you want to be anywhere near the front right now. Looks like he's more setting himself up here really than on full attack, but could be wrong. Just be neat and tidy, to be honest. Coming towards the line right now, and just like it is, very neat and tidy indeed. A 28.7. A big improvement from him. And it's 4th place all of a sudden for the 62 car. I knew that Sanders was going to eventually produce something here, Jonathan, and he has done there finally. As I said earlier, very experienced indeed as Vince Peters comes over the line and goes even quicker. Volante cannot be stopped at the moment. Goodness me.
I think we're going to get faster and faster as the time goes on. And tires getting up to temp, fuel's getting lower and lower. So this is when the quickest lap times are going to come out that we're going to probably see for the rest of the day.
Absolutely wonderful driving at the moment from Volante. I was just hearing word that the 97 car crashed earlier in the session, and so that is why they have not set a lap time. They were allowed, but didn't damage their car too much. Fortunately, didn't spot that out there at the moment. Not something you expect from qualifying particularly. That's probably why I missed it, but there we are. Alvaro Gomez on the straight and narrow at the moment for Fiercely Forward. Looking to maybe be inspired by the job of Michael Janey in the sport category, taking pole position. And it's a top 5 for the 34 team right now. Reigning champions here in this category, Ryan, with 3 race wins last season. But it's not quite been their year. Their defence of their title has really not been ideal, and they are already out of contention. Oh, here's the crash, by the way. Bit of a weird one.
Big damage, though. You see the amount of smoke that came out of that?
Yeah. One of the T3 Motorsport by Maniti cars was involved. Here it is on board. It just rolls backwards. And you can see I did wonder why they were going right into the wall so badly. There's a demonstration. Having to go 90 degrees to the left to go straight there. Big suspension damage indeed. And yeah, it just shows why when you're having a spin like that, you do ideally need to hold the brakes instead of rolling onto the racing line. That's a prime example, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it might have just been a case of hitting the wall and maybe just bouncing out and just even holding the brakes. Sometimes you can try and hold the brakes, but if you hit the wall and bounce out, there's just nothing you can do. You're just a passenger. But watching Braden Werner, they heading through the chicane again, currently second in qualifying, and they get about 1 minute, just under, or basically 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in qualifying, and they this time around, this could be the last lap for some of these guys, and they might have time for one more lap.
Yeah, we're really getting down to the final moments now. Less than a minute to go. Volante currently on the top of the standings by over 0.3 of a second. And when you account for the fact that the next 0.3 of a second will get you all the way down to 10th, that is an astonishing lap time from Vince Peters, the man in form. Braden Werner trying to do what he can about that into turn 10 right now. The Jackie X chicane, as it is called. Oh, a bit of a slide on the way out for the Pure Sims driver. Not ideal. He's still got a good 20 odd seconds as he crosses the line here. Not an improvement this time, but Werner has one more chance, quite possibly, to do this right now. 31 car as well. So yeah, final seconds here, Jonathan, but there's no way Vince Peters can be toppled here, surely.
Yeah, we're going to have to see who's still on a flying lap and who isn't. I think there's only a handful of drivers maybe on a flying lap, and most of them are with the bottom of the standings. So we could see a good shakeup in the midfield, but I think for the top few, that 28.3 is going to stand. That's just an impressive lap time from that 96 machine.
It really is. 49 Motorsports over the line again. Big improvement for them, but not in terms of position, I'm afraid. 15th for Dexter Castro at the end of this session. He crossed the line there with the checkered flag flying. Here's Project Supersonic. Oh goodness! In the all black Porsche Cup car, Christian Young, the driver. And this is what I mean about this chicane: turning and braking all at the same time. It's very difficult, as demonstrated there. Trying to get through here without impeding anybody. I think just going to pull onto the right hand side there and get out of the way. Here is Werner though, doing his level best to get on terms with Volante, but another big slide through the final turn into the dirt. It's not going to be enough for the 16 car. Still a second place in this qualifying session, not bad whatsoever. Ahead of Impulse and Geodesic, Fiercely Forward, etc. which is of course a good effort, but not quite where they want to be. This is the final team to come across the line, RPC Esports, in their 31 car. Christensen right now not improving, I'm afraid, into the 29s. And it looks like that'll be it. But qualifying here in the Cup category, Volante, Pure Sims, Impulse, Geodesic and Fiercely Forward at your top 5. As the standings in full, Maxime Marriott just outside of that top 5 for Maniti and T3 Motorsport. A Ryan race team, Mike Dam, after a slow start to the session, it ends up 7th. Roger Fieldstad Christensen will be 8th, on exactly the same time as Mike Dam there actually. Trek Esports will be 9th ahead of T3 Motorsport by Maniti, the 78 car. Just outside the top 10 here, Vulcan Sim Racing, Brandon Blakeslee just missing out. Project Supersonic likewise. Didn't get a glimpse of Phoenix Racing Esport in that session, but they're 13th ahead of Hell Races. 49 Motorsports, who will be bringing up the rear, and Robin Noborg, who really didn't get going in that one at all after that accident with one of the Maniti cars. So then, warm-up will now be taking place for the next few moments in this one. Not sure how long it's going to quite go on for, maybe 5 minutes or so, and then we'll get into the gridding and of course the race itself. 700 kilometre race around here at Zolder. The main thing sticking out for us here, Ryan, after that qualifying session to talk of is TCR and Full Send Racing. What on earth is going on at that team at the moment? 5th and 7th is not where we expect them to be.
I'm surprised by that. It's just, I mean, looking at TCR at the moment, the 258 is in second, which is still a good result for Full Send Racing, but the 285 car is basically on the last row of the grid in class, and that's not where I think they would want to be. They would want to be up somewhere on road 1 or road 2 alongside the sister car possibly, but still a long race to go, but it's not where you want to be, especially with Zolder being a tight track, and passing is going to be pretty much difficult around here.
Certainly is, but yeah, still opportunities if you can make them, I suppose, at the moment. In terms of the other categories here in Sport and Cup, no particular surprises of people being well out of position. I wouldn't have said, but you know, who knows what will happen throughout this race. As I briefly mentioned there in the qualifying session, Jonathan, we had a very, very big restart pile-up at Road Atlanta. The first restart, some people trying to anticipate the launch a little bit further down, and it ended up with a lot of the Sport and TCR cars a long way down in the end, and a lot of them retired from this one. Is that something that's likely to happen again, or do you think that people will start to learn their lesson and the restarts are going to be, if we get any, of course, not given, but if we get any, are they going to be a little bit cleaner than we saw last time out?
Especially with a tight track, I would hope that they would kind of learn their lesson from last time out, and maybe even race control would be with them and say, all right guys, this is how the process is going to work. And unfortunately, that pileup was just caused by tough guys trying to out-jump each other, and then that trickled down so far in the field, triggering that big pileup. So I think we'll probably see a little bit more behaved restarts, assuming we'll get any, because I'm going to be surprised if this race can go green all the way.
That is true, although we saw a crash there that had a possibility to bring out a yellow flag even in the qualifying session, to be fair, so you never really know. That incident, by the way, has been put into the race control spreadsheet, so we do indeed, or we are indeed awaiting a bit of a decision with regards to the 97 and the 79 there. That is, of course, the championship contending Maniti car that was second last time out at Road Atlanta here, Ryan. Do you think that will be hanging over their heads a little bit? Because in my opinion, either way, they should have been maybe holding the brakes a little bit more when Robin Norberg was bearing down on them after their spin there.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, that was just it was just unfortunate what happened, but it's just one of those things, and I think Robin just had nowhere to go really, and that hampered his qualifying pretty much. But yeah, it's a frustrating way to start this round at Zolder, and I think starting at the back is not where he wants to be, but still maybe they could try and get up back through the field, maybe using a different strategy if they get the chance.
Well, possibly. The 97 car, by the way, making its first appearance in this season. We've seen, obviously, a lot of the 96 for Volante, but the 97 coming on board this time. And, indeed, they're both joined by Aztec Simsport, sponsoring them as title sponsor, actually, of their team, presumably until the end of the season, where we'll be rounding off, of course, at the Red Bull Ring on the 2nd of April. Who's still going to be involved by the time we get there, though? That's the real question. It's a very, very big day for all of these teams with regards to this championship. And there's a lot of pressure on everybody. We'll talk particularly about the sport category championship standings with Fiercely Forward 99 points ahead of Alpine Stars Geodesic. At the moment, there's only 5 teams within 150 points. Everybody else is going to have to gain points on the championship leaders at the moment if they want to remain in contention for that final round. It's very possible this team will clinch the championship here today, Jonathan, and that is going to be looming large in everybody's mind and just heighten the pressure ever so slightly on this category as opposed to the other ones.
Yeah, what hurt the most is to have that 162 not score any points and not keep that 134 honest. All they have to do is really keep a nose clean and, finish in the top 5. They don't even need a podium, I think, to really kind of cement their lead and cement their hold on the championship. It's just going to be a matter of not making mistakes and putting their car in the right position at the right time.
Yeah, you are right. They actually only need a top 7 to give themselves a chance of clinching it today. Let's not forget, of course, for those teams that will befall problems today, and there will be some, that you have to be within 90% of your class winners race distance. That's easy to work out if you're a cup car, but if you're the other ones, it is a little bit more difficult. If you want to score any points, you're going to have to be... you can't lose or can't be more than 10% laps down on your class leader. So we'll have to be wary of that throughout the day if any of the main contenders get into problems throughout. Speaking of main contenders, will Impulse Racing be contenders today in TCR? They currently 1-2 in warm-up, for what that's worth. But we're not particularly strong in the qualifying session. This 222 car will be rolling off 6th today, second last in the TCR category. A good chance for everybody here, though, Ryan, to while warm-up doesn't really mean very much at all, it's a good chance for everybody to get used to the high fuel load again. Qualifying is a very different prospect to settling in for a long race like this is going to be.
Absolutely. Warm-up as well gives a chance for some of these teams to do practice like doing like pit entry practice and the pit exit practice as well, because around here it's absolutely vital to get on top of it, and just go around doing laps and fuel. But as it looks like we're coming to the end of warm-up, it's just about time to head to the grid.
It is indeed. Let's have a look at how the Cup cars are going to be rolling off here today. Volante, pole position again for Vince Peters here, ahead of Brain and Werner in that qualifying session. Pascal Costa is qualified 3rd, ahead of Graham Sanders. And on row 3, it's going to be Fiercely Forward and T3 Motorsport by Maniti lining up together. Orion Race Team and RPC Sports are going to share row 4, and Trek Esports will be just ahead of the other Maniti car in the 78, rounding out the top 10. Vulcan Sim Racing are going to be ahead of Project Supersonic in their number 13 car. Christopher Young qualified that. Florian Kappel was 13th in the qualifying session, ahead of Hell Racers and 49 Motorsports, and Aztec Simsports Volante round out your Cup grid. In sport, these GT4 cars, of course, headed off once again by championship leaders Fiercely Forward. They're ahead of Full Send Racing and SRM Motorsports. Geodesic Racing with Beau Rigor over half a second down, they're 4th, ahead of Mark McCormack. And Semper Racing's 179 car on the 3rd row. Timo Huisingveld were next, ahead of Geodesic Racing, then SRM Motorsports, and the 3 huge S cars rounding out your 12-car sport grid. Not a good qualifying session for those guys, I'm afraid. The only 2 McLarens on the grid are going to be on the back row together, I'm afraid. Antonio Alvarez and Michael Derby driving those cars. It's going to be Team Huisingveld and Impulse Racing sharing the front row of TCR in a very close qualifying session. T3 Motorsport by Maniti's debut in this category ended with a third in qualifying. Viper Esports a fourth ahead of the championship leaders Full Send Racing. TCR legend Michael Pullersuk is going to be driving that car ahead of Jan Boll. And finally, the other Full Send Racing car, Mico Garcia. Once again, surprised to see him so far down in 7th. Just before we get through on this formation lap, by the way, let's just quickly remind you of the procedure. Rolling start, of course, in this series with no fast repairs able to be used throughout the day. The class leaders will split themselves up at the start of the race, so we will get 3 separate starts, sort of, if you see what I mean. But we will not get that on the restarts throughout the race. Towing will not be allowed anywhere around the circuit. Some places where cars will have to tow will produce safety cars throughout the day, and those, of course, can shape the race. They did indeed at Road Atlanta, Jonathan, creating that exceptional situation towards the end of that race with fuel saving going on. We'll be very lucky to see that once again, but it's no question that safety cars, if they come, and they are likely around here, if they come, they will shape the race.
Yeah, they're going to shape the race, and I think it's hard for teams right now to really plan around that. Maybe plan for 1 or 2, but also when they fall in the middle of fuel runs or fall at the end of fuel runs, really throw strategy out the window, especially with those halfway points that people are going to be gunning for in the middle of this race, especially with the big points at the end. It's going to be difficult to kind of plan around any potential safety cars.
Absolutely. Green flag should be flying in 5 minutes' time, or indeed under, as we have this formation lap to come. We get a look at these cars once more, all together on the grid. 35 of them out here at the moment, ready for this 175 lap race. Going to be seeing half points awarded as well at the 350 kilometre mark. That's quite difficult maths to do though, so we'll worry about that later, I think. Because we're expecting a maximum of 6 hours here today. If we did get loads of safety cars, then we'll be getting up towards there. But otherwise, on a normal day, we shouldn't get the entire 6 hours of this race. You wouldn't imagine. But you never know how this race is really going to turn out. As I mentioned earlier on, Zolder is one of the most underused circuits, I would say, on iRacing, especially for an endurance style race here, Ryan. These guys might not have that much experience around here, might not have that much experience racing around here with multi-class traffic as well.
Yeah, some of these guys maybe are just this is probably their first time racing around here with a multi-class, in a multi-class race, but they've probably got experience around here and maybe single make series, maybe something like Skip Barbers or something like that, but multi-class racing, this is probably a new experience for them around here, and they maybe just going to have to be very careful and maybe just take it easy in the early stages and just settle into it.
There they all are. Final few teams getting themselves ready. And look at those top 3 cars, by the way. They look outrageously similar. That shouldn't be allowed. But there we are.
They're bright enough, I think we can tell apart. One's white and green and yellow. The other's black, white, green, and yellow. The other one's a mix of everything just together. Well, if we keep zooming out like this, it makes it difficult.
Indeed. We're zooming out to see the entire 35-car grid, and there they are. All of the drivers ready. Of course, at the back, Robin Norberg, who's not going to be enjoying his opening laps here, you would imagine. And there are the track conditions here today. 18 degrees Celsius ambient, with 20 degrees down on the track. A little bit of cloud cover today, but the sunshine is still poking through. We're just about to reach midday in Belgium at the moment. It's finishing in the late afternoon, you would imagine. How are those track conditions going to affect the racing here, Jonathan? Only 19 degrees out there on the circuit.
It's going to make it a little harder, I think, to warm up these tires. I think that's what we saw some of the issues in qualifying of everyone just weaving back and forth, trying to get it warm. But I think in a couple hours or 2, hopefully this track gets warmed up enough where they don't have to be struggling so much on cold tires, especially when we're talking about like the double stints and triple stints on tires later on in this race. I think warm up and placement of tires is going to be key.
Certainly is. And it's not the easiest, as Ryan mentioned briefly early on, on a side note to that, it's not the easiest pit lane to get into or off of because the walls are very close on both situations. So there we are. There go the sport cars, and here are the TCRs rolling off in a few moments' time. There they are. Hoisingveld getting underway after their pole position, and it looks like Norberg. Is he going to be starting from the very back, or the pit lane, or the back of the Cup cars? We'll wait and see. But it would be a little strange to see him at the very, very back of the entire field. And I don't think they're going to make him do that, fortunately for him. Pace car, though, is going to lead them around for one more look at this circuit before we get into racing here properly. High pressure on all of these guys now, Ryan. It's up to get the start underway and just settle into this race. It's a long race, 700 kilometres. It makes it very difficult to know how long it's going to go on for, but we know 175 laps starts to put it into perspective. It's not an insignificant distance, and everybody is going to have to settle into their rhythm in the opening few laps.
Yeah, absolutely are, and I think you might see some drivers maybe towards the back of the field in class maybe try to not be aggressive straight away, but maybe just try and gain some positions, track position, as soon as we get going. But the guys up at the front will maybe probably have to I'll probably take it a little bit easier and just settle down into a rhythm as we're just coming down to the hairpin, and we'll be underway soon. But there's some teams that are still in the championship hunt, and or maybe towards the rear of the field in class that have just got to go for it and to basically just go for it straight away because they probably can't afford to hang around.
Let's see how much hanging around there's going to be. Not much longer until the pace car pulls in, and we'll be ready to go racing for 700 kilometres and 175 laps around here in Zolder. Going to be Vince Peters, the hero at Road Atlanta, to lead us off, taking this car over the line for the race victory last time around. He's starting this race in the lead here at Zolder, in control of the field now, with Pure Sims Esports and Braden Verder alongside him. The green flag is ready, and it's waving as we go racing in Belgium for the IVRA ClubSport Series penultimate round. It's a great start for Peters as he takes his own line into turn number 1. Pure Sims and Impulse battle their way through turn 1 side by side, but it's Pascal Costa who takes the lead through turn 2 out of those two as the sport cars get underway on the right hand side of your screen. It's a good start for the fiercely forward car of Michael Janey there. Into turn 1 he goes and retains the lead. Full Send Racing, Geodesic and SRN, your top 4 there, as TCR also get underway now. Down into turn 1 for Hoisingveld after pole position for them. They hold on as well. All 3 pole sitters, Jonathan, holding on to their leads, but I'm afraid we've already had trouble in the Cup class. Florian Kappel, I'm afraid, is one of those. Phoenix Racing Esport and also the 97 of Robin Norberg, who's having a terrible day, I'm afraid. It's started in qualifying and it's continued on here in the race. We'll try and get a replay of that in a few moments' time, but the action is all going on everywhere in this field, Ryan. We did fear that might happen, and unfortunately it has for a couple of these Cup cars.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wondering if some teams have maybe just been caught out in cold tyres, or if there was just a bit of a stack up happening towards the rear of the field in the Cup class. But everyone's managed to get going again. It looks like no one's had any damage. I was actually looking at the replay now, and it looks like one of the Hell Racers cars tagged one of the Valenti cars out, it looks like.
And a separate incident for Phoenix. Oh, that's the Geodesic car. Dear oh dear, the championship leader in trouble through the very 3rd corner of this race. Or the 4th corner, I should say. Wow, that's big drama. For the 62 car. Not sure what happened to them there, Jonathan, but as they came into camera shot there, they were very, very slow.
Yeah, very slow. Unsure, like what caused. Like I'm a little confused on what caused that. Maybe there was a slowdown penalty, and there goes a huge ass machine off into the gravel.
The 137 McLaren, Michael Derby, I'm afraid, didn't have a good qualifying session. He's not had a good start to this race either. He's going to try and get back onto the circuit before the TCRs come, and he's just about managed to do that. One car, by the way, came in the pit lane as we finished that lap, by the way. That was Kevin Tavares of Maniti, the 78 car, not the 1/3 in the championship, you'll be pleased to find out. But yeah, chaotic opening to this race, I'm afraid, in two of the categories. Here's what happened further up the front. So this is very far up front. Pure Sims Esports from second on the road, sliding out, and then the Maniti car tips around our championship leader that gets hit a couple of times. That might have caused quite a bit of damage to them there, Ryan. That is not insignificant contact that they have just made.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. That was only the start of the first lap, and yeah, it was like one of the huge last cars is having issues as well. Gets barsed out of the way basically by the team Huskenveld. The car just went by.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a very, very interesting opening to this race. A lot going on, but it's Volante who have held on to their lead. Impulse Racing just behind them at the very front of this race. And then we have T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Maxime Barriot just a couple of seconds back. Braden Werner is next ahead of Alvar Gomez. That's your top five. This is what happened to the McLaren. Just a little bit loose into turn one, Jonathan. Looks like simple as that, really.
Just couldn't get to stick. I'm wondering if, again, if a lot of this cold tires and just these setups are just not made for these temperatures right now. They were expecting maybe a hotter day out there. Cup cars. That whole incident up there seemed like everyone was just struggling for a little bit of grip.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be that way. Over the curbs at 7. There's another replay, by the way. Geodesic have not had a good start to this race by the looks of things. Another sliding sport category car on the entry to a corner. Through turn 4 this time around, the 162 car. And on a day where they needed points so badly, Ryan, it started off awfully for that team.
Yeah, absolutely has. They need the points for the championship, and but it just seems to be some teams are just pushing, trying to push too early at the moment, and especially on cold tyres, and they're just being caught out. Or like Jonathan mentions, that maybe some teams are just struggling with the setup and just can't get the car to handle. As it's like we're looking at the replay now. The Pure Sims goes wide, and then the Geodesic Cup car, the 62 Cup car, goes wide and tags another car, and it just causes a bit of a concertina.
Yeah, came back onto the circuit just a little bit there, actually. So, yeah, wondering what they're going to do about that one in the stewards' room. There's already 2 race incidents in the sheet, so there may well be some penalties to come for these guys. Racing incident has been called, by the way, on the qualifying incident for Volante and Maniti. So race control have waved that one away. But already 2 incidents off of this race start under investigation as we look at the leaders and some of the cars. Almost a bit of a graveyard already there, Jonathan, with a lot of damage for Trekking Sports and T3 Motorsport by Maniti. I actually think the 33 car was involved in a separate incident away from lap 1, because I saw them dropping down the order, but the damage there, very clear to see.
And they're on pit road right now, I think, trying to get repairs, and the amount of damage that's seen, you could have the steering out of line, you could have a lot of aero damage, you could be losing a lot of grip going into the corners. It's going to be something that needed to be repaired. Unfortunately, for something like that this early in the race, it's good and bad. They're going to be behind the 8 ball down the line, but at least they're going to have 170 laps to try and recover.
Yeah, they do have a long time to recover. Only lap 5 of this race. We've already had a lot of action. Everybody who has been damaged has been able to get back to the pit lane, so no yellow flags needed in the opening of this race. And Team Heusinkveld will be glad about that, because they've got a nice lead here in TCR. Nearly a second ahead of Impulse Racing. And then just behind that, the debutants. T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Then it's Leipert and Ulsend Racing. We're almost in exactly the same position as we were in qualifying, actually, in terms of the order. Although that might well change, as Impulse Racing looking up the inside into the final chicane now. Michael Polasek under pressure, and how many times have we been able to say that recently? A little bit of a shoulder barge, and he's been pushed down. Ulsend Racing now bringing up the rear of this TCR field, Ryan. What a big surprise this is. If you'd have told them this 90 minutes ago, I think they would have been very, very surprised.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this team. I don't know if they're struggling with setup or just, I don't know what's going on, but they must be frustrated at the moment being at the rear of the field in class, because they're watching the other teams such as Impulse, for example, just in front of them, starting to pull away ever so slightly. But it's not a good start to the race, and yeah, they've got to find something to try and turn it around.
They certainly do. Especially since Impulse and Huisingveld are out the front of them at the moment, gaining points. Over the curbs again. Lipo Esports. A little bit of the cork in the bottle, you might say, at the moment, but they're going to be looking over their shoulders soon, these guys, because the traffic will start to come into effect very shortly. The Cup cars, I think, are just maybe at the end of turn 4, at the end of sector 1 at the moment. I think they're around there as these guys come through turn 7 and the chicane, so we're not too many laps away now from changes. Here is the battle for, and they're even closer than that actually. Battle for first is about to enter one of its most interesting stages here, Jonathan, the first run through traffic, which is famous for being the most difficult.
And hopefully everyone can be orderly and get out of the way. The problem is the TCR group is still just so packed together, and if they catch them at the wrong time, it's going to be a problem for the guys behind them in 3rd and 4th, because they're going to have nowhere to go.
It certainly is. Hopefully everybody gets through nice and cleanly. Thankfully, the Cup category is nowhere near as close together as it normally is. After that incident in the first few corners, I've got a bit of a split in the field, as you might be able to see on your timing tower on the left-hand side. It's not alleviating any of the pressure for Vince Peters, though. Pascal Costa keeping him very, very honest at the moment. 5th place at Road Atlanta, of course, for Costa and Pure Sims, losing 1 or 2 points to Geodesic, but they're gaining a couple now. But not as much as Volante. Into the chicane they come again. You do get the feeling here, Ryan, that it would be smart for Costa to just stay behind, really. But now, as you said earlier, it's about getting yourself into this race, because it's quite long and you can't be making hell for leather moves all the time.
Absolutely not, and I think on the other hand as well, Costa staying behind might just be a good thing as well. He could use that slipstream, or maybe just stay behind and do some fuel saving as well, and maybe just do some lifting and coasting. But at the moment, he doesn't seem too eager to get by as soon as possible. Maybe just he's happy to stay behind for the moment, and since they've got a decent gap behind them, I think he's pretty relaxed at the moment.
Yeah, certainly is. Into the chicane, out onto the straight here once more, and this is the lap where the traffic is going to start to come into effect. Through the first 4 turns, it's very fast and flowing as well, not really braking zones where you can make these moves very easily, so there is going to be a bit of a hold up here for Peters that he's going to have to work around. On home soil today, of course, as well as the Belgium, and we'll be looking to take a victory. A little bit of a lift off there through 3, and it's allowed Costa to close up just that little bit. Right on the tail of that Porsche now. These two very, very similar looking cars battling their way into the chicane, but no move's going to be made here, Jonathan. It's too tight with all these cars around, and those curbs far too dangerous.
No, the best way to get around them is probably going to have to be a pick with the TCRs, but even then we're getting into a very tricky section of the racetrack right now, where being side by side like this is not recommended.
No, and the Impulse car was just making a bit of a nuisance of itself there. Not, of course, breaking any rules, but was certainly splitting up the battle. And this is exactly what can happen. Now Volante have got that 1 car lead. They can try and maintain it just for the next few corners. It looks like they will do so. Here's the Maniti car in 3rd, making its way through. And some of the battles get split up. This is exactly what's going to happen all day here, Ryan, really. Battles are going to get split up and then pulled back together again as these passes are made in all 3 categories.
Yep, yeah, pretty much. And this is the thing with especially the faster class cars as well, trying to pull out the slower class cars, is you could be in a battle and then that gap just gets bigger because the car behind just gets held up trying to get by the traffic. And in a way as well, the slower class cars, when they're in a battle, it gets broken up as well, just because people don't want to try and trip over each other when being lapped. But at the moment, that Volante car in the Cup class has managed to just pull away ever so slightly and get that gap up to about 0.8 of a second, and but no doubt that'll probably come back down once they get by the slower class cars.
Yeah, we'll really get a view as to how quick Costa actually is here now, because they're both in clean air. Will Costa be able to bring that margin back down again, or will Peters be able to hold him off or keep him at arm's length? On board, back in the pack. And this is a view as to what it's like from the driver's seat, well, for the passenger seat really, but you get the idea. It's difficult to make your way through. Nicely laying off there was Christensen. He knew that the Orion Race Team car was not going to be able to get through there, so instead of getting caught up as well, he decided to use a bit of momentum. But look at that! TCR cars aren't bad on the brakes there, Jonathan, right round the outside, almost unintentionally.
And sometimes in these slower corners, like the TCR cars can just be a bit faster than these Cup cars, so it's going to be a Constantine effect, especially right there in the final chicane. Just nowhere for these guys to go, especially if someone goes wrong.
Look at this. On board with Hensel, keeping to the right-hand side, trying to stay out of everybody's way. Going to get dived by Christensen there into turn 1 to try and make the most of that and get a nice run through the turn, and then maybe capitalise on this move here. Although the geodesic car probably prevented them from doing that, and then the Project Supersonic car comes past. Very, very busy indeed. I've got to say though, right, I'm very impressed with that geodesic car in Cup category. Here he is, Graham Sanders. The damage doesn't look insignificant, but it's not affecting him too much.
Yeah, just watching the car from my view as well, and it looks like considering they had a pretty hefty hit into the wall, and pretty collected by a couple of cars. I think that damage is not too severe. The only damage I can see is from the left front. It's just a slight dent, but apart from that, it seems to be just a slightly minor damage.
The geodesic writing has ever so slightly been rubbed off on the left-hand side there as well, after it's been scraping along a few things. So there we are. But 8th place right now, not a disaster by any stretch of the imagination. Still very much in this one, with just about 10 laps complete towards the final chicane again. So they make their way through the final couple of TCR cars. Right now, staying on the tail of Christensen here is Sanders, and quite a good run through the final turn there onto the front straight, but no move being made. I think the fact that we did have a little bit of a messy start here, Jonathan, has actually helped us here, because it would normally be a lot more bunched up and there might be a few more incidents, but this time around we've seen a very nice first run through traffic.
It also helps us the small TCR field. There's only 7 of them. They were kind of close together to begin with, so it didn't take a lot to pick them off. And also, like, they're not really fighting too incredibly hard with each other right now. Although, as I say that, they're side by side going through the wide turn 4, but they haven't really impeded many of the Porsches with their fighting, with their battles. They've also been out of the way. It's very respectful, well-behaved driving. Oh, except for that.
Deary me. 49 Motorsports.
That's a gap that didn't exist.
Oh, and there's more contact, I'm afraid, at turn 5. Side by side, and great racing between these two TCR cars, but contact definitely been made now as they go down the hill towards 7. This battle could be traced all the way back to turn 1.
Oh, no.
Oh, and it's unfortunately ended in contact. They're still going, though. And finally now, Live Esports are able to take that position, maybe for good. But the 222 car not giving up. Nico Garcia doesn't really want to be here, but also can't get through. Down the inside again for Impulse. A lot of space given by Leipert, and maybe now the move will finally be made for good. Still side by side. Coming into the final couple of corners now, and they might well just about resolve it, but almost an entire lap here spent side by side into this final chicane. Now Garcia is going to take his opportunity. As Leipert Esports run a bit wide, there you have it. Marian Hensel losing 2 positions there in that lap. Jan Bol getting through, and now Mikel Garcia as well, but he's not giving up into turn number 1. And now he's finally going to have to concede, but this is exactly the kind of racing we expect from TCR here, riding side by side for the entire lap there.
Yeah, fantastic stuff between these drivers, and they gave each other just enough room, and Leipert not giving up by any means, but Garcia picks up picks up a position for that 285 car, and it's just that it's slightly spread out a little bit in TCR, and the sister, the Full Send Racing TCR car, is pretty much just galloped away and left these guys to scrap amongst themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Very helpful for those guys. These three, by the way, now over 15 seconds behind, all three of them, on the leaders, Team Huizenveld. We look at the sport category for one of the first times today. It's been obviously compared to the other two categories, a calmer start here. Fiercely forward, Michael Janey currently leading ahead of Full Send Racing. Those two just under a second apart, but this is the closest battle. Vector Bioris are leading a bit of a train, but you might be able to include Geodesic Racing and Michael Kotelic in that one as well. He's only a second in front of these guys, and of course, and that spin earlier on at turn 4. So he's recovering, trying to remain in contention for this title, of course. We go on board with Jeff Tyler, and into the chicane once more. Down second gear. And through here, trying to get the best run out possible. But given these guys haven't really experienced any traffic just yet here, Jonathan, it's difficult to see any moves really being made at this very, very early stage.
No, they're going to hit the TCR traffic sooner rather than later. They're about 3 to 4 seconds slower than the Cup cars, so it's not going to be an easy time for these sport cars to get by the TCRs, but it's still, they got a much better pace on them than they had at some other tracks. Sometimes it's only a second separating our sport and TCR categories.
Yeah. It all depends on, of course, the characteristics of the circuit. As the characteristics of these cars are suited or not suited. And towards turn 1 we go again. These two leaders, Peters and Costa, locked together in battle once more. Costa able to close up to Peters by the looks of things in this stint, which is very impressive from him. Got separated as they went through the TCR traffic, but now he's back on terms again. And look at that traffic in front here, Ryan. This is going to be even more dangerous for everybody than the TCR section of this race was, because there are trains in the sport class, which is exactly what these guys don't want to see.
Yeah, and not only that as well, these GT4 cars, when you think about it, when it comes to straight line speed and handling as well, is one of the huge ass cars, runs wide in the chicane and pretty much holds up the two leaders. But I was going to say the GT4 cars as well, they've kind of got similar handling as well, as both leaders get held up again. And yeah, I think getting by the GT4 cars might not be as easy as it was with the TCR cars.
And certainly not. There's nearly double the amount of them out here at the moment, and none of them have gone into the pit lane yet. Trek Esports, by the way, we're hearing, unfortunately, out of this race already after their incidents a little bit earlier on. Unfortunate to see one retirement from this race already. Either side of Huizenveld there. And it looks like maybe Costa had an opening there, but he wasn't quite alongside, and so he's going to fall behind into turn number 1. Blowing opening part of this lap once again. Difficult for making moves on traffic, really. As Alpine Stars Geodesic come into the pit lane here, Jonathan, a very early pit stop for the championship leaders. I just wonder if the damage they got earlier on has kind of affected their decision. It must have done.
Yeah, a bit of an early stop, maybe. Just try and get off sequence, try and find a way to get through the traffic, and maybe repair some damage now rather than later in the green. That is a lot of damage. The labeling on the side is almost completely like that.
There's not much of that livery left, by the looks of things.
Well, the front of it is still there, thankfully.
Yeah.
It's a little crumpled up, but, you know. They've already got it.
Not going to be able to sell that one at full price, I think, when they're done with it. But either way, Full Send Racing in TCR. Valdemar Binder has now been overtaken by the championship leaders. Looks like Michael Polasek has finally got something going here in the 285. Not a qualifying session we're used to seeing from them, Ryan, but finding their feet in the race. They weren't in the opening laps, but now that as this thing goes on, the stronger they get.
Yeah, absolutely. qualifying and the start of the race, it didn't go their way, but it seems to be maybe they've done a setup, but maybe they've not focused on qualifying. Maybe they've focused on race trim. As it looks like, the 285 car has been passed by basically T3 Motorsport by Maniti car, and I think the 285 car maybe just got a bad run in the exit there, but the 285 car's slowly starting to get back through the field, and maybe if they just keep going, they'll be able to finish on the podium possibly, but still a long way to go in this race.
Now, I've just had a look at the stewards' decisions and found that the 62 car has actually received a 20-second stop-go penalty for the incident on the opening lap. Not the part where they got tipped around, of course, but them getting back onto the circuit in front of the field, I think, is what has caused a 20-second penalty for them. So that explains a lot, but it's going to make their day a very, very long day and a very difficult day here, Jonathan. All of a sudden, they're far behind the field, and they're going to be hoping for a safety car.
Yeah, they're going to be hoping for a bit of a safety car, a bit of help too, because that happening early puts them down in 14th place, several seconds away from 49 Motorsports, 30 seconds away from 49 Motorsports. So they can't even jump on them anytime soon.
They must stay on the lead lap as well, of course. They're a minute down right now, with a minute 30 lap times here today. So yes, they're going to have to stay on that lead lap. Into the final chicane we go, on board with the second of the Volante cars, and this has been a decent drive so far for Robin Nürburg. He was even involved in an incident in the opening lap of the race, never mind the qualifying incident that he had with Maniti, but inside the top 10 already. And just shows Volante are still very quick, as off the road there it was Project Supersonic, excuse me, from 8th position, and this has really tightened everything up. Vulcan Sim Racing and Volante want a piece of this here. Ryan Nürburg is looking very strong, like he's going to get through on both of these cars very soon.
Yeah, pretty much, and this 97 car, considering they started towards the rear of the field, they're having a good run, slowly getting through the field, and at the moment sitting inside the top 10, and but still this battle for P10 now is pretty much just bunched up now, and Project Supersonic are pretty much holding these two cars behind up, and I think it's just a matter of time before Volante and Hell Racers the Volante car gets by, so it's just a matter of time before these positions change.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-car train here for 8th. Very early on. That's even still in this race. Here we go into the chicane once more. Bit more sport traffic involved. The Jackie Itch chicane, of course. It's not quite called that because it's in Belgium. Would it be Flemish around here? Not sure. Yes. My pronunciation is not quite up to it really, so we'll stick at that. We'll stick with the English, I think. Into turn 1, looks like the Project Supersonic car under a little bit of pressure continually. Actually, Christian Young is the driver at the wheel right now after qualifying that car, of course. Vulcan Sim Racing have also been moving up, by the way, with Brandon Blakesley, qualified in 11th, now up to 9th. As they dive their way through a little bit of sport traffic. They're very much into it now, and Nürburg looks like he wants a piece of this down the inside into the chicane. Be a brave move to pull off, but he's done it. And I think there was a little bit of space given there really by Blake, so he didn't really want to go side by side into the chicane there, Jonathan, and you could understand why.
Yeah, it's early. They're fighting for positions in the midfield. They can see a lot of their competitors ahead of them that know where they're in sports traffic. So yeah, just giving the room, giving the space, and hopefully, with a little mistake or two, they'll be able to get it back.
That's what they'll be hoping for. Turn 8, diving down on the brakes on some of this PT4 traffic, as it is. A lot of Porsche Caymans out here, of course, as we've mentioned already in this broadcast. And then the final chicane, very, very tight between everybody here. That's the Geodesic GT4 recovering after their spin, trying to limit the damage to Fiercely Forward, who are still leading here in this race. A little bit of nose damage there to that Vulcan Sim Racing car round. I think that was picked up at turn 4 on the first lap. It might have been one of those cars involved in the little concertina effect we saw when the geodetic car went around.
Yeah, I was just looking at the front end and I thought, yeah, either they got that damage from that first lap incident, or it could be in that chicane. Maybe they've took too much care, and maybe just got the slight front end damage as the cars hit the ground, or maybe just taking too much of the curve as you saw there.
Well, these curves almost designed to be run over by the looks of it. Brian Capel on board with him. Phoenix Racing Esport, I should say. Another one of the real-life teams, of course. Jonathan making a venture into sim racing, and we like that. Of course, it's not the Audis that they would usually be using in real life, but good to see real-life racing teams here, as we are on board with one of them right now.
And help spread, the name of iRacing, the name of the team throughout the virtual world, and get more notoriety for the drivers in their respective series, whether it be real or virtual, and really, I think, helps solidify them as a professional organization, regardless of where these span. If they started in the real world and came over, or if they started in the virtual world and came over. That was a close call as well. Jeez. It's been on too many close calls, I think, early in this 20 laps that we've had, and we still have 155 to go.
Just show, though, that they're not hanging about here. We spoke earlier, Ryan, about bedding yourself in, but you've got to be on it right from the start here, or you're going to get left behind. And people aren't banking on there being lots of safety cars to close this race back up again. They're almost, and I guess you have to do this, almost assuming it's going to go the whole way. And so doing your best in those set of circumstances. And until that changes, I guess you don't change your attitude.
Yeah, that's the thing as well with regards to the strategy. As much as you hope there's a safety car, if you're further back in the field, sometimes there's not a safety car, and then if that happens, there's no safety car. You've pretty much just got to be on it every lap, and in a way treat it as a sprint race, try and get back through the field as much as possible, as quickly as possible. But at the moment, there's not being any safety cars or full course cautions, and hopefully we don't get one. But I've probably just jinxed it there. But at the moment, they're getting back through the field, but at the moment it's pretty much just settled down.
It certainly has. Here's the Maniti team, T3 Motorsport by Maniti, battling for third right now. Battling for third in TCR as well, by the way. We just saw those cars in the background of some of our shots. Pure Sims Esports on their tail as things stand. We've got 3 of the top 4 in the championship standings, in the top 4 in the race right now. Impulse Racing have not had the best cup season despite winning at Mid-Ohio. But they are the infiltrators, if you like. Second place in this race right now. There's 21 laps in. And it remains to be seen here, Jonathan, how far these guys can actually go on a tank of fuel. 88 laps is going to be the number where some points are awarded. We'll see if they can quite go 44, but I don't think they will be able to. That'd be over an hour for these guys. So there's going to be 2 stops before the halfway point mark here, if we go green all the way, of course.
Yeah, and they might call it even, call it 30 and 30, just to try and maximize the amount of time you're on track for those halfway points, or just might run it dry and focus on the whole race strategy rather than halfway points. And I know it's often a team preference of which one do you want to build towards, either the halfway or the ending of the race. And sometimes the halfway points just kind of fall in your lap, with the timing of cautions and the timing of pit stops. So we'll see what the main strategy is for these Cup guys.
Yeah, absolutely, and it kind of depends on the race, but we've seen in the past some races where almost all of the halfway leaders have won the race overall, and then the next time we come here and find out that none of them have won the race after leading halfway. So it really is a bit of a lottery. In terms of Road Atlanta, only one team leading at halfway won the race overall. That was Full Send Racing in the sport category, who were close up to the championship leaders fiercely forward, of course. But they're still over 100 points back, are Full Send Racing. Chasing them down right now, 3.5 seconds is the margin between those two teams. It's actually just got up to 4. And now 4.5. What's happened to Full Send Racing? I think it might just be a bit of traffic, but lost a second and a half in the last 30 seconds there, which is a little bit unnatural for them. But either way, and now 5.5. What is going on there? I think it really could be traffic, but they're losing a lot of time. Slow down. Oh, maybe? Don't know. Either way, this is vectored by RSR in one of the fiercer battles of the sport category. Well, just heading the Alpine Stars geodesic car, not the one involved with the championship. They're certainly going to try and help their teammates out in any way that they can, Ryan, and their teammates do need help here. Ro Rigor is down in 11th after a poor start to this race.
Yeah, pretty much, and yeah, at the moment where they are, I mean, they're still having a decent race in the P6 at the moment, but not where they want to be, and I think they would maybe prefer to be closer to the front and trying to pick up as many points as possible. It looks like one of the impulse cars has had an issue. It's a 2-3-3.
From second place, Martin Asher has got a lot of front-end damage all of a sudden here. Now what has gone on here? Through turn 1. He's got on the dirt and the gravel, and he's had a hard hit into the barriers. Deary me, that's going to require some repairing there, Jonathan. Not an insignificant amount of damage there, and a pure one-car mistake. Asher's going to be very frustrated with himself now.
And how much slower is that car going to go? Because look at that, that front end is pretty much destroyed. Let's see, like, I haven't been able to complete a lap since that incident, so we'll get to really see the true pace of that 2-3 after this lap, and maybe after the next one, and see how much time they're losing. But definitely seems like they've lost a lot of speed in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd expect so, certainly. Looking at the damage on the front of that car right now. More Cup cars coming through. Yeah, do they come into the pit lane? Oh no! Asher does come in the pit lane, but he gets into the back of Project Supersonic. This is one of the dangers of this pit lane.
Oh, be careful.
You do break a lot later.
Yeah, that was just so unfortunate. I had a feeling that something like that was going to happen. I thought Asher was going to go into the pits, but it's sort of like the pit entry at Montreal in a way, because they're going so quick, and there's only one way into the pit lane and one line basically. But so sometimes silly incidents can happen, and unfortunately Asher got caught up with the Cup car, and unfortunately, it's just so unfortunate. It's not been a good lap for Martin Asher.
Yeah, you can be sure there, Jonathan, that it's a pretty slam dunk penalty, you would imagine. I know it is on the entrance to the pit lane, but it's on Asher there to slow up enough, knowing that the car in front of him is not also coming into the pit lane there.
I think it's just so hard, especially since you're not allowed to really communicate with other teams in the service like you normally do. You have to try and keep it as realistic as possible. If there just wasn't a clear enough signal that car was coming in pit lane and that poor portion just didn't know. Yeah, that's going to be almost like salt in the wound to that 2-3-3, and I don't even know how long repairs they're going to have.
They've already been in there for nearly a minute now. Yeah, there we are. Shame to see for Asher. Kevin Tavares, by the way, back out there on the circuit. No, we didn't quite mention that for Maniti. The 78 car spent nearly 8 minutes down on pit lane, but it's still out there. 5 laps down on the overall leaders at the moment, so we'll be able to still score points and still get a little bit of experience as well out here in the Cup class. It's their teammates, though, battling with Pure Sims. Both of these teams trying to gain on Geodesic, of course, and we'll be doing that as things stand right now. They will gain. Yeah, just a bit of backing off here, really, from Pure. We've seen this the whole 25 laps so far, really, Ryan. No real ambition to go through here at all, and why would there be?
Yeah, they seem, excuse me, yeah, they seem pretty much content to sit where they are at the moment, and Pure Sims, one of the teams that are around quite a lot in the sim racing scene, not just in this league, but other various leagues as well. The World DT Championship, on a Monday as well, which is broadcast on RaceSpot. And yeah, Pure Sim's been around quite a while, and they've got quite a list of drivers, and yeah, quite a good driver lineup in this series as well. With one of the drivers, Braden Werner, who we ride on board with, being is really quick with his car at the moment. They put in the T3 Motorsport by the Niti car under huge pressure at the moment, but seems more than content just to sit behind.
Yeah, just want to stay on board here into the chicane and see if there's any lifting off opportunities here, really. Is there any chance of maybe a lap or two of fuel saving? No, not really. No lifting off going on into the chicane. Straights aren't massively long here, really, Jonathan. Like we saw at Road Atlanta, going into the chicane, a lot of fuel saving can be done. Even before we got to the end of that race, you know, in the slipstream, cars are able to lift off into the chicane, particularly as we go downhill there. But the straights aren't massive around here, so it doesn't seem like it's very susceptible or very ideal for this fuel saving. As we go down here again, you know, there's almost no time between lifting off and hitting the brakes there.
No, it's just not ideal for fuel saving, especially when you have so many long winding corners in that first sector, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's just not a lot of opportunity to save fuel without losing a lot of lap time, which is why I think maybe these guys are just going to push to the limit every single stint and hopefully not get in the issue of trying to save fuel. We don't know kind of the strategy calls yet from these teams. We're going to have to wait and see who's going to go where and how many different cars are going to be down in the lane. I believe the 148 is down in the lane in the Cup, and I'm 99% confident they do not have a penalty, so I'm wondering if that's the first taker on pit road.
Could well be. Although after less than 45 minutes in this race, that seems early to me for a GT4 car to be struggling. Team Hoisingveld, that is, by the way. And a good run here for Werner. Will he be going through? He looked to the inside but decides not to make a move. But yeah, what has happened to Hoisingveld there? Into the pit lane. Is this a strategy call? Well, there's no damage. Oh, there is damage.
Hood, no.
Yeah. From far out, it didn't look like it, but the silver kind of scrapes there don't really show up very well on a silver livery, which the Hoisingveld team have, so it's not ideal. Sure, we're going to get a replay of that in a few moments' time. But yeah, into the pit lane once more for a damaged car here, Ryan. Let's see what happened.
Oh, he clipped the grass. Oh, he just clipped the grass and spun into the wall, and oh, that was so unfortunate. And it's such an easy mistake to make around here. You want to try and go as wide as possible, carry as much speed as possible, but he took too much of that curve on the outside and clipped the grass ever so slightly. You're just got a slight bit of wheel spin and spin into the wall, and unfortunately the Team Huskenveld car, the 148, has unfortunately hit the wall and got major damage.
Major damage for them, I'm afraid. A Ryan race team down the inside right now, fiercely forward into turn 1. A nice move there, very tight line though, and it may allow fiercely forward to come back at them, but not yet. This is the battle for 5th place, and for either of these teams that'd be a great result. Ryan are 5th in these championship standings at the moment. Almost say best of the rest after the 4 huge teams up in front of them. This team not as big in the world of sim racing, you could argue, but 5th place in the standings and the race right now. A nice move into turn 1. I often see those really, Jonathan, because like I said, very tight line you have to take if you're making a move into turn 1, and you can often be vulnerable in the corners afterwards, but that wasn't the case on that occasion. Very easy move, really.
I think a cup on cup passing is pretty easy for that one. Same class passing maybe in one is feasible. I just think passing that slower traffic, that's when it becomes difficult, especially when you talk about that racing line is really only one line in that corner.
Yeah, it is. So really not much room for manoeuvre, I'm afraid.
Or air.
Yes. Into the final chicane again. You can just see in the background there that kind of dark red car of RPC Esports looking to get involved. Going over the line once more to start the 28th lap of this race. That's the question now, Ryan, of how much further can these guys go? We've already kind of established that they probably won't be able to do this half of the race on only one stop. That will be quite outrageous, but what are they going to do? Is somebody going to take on that little bit less of a fuel load? Are Impulse going to do that to try and overhaul Volante for the sake of what would be 5 points? After all, Impulse not really in the championship fight. 7th at the moment and over nearly 200 points back actually. So maybe they won't, but what about that battle between Maniti and Pure Sims? They're both definitely in the championship fight and they could try and short fuel on each other to try and gain those very few points which might be crucial towards the end of the Red Bull Ring race.
That's a good possibility. I mean, we saw that with Atlanta as well, where I can't remember who it was. There was a few teams anyway, or a couple of teams I think they tried doing a short fuel stop, and you don't be surprised if you see someone do it as well. As it looks like the 16 Pure Sims car is into the pit lane.
Now then, we've got a huge ass as well from Sport, but the first pit stop, scheduled pit stop, it looks like it's scheduled as well for the huge ass team of Jeff Tyler. Braden Werner then in the pits. Interesting call here, Jonathan. I do just wonder whether they are doing what you said earlier on by splitting this into 3 30-lap segments in this opening section of the race. It would keep their car kind of lighter than the rest for more of the race.
And it could be that. It also could just be where they figure they'll come out in traffic, because they haven't really been gaining much on their rivals or losing much time on their rivals. So if they feel stuck, might as well call it in and see what you can do in the pit lane, regroup, fill it up, and try and plan it out. But I think like a 30-30 split of this first half of the race just seems like the best option for fuel saving.
That is a short stop.
Oh yeah, so it has to be a short fill. And then the only annoying thing, however, is that sport car got out in front of him.
Yeah, it did indeed. 26.5 seconds, no tyres either for him there. Aggression, the order of the day for Pure Sims. I'm sure they will have planned this at the start of the day, but now that Geodesic have had such problems today, they might have not needed to go quite so aggressive. Either way, it could still very much work out for them in this one. Out onto the front straight again for the leaders. Just got to hope that there isn't well, maybe we'll be hoping there's a safety car, but Maxime Marriott is going to respond here with a pit stop of his own. SRN Motorsports and the other, or one of the other Huge Ass cars also coming in, as the Huge Ass blue car of Sven Demmel are also in the pit lane right now for a lengthy stop by the looks of things. Well, lengthy-ish, not too bad by the looks of things in the end. Either way, Sport pit stops happening. Orion fiercely forward. Hell Racers in for the Cup category as well. So these pit stops are well and truly in full swing now, Ryan. It's all a case of who's taking tyres, how much fuel are these guys taking, and so on and so forth. That is the real intrigue of this one. There's a lot of these teams coming in. I'm beginning to wonder that this might actually be their fuel limit. Yeah,
absolutely. I think it could possibly be, as the 16 Pure Sims cars coming across the line now, and it looks like just watching the other teams now, I think someone may be deciding to take a full tank, and maybe other teams are maybe deciding to do what Pure Sims is doing, and maybe just take a short fuel stop as well. And some teams might try and even double stunting the tyres as well, just to try and not lose too much time.
Now then, Maniti out of the pit lane, but Pure Sims are miles in front because their pit stop was 9 seconds shorter in this race. Meanwhile, the leaders in Sport are in as well. Pascal Costa also comes in, but Vince Peters able to stay out again. He is absolutely awesome at fuel saving, by the way. Peters came in 1 lap earlier than Maniti towards the end of the Road Atlanta race and still managed to save enough fuel to not only overtake them but get to the end of the race. So he's once again showing his class at fuel saving. TCR cars also deciding to come in here, so I've got to say here, Jonathan, these pit stops are appearing a little bit earlier than I was expecting.
I don't think there's been much opportunity to save fuel so far this race. I don't think there's much opportunity to really get extra time out on track, and I feel like maybe getting that 1 or 2 extra laps when everyone's down in pit lane may help you a little bit on lap time, but there's just so much traffic and so much you really can't control that maybe everyone is just deciding now's the best time to come down.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is the Pure Sims car. Now, how long is this Impulse Racing pit stop? Well, it's already longer than the Pure Sims pit stop was. Orion Race Team have managed to jump Maniti as well, by the way, with a shorter pit stop, 7 seconds shorter. And Maniti's pit stop is starting to look out of place the more and more we go on with this. Fiercely Forward have actually, I believe, taken tyres early on here, 55 seconds for them, so they've dropped quite a long way back. But Pure Sims look like they've played a very good strategical game. Impulse also taking tyres as their pit stop goes over 50 seconds. This is completely fascinating here, Ryan. All of these different strategies meshing into one to make a very, very interesting first hour of this race.
Absolutely is, and I thought most teams would have tried to take just fuel only and just try and double stint the tyres, but different strategies going on. Some are taking fuel and tyres. Some teams are just doing fuel only and doing short fuel stops as well. And yeah, absolutely intriguing to watch as the 96 Volante car finally comes into the pits now, and I wonder if they're going to do a full service or if they're just going to take fuel only. And at the moment it looks like they might just be taking fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. This we'll have a run through, by the way, of some of the classes in a few moments' time, because it is all kicking off at the moment, but I suspect that Braden Werner is going to be leading this one soon. Prince Peters is in the pit lane right now, as you would have seen on your screens. Oh, he's coming out the pit lane already, though. A 26-second pit stop as well from Peters. So a reaction from Volante has kept them the lead, but Werner is going to be second ahead of RPC Esports and Christensen, who's third. Orion Race Team are fourth. T3 Motorsport by Maniti have dropped down to fifth. They're only just ahead of Impulse Racing, who have dropped to 6th place. Hell Racers are up to 7th. The other Volante car of Robin Norberg has roughly stayed the same. He's 8th ahead of Vulcan Sim Racing and Phoenix Racing Esports, excuse me. They were battling beforehand, and they're about the only teams that have stayed roughly where they were before. But look at this, side by side with sport cars involved as well. Orion Race Team and Mike Damp make their way onto the podium here, Jonathan. That is a turnaround I didn't expect to see in these very, very quick 5 laps.
Quick 5 laps, quick couple strategy changes, and all of a sudden the 44 finds itself in a really good position. Same with the 31. They both find themselves right on the podium, not too far away from the leaders, only about 14 seconds by. Oh, there goes the huge NASCAR again.
It's not been their day, not been their season. After winning the sport category last season and coming second in Cup, it's not been quite the same this time around. In sport, by the way, we've had a lot more uniform pit stops, so the order is roughly the same, and in TCR there's a similar story, so we don't really have to run through those too much. You can see those on the left hand side of your screen, but this has changed massively in Cup. We're going to be seeing obviously those halfway points are going to be awarded on lap 88 here today, and then pit stops are going to come not too long after that. One interesting call here, Ryan, in the whole entire field, I could be wrong here, there may be a couple more, but a very notable driver change. T3 Motorsport by Maniti, the 79 car, Isaac Jane has got into that car now. 35 seconds. I just wonder if the driver change is actually the limiting factor in their stop, because nobody else has got 35 seconds long of a pit stop in that round of stops there.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I did notice that the 79 car had done a driver change, and I think correct me if I'm wrong, they're the only team in the Cup class to have made a driver change. It looks, we've got a bunch of cars getting a bit close for comfort here, but at the moment the Vulcan Sim Racing car and it looks like the Phoenix Racing Esports car are close together, battling for P10.
It is all very close. Vulcan Sim Racing under a bit of pressure here, as they have been throughout this race. It was Norberg a little bit earlier on. Now it's Phoenix Racing Esports. Have got a great run out of turn 5, and there's a spin in the background for an Impulse TCR car that was running in 3rd place, the 222. Into the chicane these guys go, but a TCR car going all the way around there, Jonathan. Not something we often see, but I'm afraid it's happened there to Andreas Gilman, who's got into that car.
Yeah. Too much curb and maybe too much help from behind. I don't think actually that Fulson Racing car got too much into it, but a little bit too much curb there on that one. And normally the TCR cars have been abusing that curb and been able to keep it straight.
Yeah, we saw it in qualifying actually. Someone just flooring it when he went sideways, and looks like there's been some more trouble here. Vector by RSR dropping down the order quite possibly. Now under a bit of pressure from Geodesic, or at least they've lost some positions. So I wonder what's happened to them. But either way, there was a bit of smoke coming through coming out onto the front straight, and a slow 172 Porsche there. So we'll try and get to the bottom of what happened there as well, if indeed anything did happen. Because there's a lot of dirt being kicked up around the circuit. As you can see in the background there, turn 4, it's kind of the line, to be honest. So you never know, really. Cross the curbs again. Turn 5, it claimed it's in 1 lap ago. Hopefully not this time around. But yeah, this race has, not to say completely turned on its head here, Ryan, but the situation certainly has changed, and there's a lot of fighting going on all around the circuit now in all kinds of different categories.
Yeah, after the pit stops, all the field in every class seems to be close together again, as it looks like. I'm just watching the Cup class as well, and it looks like we might have a change of position with Impulse Racing and the D3 Motorsport by Manite.
A little bit of side-by-side, but Pascal Costa is not going to be stopped. He's on new tyres. I just wonder here, Jonathan, the only question I've got is why? Why have they gone for new tyres? They've only done just over 30 laps on that one. It's not like they're getting a new driver in, which I would maybe expect them to change tyres under those circumstances, but why on earth have they changed tyres after only 30 laps? It's baffling me.
I mean, we saw kind of in that first lap scuffle, VOC Ford was a little bit involved. I'm wondering if they had another moment or two and they were worried that they were already overheated those tires. The other possibility is they just want to be off cycle. They want to use that fresh rubber now while everyone's kind of trying to conserve it, and maybe do a shorter pit stop for the second stop towards the halfway points and leapfrog everyone back to the field.
Yeah, I do see what you're saying, and I kind of agree. Actually, it's off the road into turn 8. 49 Motorsports, I'm afraid, getting themselves back on again. Next to Castro at the moment, 14th in the Cup category. Only indeed in front of Kevin Tavares after that pit stop earlier on for damage repair. We have had another retirement, by the way. The Tim Huisingveld car we saw spin into the barriers right here, really, at turn 7. I'm afraid has not really attempted to repair their car after only 2 minutes of deliberating between them in their team. They've decided to pull the plug, and they are out of this Zolder 700-kilometre race after barely the first hour. So a shame to see for those guys, but 2 retirements, leaving us 33 cars remaining in this race with just under 140 laps to go. Hell Racers we're currently focusing in on. Going to get through on Volante Racing, and Robin Nurburg has to be the team of the day so far here, Ryan, coming all the way through from the back of the field into 7th place already. We're barely an hour in.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been having a good race at the moment. The 97 car, they considered they were at the back of the field, and like you mentioned, they've been slowly getting through the field and up into P7 at the moment after starting in 16th place, I believe it was. And I think if they keep going the way they're going at the moment, they could be on for a great result. But they've still got a long way in the race. But at the moment, that team maybe not as quick as their car up at the front, the 96, but still having a great race, and they doing a consistent job.
Yeah, nobody is as quick as Pascal Costa here, I can tell you. The new tyres working wonders for him. Even though everybody else is not that old, he's still making use of the new rubber. His next victim is going to be RPC Esports and Christensen, by the looks of things. Out of this hairpin at turn 8 and into the Jackie X chicane. The final one of this lap. And now out onto the front straight again. It's going to be fairly easy for Costa, I think, to get through, and it's very important that he does for his strategy, really. He can't afford to stay behind lots of cars while he's on new tyres here. He's got to make use of them while they count here, Jonathan. That's what he's trying to do. Down the inside into turn 2. And the 31 car not going to fight that one too much, because they know that the real battle is to come later.
Yeah, I think they kind of know that car's in a different strategy than them, and it may not be the target team that they're fighting. They know the 15 might be fast enough to go battle for the podium, and they may be fighting the 44 right ahead of him.
I do just want to touch on the impulse racing strategy once again. I do see what you're saying about the not having to take the longer stop in the second stop of the first half of this race, if that makes any sense at all. However, as they get a slowdown penalty there and have to give up a lot of time, that's going to set them back a little bit once more. But yeah, like I said, the problem is, if we're assuming this race goes green and there's going to be 6 stints here, double stinting each time, everybody's going to be doing 2 tyre changes. But Impulse Racing are even now going to have to do a triple stint on a set of tyres or 3 tyre changes, which I think sets them back a little bit here.
I mean, it could set them back. They may just be trying for those halfway points at first and think a caution could wipe everything clean, and that may just be the strategy here. Or maybe they just didn't have enough faith in the tires. And we could see right now in the pace in that new rubber, it's quick. It's about half a second quicker than everyone else around him, and just with a handful of laps on it compared to what we normally see with double stints and triple stints. So I think this is also a good thing for everyone to note. They're like, hey, maybe you do want tires in this race.
Yeah, I have to say it's making more of an effect than I was expecting in this one. Normally you see tyre changes like this not really making too much of an effect, but it really is this time. Into turn 5 they go again, incline chicane, and last time around, Pascal Costa was really bouncing across the curb, so much so they actually got a slow down penalty and had to give up that position, as we saw. Now looking to use one of his teammates in the TCR class to maybe get through into 7, but that's going to be very tricky indeed. Also the T3 Motorsport by Manichi car involved, just a little bit behind. Isaac Hayne now involved. And yeah, I'm trying to also figure out a reason for a driver change so early on, but I feel like it's must be down to something to do with maybe some personal problem that's having in real life there, maybe, rather than a strategical call. It would be a strange strategical call because they didn't take tyres after all.
Maybe they're worried about drive time, or maybe they can try and maximize drive time. That is kind of a key, especially if we're going to finish a lot closer to, the 3-hour, just under 4-hour mark than the full 6 hours that this race is given. If we finish in that point, I mean, the maximum drive time is, I believe, 3 hours and 20 minutes. I'll double check the regulations, but they can really maximize, I think, that drive time now, and maybe not afford new driver changes later on.
Yeah, the green running pace here would allow us to have 4.5 hours, just under 4.5 hours in this race. Obviously, safety cars will affect that. That was a spin for goodness me, Pascal Costa again over the curbs there. Yeah, I think that was fiercely forward, wasn't it? Having a little bit of a spin there. Alvar Gomez, after making his tyre changes, not taken to those new tyres quite as well as he did a little bit earlier on. Yeah, Jonathan's done some digging and found out that drive time is 3 hours 10, which is absolutely fine, really, in a race like this. Unless you're doing absolutely everything here, Ryan. I think a 4.5 hour race and a 3 hour 10 max drive time limit shouldn't be a problem, surely.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. I thought it would have been fine, but yeah, maybe some teams and some drivers are getting worried about that and maybe want to try and get that maximum drive time out of the way as quickly as possible.
It's a difficult conundrum for everybody. It's turn 1 again then for Costa. He did make his way through on Christensen, by the way, while we were chatting. And side by side, happening a little bit further down the field, Hellraiser's looking to hold on to 7th ahead of Robin Norberg, who can't be stopped right now. Or at least get in front of them as of now. Norberg not allowing that to happen though. Inside line for 2 and 3. He's going to shove out that Hellraiser's car and stay in front just for the moment. Through turn 4. And it would be brave to see a move into the Klein chicane coming up here, but it's not impossible for the Hellracers team to go for this. Let's quick look to the inside, but no moves really being made there. So a nice and simple move made there. And Norberg is Done a very good job. Continues to do a very good job here, Jonathan. But despite the pace of that car, which is very clear to see, the obvious damage has been done by starting quite a long way down in this field, because he's nearly 40 seconds down on his teammate already, despite the fact he's been driving at the same pace when he's been on his own.
Driving at the same pace, but the good news is there's still plenty of time, I think, especially with the other strategy calls to play, even the safety cars to get back in. But I think it's good to see this 97 being so quick in the race. I think they were a bit worried after qualifying. I think some teams that were starting towards the rear were a bit worried that normally start towards the front, that their race pace wasn't going to be there. But I think the Volante racing team, their race pace is definitely here on both cars.
It certainly is. Their lead at the moment, 6.5 seconds ahead of Pure Sims. Don't forget, Impulse were battling with them beforehand, but that tyre change for Impulse has set them back, of course. The gap between them, 27 seconds in terms of their different pit stops, and the gap between them on the road right now is also 27 seconds here, Ryan. I do expect Impulse to come out in front. However, how can they hold off Volante in the final part of this race for the kind of mini race win that they'll get halfway through this one on lap 88? It's going to be a tall order.
Yeah, as in the Volante, and especially Volante with Vince Peters at the wheel at the moment. He is one of the... He's really quick, and he's very good at defending as well from the times I've watched him in the past. And yeah, don't be surprised if you see Peters go all Max Verstappen when it comes to defending.
Yeah, that's for everybody.
Probably a terrible analogy, but oh well.
No, I do see what you're saying, but I can picture people at home thinking, "Oh well, there's going to be a crash." So let's not go there for the moment. It's only February. Burning Cup at the moment is on the battle at least. A Ryan Racing team trying to hold off an unstoppable Pascal Costa as Bullsen Racing team begin to make some progress. Up into second now, of course, after Impulse Racing from second place in the championship and second place in the race spun into the wall. And so now that's going to do real damage to their championship hopes, I'm afraid. They are back out there, but 7th place for Tim de Vries. Going to be losing a lot of points here today, no matter what happens, really. But yeah, Team Huizinveld currently running away with that race. Costa now on board, well, sort of on board with him. Not in car, but a good look over the shoulder to the cars in front, bouncing through the chicane. A little bit of TCR traffic as well for Orion to be dealing with. And now Costa, maybe, now that it's been the car in front's been stalled out slightly, will be able to make a move. But look at Christensen coming out of absolutely nowhere to get involved here as well. He's back for third all of a sudden. Jonathan very much on.
Game on right here, and trying to set up a good move going into one of these first corners, maybe away from the traffic, is probably going to be key for these guys, especially to get through into third place and maybe chase down that 16 machine of Pure Sims. That's quite a long ways up the road.
Yeah, it really is. Two leaders quite a long way up front right now. Over 20 seconds between these guys and the top two as things stand. Costa's favourite overtaking opportunities so far has been turn 2. He's executed that one twice on RPC Esports. But Orion Race Team seem to be a little bit more wary of it and have not let that happen just yet. Now down onto the straight again. See one of the very few McLarens in the field, by the way. A huge S-car. But I'm afraid those cars are so far down the order that when they pitted earlier on, they actually were behind the TCR cars briefly, which is not good for them, I'm afraid. Not really been their season as it gets busy again through turn 7.
Good move by Costa there. Was it the Ryan didn't put up much of a fight, unfortunately.
No, almost seamless, really. So onto the podium again for the Impulse Racing team. And the one big advantage they do have here, Ryan, is the fact that they are nearly 200 points back. They won't. They were able to take a few more risks with the Volante car. This 96 car very much in contention now I know it's nearly 100 points back still, at 91 points adrift at the start of the day, but still very possible for them to get involved with 300 points on the table as of right now.
Yeah, absolutely is, and I think they've still got a chance in the championship, this impulse car, but I think being kind of far back in the championship, they've still got a chance, of course, but I think they've pretty much just got to try and gain as many positions as possible and get as many points as possible to still have a slight chance heading into the last round at the Red Bull Ring next month. But at the moment, there's always it was so close for comfort between the T3 Motorsport by Maniti TCR and the 15 Impulse car as they headed to Chicane. But this team's got to be basically just try and get on it and get as many positions as possible.
Yeah, we're only halfway through this stint now on lap 45, and they're looking to try and get within 27 seconds because that looks like anyway what a tyre change is for these cars. So if you can stay within that for with regards to Volante, then they will be coming out in the lead, and judging by their pace at the moment, they may well be coming out in the lead very, very shortly, in about half a stint's time, you would say. This is Isaac Hayne, named after a city in the south of Spain. Well, I'm sure he's not named after that. This is his second name shares with a city towards the south end of that country. Looking for a top 5 at the moment, ahead of RPC Esports. I have to say, RPC Esports, Jonathan, one of the teams I've been very impressed with this season. Not a team I've seen a lot of, but solid at Road Atlanta last time around. 3rd place in the end for them. Yeah, they're running up inside the top 5 right now.
Yeah, it's a team that's, I think it's on the rise. They're, getting used to kind of the season. I think that long winter break we had helps everyone kind of regroup and just focus on the second half of the season. And again, they're kind of just fighting with the guys around them for points mainly, not really fighting too difficultly for the championship. So it's been a good result for them.
It certainly has. Still another half of this stint to go or so before we get pit stops once more in this one, in this race. Over 9 seconds of a margin now from Volante to Pure Sims. We have a look for the first time in a little while at one of the sport battles going on. SRM Motorsports have found themselves out of position really here. Scott McGarty, the 175 car. This is a team, by the way, that won a race last season at the Suzuka round. So not visiting Suzuka this season. And this 175 car not really been returning to that same form. Their best result so far, only 6th, I'm afraid, at Mid-Ohio, one of the 400-kilometre races. Not even been able to produce a top 5 just yet, and that may not change here once a day. Disappointing really for SRN, Ryan, because as I said earlier, one of the historic iRacing endurance teams, especially, they've been around for a very, very long time.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and they've been at the race in various leagues as well. Like you mentioned earlier, you're in the race in the special endurance events, and yeah, and they also take part, I believe, in a few American sports car leagues as well. So they race in quite a few things, and they've been around for quite a while. But I think it's just the nature of the league as well, the standard of the teams that have entered the series over the past few months or recently. It's just they raised the standard, and sometimes it's difficult to try and keep up the pace, and the pace just gets quicker and quicker, especially in this class.
Yeah, that is very true. The standard of sim racing continues to rise, and we're even we're outside of the World Championship kind of level of things here at the moment. Down the inside, by the way, for RPC Esports nearly, but yeah, as I say, we're outside of the World Championship side of things here, Jonathan, a little bit lower than that. But even here, we've got teams up towards the front like Volante, Pure Sims, Impulse, Maniti. All of these teams very, very big indeed, and the standard of these kind of second-tier names, you could argue, kind of increasing all the time and getting closer all the time as well.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about, I think, sim racing is that you have a lot of different teams, a lot of new faces that can kind of rise through the ranks and become those big major teams that we look for at all the top split special events. And even like in terms of skill rating, like look at these I ratings for some of these drivers, many of them in the high 6,000s, 5,000s, you know, very skilled, very high quality drivers. So it's always lovely to see, especially at a series like IVRA, them kind of rise to the ranks and really show their stuff here and maybe, you know, get noticed and get their team onto the top split in special events and even bigger series down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see some of these guys around in the special events, of course. And indeed elsewhere in IVRA, we've got some very recurring names actually in these championships. Maniti are one of those that actually appear in all three, the endurance, club sport, and GT sprint side of things. We go on board with T3 Motorsport by Maniti though. It's a newly merged team, looking to stay behind the TCR leaders going through here. This is T3 Motorsport, by the way. I know you were speaking about this before we came on air here, right? But racing in the real life as well, they've ventured into.
Yeah, absolutely. The T3 Motorsport, they're a real life team that races in the real world, and quite recently as well, they raced or took part in the Daytona 24 Hours. So, and they've also raced in the JT Masters, I believe, and yeah, I believe they're also racing in real life this weekend at I can't remember what track it is in America, but in the GT World Challenge America. So yeah, they're getting around a bit, and they've been racing in real life for quite some time.
Certainly have. They're elsewhere in sim racing indeed as well, actually. At the moment, I can see. So there we are. But yeah, lots of things going on for them as things stand. Yeah, I said ventured into sim racing as if it's a new thing. They have been doing it for a while. I didn't quite mean it like that, but there you are. Team Motorsport by Maniti then, just on the back of this train right now. 6th place for them in their what's becoming a famous green, black and white livery right now. Having taken many IVRA championships in the past, they're reigning HyperX GT Sprint Series champions. Got their title defence off to the perfect start last Sunday as well. As, dearie me, Harley Houghton, I'm afraid, has had a problem here. Very slow coming out of the Klein chicane there now, and even passed by a TCR car. What on earth has gone on here? Might have been a bit of traffic interaction here with one of their teammates, surely not. Thankfully, their teammates able to avoid them, and everybody, and the Maniti TCR as well, but that must have been a very, very scary moment for everybody, Jonathan.
We already saw a moment like that they mentioned in the IVRA Series Discord. Almost exactly the same same result. They hit the curb too much on that Porsche and it went flying. Olsen's a bit too used to the TCR being able to get through there. Not the Porsche needing a little bit more gentleness over the curbs.
Yes, absolutely. Look at this bounce though. Rear wheels right in the air. And you can see why the car spun out. They can count themselves lucky though, Ryan. They nearly took out a very well-running TCR car just behind there.
Yeah, that was too close for comfort, and the Full Send Racing GT4 car just about got collected by the TCR car as well. That was a lucky escape, and thankfully the GT4 car from Full Send Racing managed to get going again.
Yes, indeed. A little bit of a strange moment there. RPC Sports though overtaken by the 79 Maniti car. Isaac Kane making his way through on Roger Fyrstad Christensen. Now into the top 5 for Maniti. The gap at the front of this race, just over 10 seconds now. There he is. Vince Peters, the Belgian on home soil, driving very, very well indeed in the opening 50 laps of this race. We're approaching 1/3 distance actually already. Race flying by so far. Always don't like to say it, Jonathan, but no safety cars just yet. A very clean race as well. We really haven't, especially what we saw in qualifying. We saw quite a few cars off the road, and you know, I was thinking we could have quite a stop-start race here, but that really has not been the case.
No, a lot of drivers have been very respectful around each other. I think the class interactions have been really good. The passing has been really, really clean. Not a lot of chaos. And like the only at times there's been chaos besides lap one. It's just kind of been self-inflicted driver errors almost. There hasn't really been much of multi-car incidents besides the TCR going into the Porsche on the way to the pit lane. I think is the only one I can think of in the past 45 laps.
I think you might be right. A little bit of a careless moment there from Martin Ashett, but you can imagine he had other things on his mind at that point. Now 5 laps down on the class leader of that car, by the way, Team Huizinveld. And I do briefly want to touch on that team, by the way, here, Ryan, because we haven't talked about them basically all day. Team Huizinveld and TCR, we watched them get pole. It was a very close qualifying session. I thought we were setting ourselves up for a very close race. But look at Michael Schottler at the moment. He's flying 25 seconds in front of the field.
Yeah, I was just about, you beat me to it. I was just about to bring it up as well with the gap in TCR. That's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's the biggest gap we've had in a race so far this season in TCR. So, yeah, that's impressive. Unless they've done something in the pit stops as well, in the TCR pit stops, they've maybe done a short fuel and just not took tyres and maybe just to try and increase that gap and gain the track position. But still, that's impressive.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to say whether it's the biggest gap we've seen all season or not, because I can't remember all of the every moment of this season, even though I've been here for a lot of it. Yeah, I don't know. But either way, very impressive. And it does show as well, given the fact that Schottler wasn't the driver to take this car to pole position, was it? Fabian Siegmann took the pole, and then we've seen Schottler driving away from the rest of the field. So, yeah, they've got at least two very strong drivers for this race today. Into the pit lane now for Full Send Racing and Harley Horton. I'll check the stewards' decisions to see if there is anything there in that, but it's not a penalty. Looks like a pit stop here for the car that was running in second place here, Jonathan. Off schedule though, surely.
It has to for that damage that they took on that curb, and they had to have some issue with the suspension, the drive, the handling. They're getting a tire change right now while they're at it. There had to be some sort of issue that Huntington had to wave and say, hey, we need to come down pit road and look at this.
Yeah, it must have been very serious as well, because you would have thought they would hang on maybe for a few more laps so that they could go one more stop until the halfway mark, but maybe not. Tyres have been changed, and you can imagine they'll be having a look at that floor as well, or the underside of the car at the very least, to see what's on earth has gone on there. It was a huge bounce across the curbs, and here is the 185. No driver change. Horton, yeah, staying out and trying to rectify previous mistakes, you'd imagine. Over a minute now. This is the longest pit stop we've seen in the sport category all day long, discounting of course the already retired Huizinveld car. So this has dropped them to the very back of the field, and it's very disappointing for the team in 4th place in this championship here, Ryan. That's dropping them back a long way, and things continue to fall into place for Fiercely Forward.
Yeah, Fiercely Forward, they're leading GT4 at the moment, and this 185 car being in the pits for nearly a minute now. They're probably fixing that damage, but still, this is pretty much just hindering and hampering their chances of staying in contention for this championship. And Fiercely Forward, they're probably at the moment, even though we're still only on lap 54 at the moment out of 175, they're probably rubbing their hands at the moment with happy smiles.
Yeah, they certainly are. Up through turn 2 again for RPC and Maniti, or T3 Motorsport by Maniti, as they are now. The more flowing of the 3 sectors. Very enjoyable to drive this first sector. I can't say I enjoy the second half of the lap as much, but it's not one of the worst circuits out here. There's no question about that. And I'm sure a few of these guys are certainly enjoying the new challenge here today. Plus we've got a bit more of a familiar challenge in the form of the Red Bull Ring coming up in just over a month's time. Here, Jonathan, it's a nice place to have a championship finale, that one, actually. We had a very interesting either endurance race, what was it, towards the back end of last year now. That went on for, I think that was 1,000 kilometres as well, was it? Or In fact, yeah, maybe a little bit longer than the race in April is going to be. But either way, don't know many people who don't like the Red Bull Ring. Even if you don't, then it's a good circuit for racing. I don't think there's any denying that.
It's a good circuit for racing and even for multi-class racing. I think it's a challenge for each of these 3 classes, and it's going to be a challenge to work through traffic, but there's still plenty of open places to overtake. Not too much in the way of, tight corners where there's walls on either side of him, like here, where we could have seen problems, but we haven't seen today. It's a good place to end, and this has even been a really good race, I think. And we've seen excellent side-by-side racing. I mean, remember the TCR category, that one lap where they stayed side-by-side for almost an entire lap. And so we've seen some really good stuff today so far, too.
Yeah, that was a very nice fight. Lipa Esports were the ones involved in that one. I think it was side-by-side with the 222 Impulse cart the entire time. Miko Garcia was forced to watch because he was stuck behind. It's not the widest of circuits. You don't really want to take it 3 wide so early on into a long race. And so Garcia was not enjoying it as much as the rest of us, I suspect. But either way, those 3 have sorted themselves out now. As I mentioned earlier in TCR, Huysingveld leading by a mile. Michael Polosek has got himself into second, and he's managed to get away from T3 Motorsport by Maniti in that battle for second as well. With Full Send Racing and Miko Garcia now in 4th, and Impulse Racing, Andreas Gilman just ahead of Lipa Esports in 6th, of course. And Tim de Vries for Impulse Racing bring up the rear now in 7th and 33rd overall, I'm afraid. Here are some of those TCR cars, of course. Lipa Esports in the kind of lime yellow / green and black livery. I think I'm pretty sure it's the. Well, I'm not pretty sure. I'm kind of going out on a limb here, right? Are these guys connected to the real life Lipa team that are obviously famous for running Lamborghinis in real life? Are they connected in any way?
I was actually thinking about that. I can do a quick search if you like, and see if there's any connections.
Yeah, we'll have a look because it's difficult to get used to the to the Lipa part without being a Lamborghini. So I do wonder if they're connected, or they may not be. You know, of course, there is real life teams involved here today. We've spoken about T3 Motorsport by Maniti earlier on. T3 Motorsport obviously racing in America at the moment. And they race all over the place, really, throughout the year. But also we've got Phoenix Racing Esport as well, connected to Phoenix Racing in real life, of course. Top 10 for those guys at the moment in the Cup category. As we look back to TCR, these are the guys you were speaking about earlier on, actually, Jonathan. The 222 and the 210 look like they're back for more, maybe. There's just a second between them.
Yeah, they've had a little bit of close combat, and I think they would have another case of close combat again. And these two are close in the standings as well. So for Lipa Esports, and this has been a real change, I think, for them, battling with some of the teams that have the 2 cars towards the top of the standings that know that they can be good. I think this has been a big improvement for them, because normally they've been, especially when we had 10 cars in this class, we weren't even looking at the top 5. And if they go to Atlanta, I feel like they can be good contenders, dark horse contenders for podiums and top 5s the rest of the season.
Yeah, certainly. Well, there's not long to go in this season. Not too far away from pit stops once again here. Lap 57 right now, and we had about 30 laps or so in the first stints. So we may well see some pit stops coming on soon. The Cup cars will probably be first, and then we will see the sport cars and the TCRs as well. Jonathan and Ryan have both been doing digging, by the way, while I've been waffling. And it seems that you've managed to finally get to the bottom of it. They do seem connected by lots of things, Jonathan.
They do seem connected. They've also have the Competa Zone team that mainly runs the Lamborghini. It's just a little difficult to read their website because it is in German. And unfortunately, I can only read English. But yes, they do seem connected. Their shops are connected, and they have the same couple sponsors. So again, another team that has that real world and sim racing connection.
We've also got somebody confirming that in the YouTube chat, by the way. So it looks like your German has served you well there. There we are. Going into the chicane again. SRM Motorsports and Hugh Jass locked together in battle at the moment. And something else we've spotted, or Ryan spotted, further down the order. Harley Horton's 185 car might well be out of the race here. Now 8 laps down on the overall leader and 5 laps down on their class leader as things stand. Might be done, but I have to say I'm a little bit surprised about that, as Hell Racers, we'll get to that in a moment, Hell Racers spinning around at the final corner here. Hampers Baz getting back onto the road but dropping outside of the top 10, I'm afraid, for the number 19 car. Let's see what happens to them. Oh, now this is something you don't see very often. A sport class car there, Ryan, tipping around one of the cup cars. That is a bizarre set of circumstances.
Yeah, that was absolutely bizarre, and it looks like Hampus Baz might have, when he went by the GT4 car, might have just had to slow up a lot more than usual to try and make the corner, or just took it a lot longer than expected to get back in the power, and that might have caught out the SRN GT4 car that was behind, and just slightly nudged the Hell Racers car into a spin. But luckily, the Hell Racers car managed to get going again, and then still in the race, and by the looks of it, doesn't seem to be any major rear end damage.
And briefly on the 185 here, Ryan, as well. Are you surprised that this kind of damage is taking quite so long? Because I certainly am. It's turning bounced across the curbs, and it's been there for 9.5 minutes, nearly 10 minutes now.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I wonder if it's maybe something, maybe suspension damage or steering damage and floor damage as well, or maybe I don't know. Maybe one of the drivers has it turned up or is not prepared, or. But that's a weird one. Maybe they've got more damage than expected, and it's taken a lot longer than usual to fix it.
Yeah, it is weird. Very, very weird. Either way, we are approaching pit stops again. By the looks of things, nearly 30 laps on this stint now for Braden Werner, who was early last time around, let's not forget, so Pure Sims will have to come in sooner rather than later, and here he is. 12.5 seconds down on the leaders now, Jonathan. He's been slowly bleeding time. I'm not sure whether that's Pure Sims falling off or whether it's Vince Peters continuing to pick up this relentless pace which he's setting.
It has to be, I think, a combination of these tires are going to be worn out. He's nearing the end of the stint, so the setup is probably not where he wants it to be. And that impulse machine just being quick, or fuel saving as well. And we haven't really talked about if they're doing any fuel saving. It's difficult around here to do anything, but if Pure Sims is on a certain fuel number, maybe trying to short fill for those halfway points, they're probably saving for those extra 1 or 2 laps to save them some time down pit road.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, the sport pit stops look like they've kicked off, because Jeff Tyler was first in the first round of stops, and now he's in again for the Huge Ass Gold car from 10th place in the standings. Will there be tyres here for the sport cars? That's the question. And what will the TCRs do? You know, fronts only maybe, or something like, you know, it's going to be a difficult one to figure out quite what goes on there. But we'll try and run through some of these class standings as they run after this round of pit stops, as we head towards those halfway points, because it's all about to change really. So no point doing it now. This is Orion Race Team trying to defend as well from T3 Motorsport by Maniti. RPC Esports, don't think they've really made a mistake here, Ryan, but they really have fallen off here. I just wonder if they've taken a little bit too much out of their tyres early on, and they're suffering now late on as this battle really heats up through the kink at turn 6 and into the chicane at 7. That was a very nice move, and Maniti only getting stronger as this stint goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm just wondering if maybe Orion's just been pushing too much at the start of the stint, and they just basically took the life out of their tyres, and it's allowed the 79 Maniti car to catch up and just make a move and start pulling away ever so slightly. And I think Orion, if I was them, I would have been looking after the tyres at the start of the stint, and maybe just as the stint goes on, just starting pushing a little bit more, as it looks like they've got a bunch of traffic, and then they've got the 248 Team Huskenville TCR car and one of the 49 Motorsport cars, I think.
There's 60 laps complete, and Pure Sims are in. Braden Werner outside of the top two now. Pascal Costa gets through, and I think Costa may well take the lead of this race when these pit stops do indeed finish. But it remains to be seen, really. Hayden Bin is going to be getting into the Pure Sims car, so a driver change being made already here as well. There is the pit stop happening. Surely there's going to be tyres here as well Forbin, they're not going to send him out on an old set of tyres. And there it goes up on the jacks. Oh dear me. Two jazz cars getting very close here now. The two McLarens.
Yeah, they're just helping each other along.
Came in absolutely together, and they're going to leave those to tail as well. Out onto the circuit again with RPC Esports. Now coming under pressure from Robin Norberg, and we know how quick Norberg has been here, Jonathan, but it's RPC that are falling back by the looks of things. A mid-30 for them last time around was slower than a lot of the cars around them, apart from Orion Race Team, who did have a little bit of a poor lap, but they're falling back into the clutch of Norberg, who's on the fringes of a top 5 already. Very, very impressive for him.
I think it just shows the speed of this Volante Racing just team, never mind the cars. Like, both teams seem incredibly fast. And it also, I think, shows just the setup differences. I think RPC and Orion really shut up for that middle part of the stint where the tires are kind of at their peak, and now the tires are falling off and they're struggling for grip, struggling for pace. And some of these guys that have set up for these longer stints and set up towards the rear of those light fuel loads are starting to reap the benefits.
Phoenix Racing Esport also in. As further towards the front, T3 Motorsport by Maniti coming. Orion Race Team as well as Vulcan Sim Racing. And look at this, it's a steady stream of cars in now. Fiercely forward, and Hell Racers Tershard also into the pit lane. As expected, really. So what are the pit stop times we're likely to see here? 55 seconds at nearly 56 for Pure Sims. That was a full service for them. And yeah, what are we going to see in sport as well? The huge ass cars also, I believe, unless you can do tyres in 40 seconds in the sport category, which you might be able to do. I think they actually are doing that because everybody's on the jacks here. So maybe that is the case. But either way, they're staying very similar across the board, is the important thing to note. Project Supersonic also into the pit lane right now. And a lot of driver changes being made here, right? It's 6 stints we're expecting throughout this race if it goes green the whole way. And if somebody does the first 2 and the last 2, then I don't think you're going to... Oh, you might actually infringe driver rules there. That might actually be over 3 hours 10. Or would it? Maybe not. But either way, these guys getting out after 2 stints, absolutely expected, and it seems to be the strategy that most people are employing.
Yeah, I had a feeling it's some of these teams would make a driver change, and maybe in a way they've decided, both drivers or the team in general have decided maybe to try and split this race in half. Maybe one driver does the first half of the race, and then the other driver does the last half of the race. So that's my guess anyway, but you never know. Some drivers might do another driver change towards the end of the race, maybe in the last stint, and maybe just stick their quicker driver back in for the finish.
Yep, true. It all remains to be seen. This is Pure Sims, I think, by the looks of things, and T3 Motorsport by Maniti just behind them. Not the car that's running up towards the front. But there is Pascal Costa. Or there was Pascal Costa. And it's Alexander Hetman getting into the car now. So it looks like, Jonathan, single stints for Impulse as opposed to the doubles for everybody else. It might cost them quite a lot of time, though, by the looks of things. Looking already at how far ahead this Pure Sims car already is. And the Impulse car still has 20 seconds to go on the pit stop right now. This strategy doesn't look like it's paid off, I've got to say.
Yeah, it's an interesting call for the driver switch, and I'm a little curious maybe if they are concerned about drive time or if they're trying to just get a feel for who's kind of the fastest right now. It's a little bit of a weird one, honestly, because you don't need to have these single stints unless there is some sort of just out of sim issue or unrelated racing issue that we don't know about that happened with that first driver thing.
Yeah, that is true. There could, of course, be things at play that we're not aware of. Down the inside there for Phoenix Racing on Hell Racers. And side by side straight away with Project Supersonic. That's not what you want to see coming out of the pit lane. And Hell Racers able to get through there. It's a rude awakening for your stint there. Florian Denzler. It's not actually a positional battle, by the way, but still a close moment.
almost was down there for 2 minutes.
Yes. Alexander Hetmank, 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Oh dear. Pascal Costa.
Well, I'll explain it. Oh, and we have
live
another...
pictures as well. We've got live pictures with problems as well, I'm afraid. Hell Racers. And one of the sport cars getting involved here, so a hectic couple of moments there. But first of all, Ryan, you mentioned it at the very start of the day. It's that comment looking very strong now with the Pascal Costa's incident. Let's see what happened here first before we go any further. Ah, dear me. A little bit careless, I have to say, from Hell Racers there to get into the back of that sport car.
Yeah. Sorry, you go first, Jonathan.
I was going to say, I'm going to give a round of applause to the Project Supercenter car that had to stop on a basically no notice to avoid that. I mean, good job by them for avoiding that and making it bigger.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the Hell Racers car should have been a bit more heads up, and maybe just should have been aware of maybe the slightly slower speed difference in the middle of the corner from the GT4 cars. But yeah, it was just unfortunate, but it's one of those things.
It certainly does happen more regularly than we'd like, we'll put it that way. Meanwhile, battle for fifth is going on, and this will turn into the battle for fifth, I think, by the end of the pit stops, will it? Yeah, these guys haven't made their stops, and the reason they're so far in front, for at least in the case of Fiercely Forward, of course, is the fact that they haven't taken tyres again. A triple stint this time, Jonathan, from them. A little bit brave, in my opinion, but if they can make it work, then they're going to be reaping in quite a few points.
If they can make it work. I think my biggest fear is how far those tires are going to fall off, because we already saw a noticeable difference between just 30 laps. There's about a half a second worth of difference. So how far are they going to be able to go, at least managing these tires before that halfway point?
Leader in, and we've got Boujvain Kuster into that car now, taking over from Vince Peters. Up on the jacks, and it's going to be a tyre change, as you'd expect. Orion Race Team, by the way, did a slightly shorter stop there. Only 42 seconds. But they would have gained. But the other Volante car, the 97, has been set back a little bit here. 8th place for them now. Erdin Kalishkan is now in that car, but a minute 11 for them. So all kinds of different pit stop times going on here at the moment. The leaders have basically had the only normal stop, by the looks of things. Out comes the race leader. Exactly the same time stopped as the Pure Sims car, and now they resume the lead of this race. Pure Sims second, ahead of Orion Race Team, a good 10 seconds. Then we've got T3 Motorsport by Maniti and Fiercely Forward battling away. RPC Sports for sixth. Then it's Vulcan Sim Racing, nearly 3.5 seconds in front of Volante Racing Black. Phoenix Racing Esports are ninth ahead of Hell Racers Tershine, who we just saw go around at turn 7. Not too much has changed in the sport category, but Michael Jenny continues to lead. He's got 49 seconds ahead of FRM Motorsports. A huge margin. Expected by RSR. And Alpine Stars Geodetic Racing. Bo Rigura has recovered to 5th, you'll be pleased to know, after his early spin. That's the 3 Hugh Jazz cars, SRM Motorsports, Orange and Semper Racing, rounding out your top 10. And then finally in TCR, Fabian Siegman, the man who got their pole position, is now in the lead. Michael Polasek still driving for Full Send Racing. In second place, T3 Motorsport by Maniti a third. Then the FSR Majors Garage 258, Nico Garcia, he's 4th. Ahead of the 222 Impulse car, Lipa Esports and the other Impulse car. Second in the championship leading into today, but 7th, I'm afraid, and last in the TCR category as things stand. So 67 laps nearly complete. Just over 20 to go until the pit stops, until the halfway point here, Ryan. And these halfway points seem pretty decided at this stage, but we have once again seen a bit of a shuffle in the Cup category, namely, of course, the Impulse Racing car dropping way back, and the 97 Volante car having a long stop as well.
Yeah, yeah, there's a 50 I'm not really surprised about after that incident on the pit entry, but the 97 car from Volante, again, in P8, but still having a great run, but that pit stop they had, they took longer than expected, but still they're back out on track and inside the top 10 and doing well, and at the moment, yeah, like, I have to agree with you as well, halfway points are definitely going to come into this with the championship on the line as well. But back in TCR, we've got this battle for third place as well going on between the 271 from T3 Motorsport by Meriti and the 258 Full Send Racing team as well. The 258 having a good run in fourth, and yeah, Full Send Racing in general in that class are slowly getting through the field, and just it looks like they've got it together now. So maybe they've got the. They're comfortable with the setup, or just comfortable with the track conditions.
Yeah, they've certainly found their feet. Although maybe, not sure what the track conditions are at the moment. Maybe as the track is warming, they're becoming quicker. It's what's it? Nearly 2 o'clock in Sim at the moment. So the temperatures will be reaching their peak. Through turn 4 now in this battle for third. Not really seen too many TCR battles so far throughout this race, and neither of these guys really involved in the championship too heavily. But as we mentioned earlier on, Full Send Racing will want their second car, Jonathan, to do as well as possible to take as many points as possible off of their rivals, of course.
Yeah, and they want their car to be up there as well for the strategy's sake, just to, keep pressure on the other teams, and maybe knowing you have a teammate there close by, that's a bit closer than I think those two want to be at that stage of the race.
Classic TCR battle, a little bit of a bumper-to-bumper action. And a little bit wide from the car in front there. Now driven by Demi and Owen Harris. Meanwhile, the 78 T3 Motorsport by Maniti car has been in the pit lane for well, again. Oh, excuse me, that's the car that's dropped back along a lot earlier. So that's to be expected. Yeah, we'll ignore that and focus it once more on these guys in this battle for third. Lots of geodesic cars around at the moment, both sport cars, of course. But look at the gaps in sport right now. Ryan fiercely forward, 51 seconds in front of SRN. Here is that Porsche. They're in danger of lapping the field here.
Yeah, I'm quite amazed by that, actually, considering they were under pressure from Full Send Racing at one point in the early stages of the race, but that 134 car from Fiercely Forward, they've pretty much just kept out of trouble so far, and yeah, that gap you mentioned is just absolutely... But that was a bit too close for comfort there, but yeah, that 134 car is absolutely doing a great job, and they're just about to lap the whole field by the looks of it, like you mentioned.
Well, they've got everybody a half lap down at this stage, maybe approaching 2/3. So yeah, it's going very well for Michael Joni at the moment. Bit of a strong weave around there from the 162, as Miko Garcia got into the back of them through the climb chicane, or into the climb chicane. Thankfully it didn't turn out too badly for anybody there, but it could have done. And you could see that there's no doubt that Beauregard was not impressed with all of that. Got to be careful of Jeff Tyler not too far behind as well here, by the way. And that's at 138 Hugh Jazz car. The 139 is the one that is third in the championship at the moment, so they may well do a little bit of swapping around. But even so, they're a long, long way back at this stage, 109 points back. So maybe not at the same time. Lap 70 then of this 700-kilometre race here at Zolder. Approaching the 300-kilometre mark now here in this race. And yeah, still just over 100 laps to go. Still no cautions, still no safety car here, Jonathan. It's been very, very minimal contact between drivers, I think it's safe to say. And yeah, it's a nice, clean and green race for the moment.
Yeah, clean and green, no real issues or anything like that has happened between many drivers besides the last 2 or 3 incidents we've saw. Just like 1 or 2 car incidents with just getting through traffic, getting through some of these tight corners. But yeah, it's been really calm and really good, clean racing. I'm actually very happy with the state of racing. I think race control is too, because I don't think they've looked at anything in quite some time until recently.
I'm seeing Alexander Hetmank in the pit lane again here for Impulse, and I think they might be retiring that car. Plus, we saw him, well, it wasn't him, Pascal Costa went deep into the pit lane entry and smashed into the wall. It was a long stop for them, and they dropped back quite significantly because of it. Now, I think they may well be out the race for good, unfortunately. Becoming our 4th retirement of the day. I do just wonder, Tim Batsker sent us a message in the YouTube chat not so long ago that somebody having a speeding penalty, it wasn't down to kind of pit lane time. I wonder if that was the Impulse Racing car we were talking about, because we did note them having a long stop. Maybe they sped on pit lane as well, because let's not forget the line is just after that chicane.
I think he's talking about the 78 machine that's currently under review on race control. They might have a speeding penalty.
Yes, quite possibly, I suppose. Yeah, difficult to know. But either way, there we are. Impulse Racing certainly do seem to be out of this one, unfortunately. 49 Motorsports afraid here are already 1 lap down. The 97 and the 5 are going to have to try and go through here shortly. We have got a drive through. The 179 has got a drive through penalty here, by the way. Semper Racing. Not sure if they've served that yet, but they will have to take a trip through pit lane. We're making contact with that Hell Racers car, if you remember, out of the final corner. It's just to be their fault, and I think that's what you said at the time, really, Ryan, the GT4 car. Obviously, why it was a weird situation, you do have to be careful of the cars in front of you and not just hit the accelerator when you're ready and spin out the car in front of you. So I think we reached that understandable decision, really.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to be, especially the TCR cars as well, and especially just because they were having to go slow, you've got to be careful. But the battle for 8th at the moment in the cup class between the 97 Volante car and the Phoenix Racing Esport car, it's currently going on at the moment as they've got a TCR car sandwiched in between them, so that's helping the Volante car just ever so slightly. But in front of them, it looks like they've got one of the 49 motorsport cars heading down to turn 1.
They do indeed. Though the 3 of them not too close for the moment. There's a number of different battles going on the circuit, by the way. We were touching on that one in TCR for 3rd not so long ago. This is the closest they're out there on the entire circuit. 3-car fight for 4th in the sport category, and the Hugh Jass Porsche here, all of a sudden, a real pace on, and down the inside into 8, late on the brakes on the 164 car. Geodesic Racing team trying to defend their teammates, of course, doing a fairly decent job of things at the moment. It's turn 8. Now the final chicane, and it looks like they might just about... Whoa! Braking on the grass, and somehow... well, that was weird. The Geodesic Racing car was the one that went around. So what on earth happened there? The 138 was on the grass. A good save from them to keep on the straight and narrow, Jonathan, but then all of a sudden, Maximilian Boot just drove off on the side of the road. That was very weird.
Wondering if he thought that Hell Racer's car was coming out, or that UJazz car was going to come at him, and he took evasive action. That's the only thing I can think of. There was a bit of contact. Well,
yes, but I would argue the contact was made before the spin there. It's back going again. I did actually lose positions to both, another Hugh Jass car. Sven Demmel got through in that McLaren. There you can see in the foreground of that shot. But yeah, very weird.
I think we need to see the in-car camera and see if he's reacting to the steering or anything, or something.
Yeah,
Maybe.
not entirely sure. Really. But there you are. Drops down to 7th. And yeah, we'll continue on with their day, I suppose. But yeah, not what you want to see. Meanwhile, getting through on the T3 Motorsport by Maniti TCR car, and a similar battle emerging in the Cup class. Alvar Gomez falling through the field in this fiercely forward Porsche, but it's to be expected, Ryan. 27 seconds of a last pit stop. He is triple stinting these tyres, and fair play to him for trying, because it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I was going to say, trying to triple stint tyres around here, especially Zolder, it's a tough task, because just because of the nature of the corners, the tyres they take a bit of a punishment in some of the corners, the high speed corners, especially this one we're coming round now. And just in front of them, it looks like they've got the 31 car, the RPC esports car of Joe Vigard Goderstad in front of him. And it looks like that fiercely forward car is starting to just fall back ever so slightly at the moment.
The lap time last time around was a mid-31, which is not particularly out of place. Vulcan Sim Racing, for example, was slower, but most of the field indeed are quicker. The relief for them is that Vulcan Sim Racing is the next car. Frederick Van Eekhoven is nearly 20 seconds down on that black and yellow car you can see in the background. So, yeah, they may well be able to hold on until lap 88, and then, of course, they can very much come in here, Jonathan. I mean, why would you stretch these triple stint tyres any longer than you really have to in this one? I don't think they will go any further. Or it could indeed be a part of their strategy, and they might well do it again in the second half of this race if it pays off.
Yeah, if it pays off, but I feel like the net loss of the 25 seconds-ish on track is going to come in lap time. And, you know, if they're only losing about a second a lap, I mean, that's not huge, but you lose all the advantage you just gained by not taking those tires.
We're on board with Erdin Kalaskin. The obviously Volante racing car that started at the very back of this field. Robin Norberg did a very good job to get that car into the top 10. Indeed, knocking on the door of a top 5. However, it's dropped back a little bit now. A 1:11 pit stop there. Roughly 15 seconds slower than the rest, so I wonder if they had a speeding penalty as well, because I think it's 15 seconds, isn't it, for speeding? I'm not entirely sure. Probably should know.
I don't know, would that be reported to race control first, or would that be the iRacing system doing those?
I think the iRacing system will still do it, despite the live race control here from IVRA. I think you still have to be careful of the speed. Well, you have to be careful whether it's stewards from real life or not, but you get the point. Yes. Either way, they've dropped back is the point I'm making. They were behind Tower Racers briefly, I think, but Phoenix Racing are up next, but the gap just extended a little bit to those guys. Alpine Stars Geodesic under a little bit of pressure now, and all of a sudden the huge S cars are starting to climb their way through the field. They started in the back 3 positions of this race here, Jonathan, but they're slowly climbing up the order now. Beauregard's got his hands full now.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of setup, a matter of just getting used to the cars, and a matter of just the strategies working out for Huge Ass. They've never been a team to have really good, fast, single-lap pace, I think, in a lot of the races that I've covered, at least. They've always been that team kind of qualifying midfield, but then working their way up through some solid passes, good strategy, or even just surviving the chaos. So this is a good run right here. The unfortunate part is we're only almost 10 laps away from just halfway, and this is just a fight for 4th place. They probably want a bit more, but affected by RSR is 7 seconds up the road.
Yeah, a little bit further up as there's a big bounce over the curbs there for Beauregard. Down the hill again into the tricky turn 7 chicane with that very difficult braking zone, of course. These guys, by the way, are the last 2 cars on the lead lap in this category. Remarkably, fiercely forward have almost got a minute's lead with Michael Joni. There it is. They're about to be lapped very shortly. Jeff Tyler looking on the outside line, maybe a bit of a fake, and then diving down the inside, but deciding not to. Maybe trying to get the run out of the hairpin this time, and move into the final corner, quite possibly. But it doesn't look like he's quite close enough for that one either. This is the apex there for the 162 at the first pop. It's a very nice exit indeed. And they're going to be staying in front into turn 1, you would imagine. As the slipstream has a real effect. Not a large braking zone here. Quick dab on the brakes through turn 1, flowing corner, and then a little bit more on the brakes into 2. We've seen some moves here, but not too many.
This seems
3 and 4.
Just hard for Tyler to get really a big run. It's that it's a mistake.
A little bit tighter to the corner for Tyler there, but it's not really helping his exit. This is very helpful, Ryan, when you're trying to defend. These good exits from the 162 makes it very difficult to pass, especially at a circuit like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a tight track. Trying to make a move on someone is so difficult, but like Jonathan mentioned, both these drivers are both evenly matched on pace at the moment, so it's Tyler, I guess, will be in a way slightly frustrated, but just in the background there you see you've got one of the cup cars coming through, and just behind that cup car you've got the GT4 Rubik coming up to lap these guys, so it won't be too long before both of these drivers are a lap down.
There is Fiercely Forward. You just saw the yellow and black car just behind. Putting a lap on these cars as well. Only 5 cars on the lead lap in sport. What a remarkable opening half of this race for Michael Janey there. Truly, truly astonishing, really. It really is. Through the final chicane they go again. And out onto the straight. Project Supersonic, by the way, in the pit lane from the Cup category. Florian Denzler. Try and get to the bottom of why that is, because this is certainly off schedule. For any car really should be pitting at this stage. Very much off schedule. So with only 10 laps to go till the halfway mark, we've got Denzler in the pit lane, and this pit stop is bleeding over a minute now. I do just wonder if that car has been into contact somewhere along the line with either something or another car, or what's gone on there. But
they lost 7 seconds last lap, so that's a start.
Now the quest is to find where that happened out on the last lap. It's probably a bit of damage on that car as well that will be telling. Either way, it's one less car for these two to get overtaken by. And just visually you can see the Fiercely Forward car in the background ever closer. It nearly has a minute over SRM Motorsports. And they're trying to, obviously today, clinch this championship 1 round early. And the way they're driving at the moment, Jonathan, there's almost nothing anyone else can do.
Don, it just doesn't seem like anyone has anything for them at the moment, because they almost have a minute's lead. They've been consistently out front. Their lap times are just kind of blazing fast. So the only one in the 134s in class, besides Sven Demel in the 137, who's not too far behind this group of cars here. It's just been domination right now by this 134, and as long as they can keep it consistent and stay out of trouble, there's no reason why they should not be the favorites to win this whole race.
Yeah, we'll obviously do the maths at the halfway stage and see where everybody's at. But what I can say, for if things stay as they are, TCR is going to get quite close, quite tasty, despite the fact the 233 car from second in the standings has crashed earlier on with Martin Asher at the wheel, of course. The sport category very much leaning towards the championship being sealed around early, and the cup category very much changing completely, really, with the championship leaders Alpine Stars Geodesic having their early problem, and then a penalty for rejoining the circuit in an unsafe manner. 20-second stop and go. They're now 1 lap down. So even if they do get kind of back into this one, they're going to be struggling. Speaking of Geodesic, struggling. Trying to keep Jeff Taylor behind is a bit of a struggle at the moment. Into turn 8, around the outside of the hairpin. It's a long way around there though, Ryan, and this is quite a busy place to be making a move like that as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and Yeah, that GT4 leader there, the fiercely forward car, had a bit of an issue there. It was a bit too close for comfort when he got lapped there, but luckily...
Oh no!
A couple of cars are off the side of the track.
Beauregard, after recovering all day long, has got into contact with the 49 Motorsports Cup class Porsche, and this will have big implications. Trying to go on the inside here and shove the 49 Motorsports car out, but he wasn't clear there, in my opinion, and they both ended up in the barriers. That is a shame for both of them, Jonathan, but especially Beauregard, who's been recovering from that early spin, of course. All of that work has been undone now, and he's going to have to come in, surely.
Yeah, there's no way there's not significant damage on that machine to not force a pit stop. Although the 49 is right behind them again, so hopefully those two can play nice. Or not. or not.
Oh dear, oh dear. Beauregard off the road again. I'm sure that one will be under review before long. Here it is, 49 Motorsports trying to get through on the turn 4.
Again.
A small bit of contact with a very large set of consequences for that team, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That was so unlucky for Bo, because he was making a great recovery, and unfortunately it's just not went his way. But again, just look at the angle from above. The two of them have, I don't know if that's the same 49 Motorsport car again, but the two of them have contact again. So just both of them, yeah, it's just unlucky, and I think race control definitely taking a look at that.
There certainly will be. Meanwhile, Lisa Forward been able to avoid all of that and get ahead of both Hugh Jazz cars fighting here. Side by side between McLaren and Porsche. Looks like the 137 has prevailed in that battle. Van Demo getting through. Ahead of Jeff Tyler, who was applying all that pressure, of course, to Beauregard earlier on. And it does mean that Beauregard is going to drop down to 10th place. There's no doubt about that at this stage. And so they're going to drop a lot of points to the fiercely forward car, you would imagine. Yeah, that's a real shame for Geodesic Racing. Hard to call the second one, I would say there, Jonathan, but I don't think, in my opinion, firstly, it was a weird situation to see a sport car. Oh, so we've got more problems at turn 7. The Hugh Jazz cars getting involved with each other, and Hell Racers look like they were involved there as well, Jonathan.
I think one McLaren got too much of the curb, and the Porsche had nowhere to go.
Hell Racers had to go off the track there to avoid.
Oh, that was the third Hugh Jazz car. I was a little bit scared for a second that all three of them got caught up in that.
And somewhere in Australia, David Haynes is having kittens.
It's yeah, it's a danger when you have three cars in the same category. They didn't do this last season, by the way. They spread their forces among all 3 categories. They decided to go out for all of them. Second in Cup in the season, I mentioned earlier on. They won the Sport class as well. They're third in the Sport class this season, but they've decided to concentrate all of their talent into one this time round. And personally, I don't think it's the best idea to put all your eggs in that same basket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was thinking about that. I mean, I guess in a way it makes sense to race in the same class, so you've got teammates to help you, but racing, if that was me, I would be racing the same car, same manufacturer. I think anyway, it doesn't make any sense to race in the same class with different cars. With a McLaren and 2 Porsches, it's just, I think using the same car would have made more sense, just with stuff like doing practice and doing setups.
Here's the leader, Budvine Kuster for Volante Racing. Only 5 laps to go until the halfway stage when he crosses the line. And given the fact that he started the day level with T3 by Maniti, he's going to get himself into 3rd place in this championship. This team, either way, into 3rd place in this championship. Still a good 60 66 points behind Pure Sims, and they're only gaining 5 of those now with this current situation. So it's a start for this team here, Jonathan, but Volante are going to need a little bit more. I would argue, actually, that they actually do need another race win, the third on the bounce, heading into this race. But think of the momentum they would have heading into the Red Bull Ring if they were managed to take 3 race wins in a row. I know it's a long way off, but it would be almost unprecedented in this series.
Yeah, just where that would put them in the series standings. They would be able to probably overtake Maniti and put some pressure on Pure Sims. It just really depends on where some of these other cars are going to finish. The good news is that 62 machine is so far down the order that they'll gain points on them. The bad news is, well, Pure Sims is in second, so you're not gaining much.
Yeah, very true. Apastar Geodesic has just been tailing off, by the way, in this championship. Winning the first race at Motegi, second place at Mid-Ohio, third at VIR, and all the way down in 6th last time at Road Atlanta. And now they're 11th.
They didn't keep the streak of 1, 2, 3, 4 going.
Yeah, that is a bit of a shame. But they'd rather it ended altogether, really, because it's going the wrong way for this team. It is in sport as well. So, yeah, this team's starting to struggle ever so slightly. The 164 at the moment, coming under pressure from the Hugh Jazz team, on board with one of the McLarens. I've got to say, Ryan, one of the best sounding cars on the grid is indeed the McLaren. It doesn't sound all that different to the too different to the Porsche, I would say, but it's still very nice and very good looking as well, I have to say.
Yeah, it's good look. Excuse me, it's good looking and it sounds good, and also from the laps I've done with it offline, it handles pretty well too. So it's a good fun car, and it handles well. It looks like it's got a great run in the exit there, and it's just he's about to pounce and make a move on the geodesic, the 164 geodesic car.
Very nice move from Giovanni Romano, who is into the top 5 now. Neither geodesic car inside the top 5 is not a sentence that those guys would have, or not a prospect that they would have thought possible at the start of this race, but it's all of a sudden become very real for them now. Ujas into the top 5 with 2 of their cars as well. Jeff Tyler and Giovanni Romano have made their way in. So it's all going going well for them and wrong for everyone else as things stand. Only 3 laps to go at the line until the halfway stage. And yeah, we're nearly there. 23 seconds is the margin for Volante at the front of this field. And yeah, we've got a McLaren inside the top 5, which is good to see. Hopefully for future seasons here, Jonathan, we'll see a little bit more variety in the sport category if indeed we do decide to go racing with GT4s again for the next season of IVRA competition. But I've noticed in all of the other series, like in the Endurance series, the GT3s have quite good representation across the board. There's a few different ones in there. Even the GTEs, which are holding on to this season for the Endurance categories, we've got a little bit of variety going on there. In the GT Sprint, of course, we've got a lot of variety as well. It's just basically this category, the only one in the entire IVRA organisation that's so single-minded with its use of the Porsche.
I mean, it started out early, last season that we had a decent split of BMWs and Porsches, and then with the McLaren coming into play, we were like, oh, we'll get like this nice split among all 3 cars, but it's just clear kind of with how the Porsche is, the balance of power, like how that handles, it's just the better car right now, and it's nice to see the McLaren at least get second, but that BMW has fallen a lot away from when it first debuted about 2 years ago, from being the GT4 car to now not the recommended GT4 car.
No, not necessarily. I don't think it's the best looking one and best sounding, but that doesn't count for a lot when you're trying to win races, I'm afraid.
It helps in car shows, unfortunately, but not on the racetrack.
By the Ford GT doesn't get much use anymore in GT3. It's very good sounding, but not particularly quick, unfortunately.
When Quasar Sim Racing was racing the Ford GT and in the endurance. They were instantly a fan favorite just because they were the only Ford GT, and it just looks good. It's just a good race car. It's not fast.
Yeah, it's a bit of a throwback as well to previous times. But yeah, doesn't often get used anymore. We'll see maybe at the Spa 24 Hour once again whether we get another Ford GT on the grid. And indeed to the end of the race, which they got that car to the end of the race in a very respectable position by the end. Meanwhile, Team Huisingveld are leading in TCR. Oh dear, they might be in trouble for that because they got into the back of one of the huge S cars. I think that is the lowest running of the three in the form of...
That's the highest.
Which car is it? Oh no, it's Jeff Tyler, excuse me. A big bounce across the curbs. And Huisingveld got into the back of them. In this situation, I actually don't think there's a lot that they could have done to avoid Jeff Tyler there because he was so out of control.
I just landed on the... When you have a car land on your front hood, I feel like 85% of the time that is not your fault.
This is the onboard shot. And we're going to get a very close-up view of the Porsche here, Ryan. This is something we don't often see. Look at that.
Yeah, it was that 138 huge ass car went for a bit of a wild ride there, and they unfortunately just ran slightly wide and clipped that right outside curb, and just got a bit of air, and unfortunately the DCR car had nowhere to go, and it wasn't a big incident. I think if that was me, that would just be put down to a racing incident.
Yes, it may well be. The other McLaren, by the way, for Hijas has retired from this race by the looks of things. Michael Derby has retired. Origo is still getting repairs. Nearly 10 minutes since his incident now, but he's getting repairs. And if he can get out there before the halfway mark, then he will get into 9th. But I don't think he's going to, because we're on that final lap to reach halfway now, as things stand. Hearing that they might have had contact with their teammate.
That was the incident earlier.
Am I not remembering something here, or?
No, there was the incident where they spun around at the chicane and had a brief... That should not be that bad of damage to retire, though.
No, I agree.
That was a small tap of the... Unless they have, like, massive suspension failure.
No, I agree. That shouldn't really be too much damage, but clearly there has been a fair amount, and didn't really want to continue anymore. They sat there for a good... Well, they were there for 6 minutes already. That's more than I would have expected already. And so you can only assume there was quite a lot left after that, because they decided not to continue anymore. So that is bizarre. But either way, they're out of this race now as we look at Vulcan Sim Racing trying to hold off Phoenix Racing Esport. BC Forward holding off very well on their triple stinted tyres, Alvar Gomez. And Vulcan Sim Racing going backwards here, Ryan. Phoenix Racing Esport looking to make their move.
Yeah, I did notice that Vulcan Sim Racing was falling back a little bit, and maybe it could be, maybe they're trying to triple stint the tyres, and they're just starting to drop off at the moment. And Phoenix Racing Esport right behind them, and I think it's just a matter of time before they make a move and get by.
Yeah, absolutely. Just doing a little bit of maths on the old on the halfway points, trying to see who is going to be where at the end of all of this. Certainly looks like Pure Sims have taken the championship lead by the looks of things with their opening half of this race, as the halfway points have indeed been awarded. By the way, if we're working on odd laps, by the way, it will be whatever the half is and then plus rounded upwards, because if it was rounded downwards, then we'd have 1 lap shorter on the race. If 87 laps was the halfway point, then we'd have an 174 lap race, if you see what I mean. So we'll be doing the maths on that or I will be anyway, in the next few moments, as we look at John Atkinson Jr. here trying to get through on the Vulcan car just in front. It's a very high position for both of these cars, though. They've just stayed out of trouble, really, Jonathan, and they're reaping their rewards at the moment.
Yeah, they're in good spots right now. They've stayed out of trouble, only have minor damage, and I think it also helps that some of the guys around them have had, some pretty chaotic races. You've had the Hellracers 19 car that's had to avoid a lot of calamity. You've had the Fiercely Ford car that's a little bit off strategy, off sequence. It's currently on pit road right now. Miguel Vigo, that's Porsche, was torn up lap 1, and that 49 Motorsports car is well under review with the other Alpine Stars Geodesic car for their incident. So I think it's helped a little bit of the chaos around them, has helped them promote them to where they are right now. And they could be on the verge of a top 5 too if they chase down RPC.
Yeah, they certainly could be. The pit stops commencing once again, though, because it's around that time again. Still no yellow flags in this race. Everybody who's got damage today has been able to drive back to the pit lane so far. Other than in qualifying, of course, but that didn't matter too much. A lot of warnings being handed out in the last few moments, by the way, but Jeff Tyler in the recent moments has got a drive-through penalty and, a stop-and-go 60 that he has not served yet. Or has he? He has served, and Alexander Klenk is now into that car. They've dropped back all the way down to 8th, I'm afraid. Well, I'll say that. I'm not actually sure if that's the pit stop being served or the stop-go. Either way, the 162 and 49 incident is under review now. You just see how many incidents there has been in the last few moments, Ryan, because, well, there's been a flurry of them, because that incident happened, what, 15, 20 minutes ago now, and Race Control are only just getting to that now. So there's been a lot going on recently for them.
Yeah, and there's been quite a lot of incidents, and it's I wouldn't like to be in Race Control's shoes, having to keep up with all the incidents and having to look through them. But yeah, they're doing a good job at the moment trying to get through the incidents and make a decision as quickly as possible. But when there's so much going on, it does get rather difficult at times.
Certainly does. Valente Racing still leading this race then. Just want to touch on the Cup Championship standings briefly now after the halfway stage. Pure Sims Race Esports have taken the lead of those standings by only 3 points ahead of Geodesic Racing, Miguel Vigo, who's just come into the pit lane along with Caden Bin here. They're about 2 laps apart, 1 or 2 laps apart here. But they are in the pit lane together at the same time. That's not all lost here for Geodesic here, then Jonathan. They're outside the top 10. They've got plenty of time to recover here, and they've only got a 3-point deficit to Pure Sims as things stand on the road right now. So all is not lost, but it's not been ideal for them this opening part of the race.
Now the pain's going to be definitely felt in about 80 laps time when we get towards the end of the race, and that 62 doesn't make them enough ground.
Certainly. We'll see. A safety car would help them, but they are a lap down after all, so the limited help for them.
No,
that's how you do it. John Atkinson. Now that is true as well. John Atkinson into the pit lane, and that's how you do it, really, Ryan. With a car in front of you there, you've just got to brake that little bit early. A little bit feels a little bit weird to brake, then accelerate for a short time, and then brake again. But that's the only way to do it, really, without causing an incident.
Yeah, that's pretty much how you enter the pit lane at Zolder. Just slow down a little bit, just give a little bit of space to the car in front so you don't collide with them. Unlike like what we saw with one of the Impulse Racing TCR cars, pretty much just keeping it flat out onto the pit entry and collecting another car. That's not the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they kept it quite flat out, but they misjudged it, certainly. As we see the championship leader in TCR in the pit lane. The championship lead, this is the other one. Their teammates already on the jacks there, as you can see. Miguel Garcia making his way in. That's going to be awkward. Huge S-car side by side with them. As our drone camera looks down on the pit lane at all these cars getting service. Very busy. Oh, and there's a bit more. Oh, dearie me. Thankfully, that car has gone through another. The Hell Race is going through the Geodesic car there, but that was a weird moment, Jonathan. Both of them coming to almost an entire stop on the pit lane, fast lane there. It's not something we see very often.
No, thankfully they were still able to go through each other on that one, but the 5-second rule, you have to only use a certain amount of time to get in and out of your box, and making sure you don't go through too many pit boxes to keep it as realistic as possible. it can create some chaos in pit lane if you're not careful.
Certainly can. And it nearly did there, but yeah, as you mentioned, there are certain rules on not driving through too many pit boxes in this series. You just add to the realism, which we're trying to obviously create here. But it does make it a bit awkward on the exits sometimes. In the pit lane for Vulcan Sim Racing and Orion Race Team, by the way, Simone Passoni is now into the 44 car. We go on board with Hell Racers. We're trying to get through on Phoenix Racing Esport. And John Atkinson trying to gain that little bit of time that will help him to overhaul Vulcan Sim Racing and Frederick Van Eekhoven. We'll see if they can do it here. But, well, yeah, we'll see after all of this. The Hell Racers car, by the way, very short, most recent pit stop, and they're both being caught by the geodesic car behind us. Fiercely Forward come in here, Ryan. They're nearly a lap ahead of the field, actually, as they do that. But they're going to have to give up at least a very small bit of their margin right now.
Yep, absolutely. They've got a good enough or big enough gap behind them over the rest of the field in GT4, and it looks like they're doing a full service. Michael Janney out of the car, and it looks like Reece Carl is taken over now for possibly to take it to the finish.
Yeah, maybe. The calculator at the moment saying we've got 2 hours to go. That is probably quite a good estimate at this stage, as long as we have no safety cars. That's the 49 Motorsports car. Still unsure as to whether they'll be in trouble for that incident with the geodesic GT4. There is Michael Janney leaves the pit lane and is still in that car. So he's going to be getting up towards the 3 hours 10 at the end of this stint. Here we started around 4:15 UK time. We're coming up to 6:45 at the moment, so he's done nearly 2 hours and a half. He can't go on too much longer here, Jonathan. He's got to break drive time rules if he's not careful.
I think the graphics just haven't updated. They did have a driver change. I think Reyes Carroll was the one. He's listed currently on the scoring is in that car. Maybe we'll get a
Oh, you're right.
again.
Yeah. Sorry, I had not updated my time in there. You are completely right.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a moment.
Yes.
The struggles of the virtual world.
Yeah, normally we'd see a literal human get out and another one in, which helps us a bit. But we don't get that obviously in the simulator because they're not physically getting out or getting into the same rig. They are, of course, swapping electronically. This battle, though, will continue. 8th place in the Cup category. And it's now a 3-car battle. John Atkinson is at the front of it. Now we've got Hell Racers and Geodesic just behind in this now 3-car battle. That was a real jump across the curbs for Hell Racers. And we saw that was at least an off-track. It doesn't look like it was a slowdown. But yeah, that was very much a jump across the curbs. 3-car battle here though, Ryan. Very important for Geodesic to get through here. The difference between 10th and 8th in terms of points is very large, and they want to get through so that they can start to chase down some of those in front, because their championship lead has now been lost and they need to try and limit the damage today.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They need to try and get back through the field and gain as many positions as possible, and also as many points as possible, and try and kind of, I guess you could say, it's pretty much the rest of the race is just trying to salvage as many points as possible and to try and get the best result possible. But at the moment, as they've lost the championship lead, and they'll probably be kicking themselves in a way, but it's they've still got a long way to go in this race. We're on, what is it, lap 96 at the moment, but they just need to try and get as many points as possible and salvage the best result possible.
I have seen drama in TCR. Ollie Peacock has just got into the car previously driven by Michael Polasek, but I think Polasek might have disconnected just before that driver change as he pulled into the box, because there was something very strange going on. And
Yeah.
they've all of a sudden dropped down the order quite dramatically.
Yeah, I just had a quick look in the chat and it said that Michael Polisek has had a server is disconnected due to, what is it, incoming packet loss.
And I do believe he was actually in the box at the time, because there was smoke coming from that car. I think as he disconnected, the wheels were just kind of left spinning as it was just sat there for whatever reason. But it was up on the jacks as well, so it was a bit of a weird one. And yeah, they've dropped down. They did get the championship margin slashed to 8 points by Hosingveld. Looks like that 248 car might well take the championship lead if everybody else is not too careful, because both of the other contenders have had problems today. This is music to Impulse's ears, because they won't lose quite so much. But yeah, big drama, Jonathan, for Full Send Racing. They're back out now, but 6th place and over a minute down on their nearest rivals.
It's going to be a long couple 80 laps for that at 285. And I don't think there's going to be much they could do besides a potential safety car changing it. There's not going to be much I think their teammate could really help them with, because they're so far down on the road. They're just going to have to chug along and hope for the best and hope maybe their rivals have other issues.
I think their teammates may well get out the way towards the end of this race and let them through to gain those extra few points.
Well, if they get close. I mean, right now there's 3 cars in between them, so it's a little...
Oh, I know, yeah. However, it's becoming a 3-horse race, really, TCR, in this championship, because the 222 Impulse car's nearly 100 points back. I think it's a 3-horse race, especially with the amount of cars we have left. So, actually giving points to the 222, the 210, actually isn't too much of a problem, really, because I don't think they're really in contention anyway.
No, but I think it's just difficult to get... They'd have to get much closer on track, obviously, because the problem is they are... I think they're almost a full lap. They are a full lap out of that, of their teammate.
They are indeed.
They'd have to stop.
Yeah, I think they may well do, though. That's the thing. We'll see how desperate they get, though, to hand off their teammates some points. We may well find out in the coming 70 laps. Meanwhile, Hell Racers and Geodesic are fighting this one out. Phoenix Racing have been able to get away because of this fighting. And Miguel Vigo is looking to try and get through, of course. Race winner from Motegi. Leader at the halfway stage, was also the winner at the very end. I mean, that has happened once out of the 2 700-kilometre races we've had so far. Volante obviously looking to make that happen again. But Vigo looking to limit the damage that he has, or that has been inflicted onto that geodesic car of the day so far. Phoenix Racing, with a poor run through traffic, has now brought them back into this one as well. So a nice 3-car battle here, Ryan, for what is 8th place, and very important, as I said earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. The important battle when they, especially for the championship, and yeah, the Geodesic just in the background, they're just right behind the Hell Racers car, and they want to get by as quickly as possible. It looks like they've got a run heading down to turn 1. Will they try and float up the inside and make a move? No, they don't. But it's obvious by the looks of things that this Geodesic car is much quicker than the Hell Racers car in front of them, as it looks like they've got the GT4 traffic in front of them as well.
Oh dear, very close. I thought Vigo was going to be able to get his nose down the inside there and prevent the 19 from getting down the inside of the Porsche Cayman there, but not quite able to do it. Vigo stays behind, possibly at this stage, and a bit of bad luck through the traffic as well is going to hamper him through this chicane. Not the worst place to catch traffic, but that still cost him a 10th or 2. So now he's going to have to regroup and try again at some point in this one. Just want to touch on the sport category championship standings as well here at the moment, because Fiercely Forward are having an absolutely dream day. 1 minute 11 is their margin over SRN Motorsports, who have also obviously preventing Fiercely Forward from clinching it here today. At the moment, Fiercely Forward have 122 points, on the field in this one. Hujas a second after moving up ahead of Geodesic by only 8 points. Only 4 points behind that is SRN Motorsports, the team currently running in second. So this championship for second has closed up dramatically here, Jonathan, but Piercy Forward still extending that margin and making it an ever more real possibility that they could be crowned champions today.
And it's becoming more and more unlikely for anyone to even challenge them for the race because they've lapped everyone in their field but SRN Motorsports Black. So every single sport car of the 11 here, besides those two, are several laps down to their class leader, and that's not good for anyone that's trying to compete for the championship. And I think this is good momentum for the 134 heading into Austria, like having that big gap, knowing that all you need to really do is just manage your race, grab your halfway points, grab your final points. Doesn't even matter if you win, you can just grab a podium or a top 5 and you'll be crowned the champion.
Down the inside for Vigo, not quite able to do it again. Hell Racers holding on quite nicely now from that car in behind. Through turn 7, which this complex is all called, of course, and into the hairpin at 8. Is there going to be an opening down the inside this time? With no traffic around, it's difficult to do it there. Here, as by the way, we are on lap 100 of this race now. Into the final chicane again. Vigo's finding this very, very difficult round. You'd expect more out of the championship leaders here, really, in my opinion, but they're not showing the pace that we've seen from them earlier on this season, and maybe there is still something lingering from that contact earlier on.
It's a possibility. Again, they get a run in the Hell Racers car heading down to turn 1, but they're close enough, but they can't make a move up the inside, and I think Miguel will be possibly getting frustrated. But I have to agree. I think that damage might just be costing them ever so slightly with straight line speed, and also maybe affecting the hand run as well. But still, they're really close to the Hell Racers car in front of them, and I think if they can get a good exit here, they might be able to get a run heading down to the chicane. And it looks like Vigo's got the run, but again, it's just a case of not being close enough.
It's a peak down to the inside, but nothing able to be made. Now maybe the opportunity. There's a good run through the chicane that time as the Hell Racers car bounced across the curbs. We saw this last time around between the two of them, but nothing doing again into the chicane. I have noticed a bit of a livery change, presumably last minute livery change for the Geodesic car. I'm sure you've noticed on the roof. A message that I'm sure a lot of people will be behind, I'm sure. But we'll leave it at that, shall we? Vigo's still trying to get through inside the top 10. It's an okay recovery, but really needs more if he wants to win this championship for Geodesic. They've lost their championship lead on only halfway points only, and they would lose another, what would it be, over 50 points if things were to stay as they are for the Pure Sims car. It would be inconceivable at the start of the day that this team would drop behind Volante, but all of a sudden, Jonathan, it's looking more and more real with every lap at the moment. Just over 70 laps to go, and they are struggling.
Yeah, it's just how much damage does that car have? How much handling issues does it have? How off strategy were they put due to having to be down pit road, not only for the repairs, but for the 20-second stop-go? Like, they've been put behind a number of issues. And the recovery drive, thankfully, they still have some time. They still have 70 laps. A lot can change. However, it's looking more and more likely that if we keep going as is, they're not going to get as high as they want to for this recovery drive.
Yeah, absolutely. Side by side up in front, though. Hell Racers getting through on Phoenix Racing. And maybe that...
slow down for sure.
Yeah, looks like it. Maybe that would offer up the opportunity for Vigo. Although still not able to get through. That chicane has produced one or two slowdowns through the chicane there, and one or two passes of position because of it. But Vigo not even able to capitalise on that one either. They're being always a bit of contact through the turn 8 as well. Maybe now there's a chance, but would it really be allowed getting into the back of the Phoenix car and then going through here? He backs off either way and doesn't go through. Meanwhile, in the steward's office, 49 Motorsports car did get a 10-second stop-and-go penalty. Or two of them, actually. However, oh no, sorry, that's an accidental. Oh no, there's two 10-second stop-goes for the same incident for the 49 Motorsports car. That was involving, of course, the 162, which is getting repairs at the moment. Unfortunately, the 49 car has retired from the race due to, I think, other damage, actually, and deciding that if they have to come down and serve penalties as well, that they don't really want to continue on anymore, and so they're retired now to become the 5th retirement of the day. The 162 car, now the last classified car in this race, still getting repairs here at the moment. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Racing car over those curves once again. Vigo not able to make his way through in that 62 car. So they stay as they were. Yeah, just to go back to John Butford for a moment, who's going to drive that car when they come out. At the moment, the 50 forward car is 5 laps down. John Butford nearly 25 laps down. So he's not going to get the 90% here, Ryan. I'm not entirely sure if he gets to the end, will they still get points either way, or is this geodesic car actually going to get nearly 0 points out of today?
Yeah, I think it would be frustrating if, or really frustrating for the team if they did get 0 points, but yeah, I think the best they can do is just basically try and keep going and just hope for the best, and hopefully they can get some points. But at the moment, I think it'll be close, but they might just be able to score points possibly. But I guess they've just got to hope for the best and hope that other cars in front of them, they have issues.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to have another look through the regulations to see on that one.
It is 90. I know it's 90.
Yeah, I was pretty sure as well.
We checked last week, I believe. His endurance used to be 70%, and then that changed to 90 at the transition.
Yeah, we did talk about this last week, actually. It's Watkins Glen. The three, just to go through with this one, by the way, just because, just to kind of clear this one up properly, because this battle is still not changing between the three of them. To be classified, a team has to have used at least 2 drivers, but no more than 4, which almost all of these teams will have absolutely no problem abiding by. Completed 90% of the laps completed by the winning car in their class. That is, so you can't be 18 laps down or more on this particular occasion. At the moment, that geodesic car is now 20 laps down. And finally, you have to abide by the class driver restrictions, which in this case is the 3 hour 10 max driver time limit, which should have been fairly easily abided by all of the drivers. So that's not good for the geodesic team. It looks like they may well get 0 points, but at the halfway stage, I think they will still be classified. So they may well get 19 points, but that's going to be it for the day. And when you figure out Fiercely Forward could well be getting the full 150, really bad news for geodesic.
I think it's even more frustrating to see that those 2 penalties really didn't change much of the outcome of their day. Both them and the 49 are ended up retired cars anyway, and the collisions that happened at least could have been avoided too. They're going to be a little bit frustrated heading into Austria. It's just kind of been this half of the season for them, just a little bit frustrating.
Absolutely. Pretty much confirmed as being out of this championship fight. Not quite officially yet, but almost confirmed at this stage. 49 Motorsports, as I said earlier, out of this race. Geodesic unclassified at this stage.
It's hard to believe, too, that a team that got the full 50 halfway from Motegi, the win at Motegi, second, and the first half of the season gets 3 unclassified numbers, 19 halfway points going into the final race, and might be out of the championship.
Yeah, it is almost unbelievable. They only dropped 20 points throughout the whole first half of the season, and they haven't even scored 20 in the second half yet. That is what a turnaround it has been for that team. At one stage, we really were kind of dwelling on the prospect of geodesic taking 2 titles. But this race here at Zolder has really caused it all to fall apart, and for the 62 team as well, momentum's not going their way either, Jonathan. We spoke about this earlier. But the championship's slipping away from them as well, so from all of a sudden looking like they might well get 2 championships to Are we even going to get one here? That's got to be on their mind at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason maybe that other car is staying in the race, just to help out the Porsche, give them any help in their team chats and their discussion, just to try and get them back into position to really make a run at it. Because right now it's just frustrating. And the good news is they have Vigo, who's a very steady hand behind that car, to kind of guide it to the end. But I can't imagine like the words and the frustration that are going on behind the scenes with that team of, again, in both cases, they had been championship favorites at the end of winter with a fall split, and come into the winter to have this frustrating train of events happen for both cars.
Yeah, and speaking of frustrating, this has to be for Miguel Vigo. Maybe a run here. Now that's a nice exit off of the final turn. Phoenix Racing Esport may well have to do some defending here. John Atkinson at the wheel. He sticks to the inside line into turn 1. Now, a switchback may be for turn 2, although it's defended well again. And Vigo can't get down the inside into 2, or can he? It's a late one, and it's not enough. So they stay in line, and even with a good exit off of that final corner there, Ryan, it still was not enough. As I said earlier, frustrating is the word to be used for Vigo right now. He's got to be frustrated.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that 62 car in general is probably frustrated. I mean, you guys were talking about the run of good form that we're on before this race, or basically last season. They were doing so well, and this season they had a good start as well. But towards the end of the season, it's just started to just fall apart slightly. And I think that's not something, you can't really have bad days when you're in a championship battle and going for a championship. You've got to make sure you've got to have a good race every race and take as many points as possible. But at the moment, this team is being held up by the Phoenix Racing Esports car in front of them, and this is allowing the Hell Racers car to just pull away and just leave these guys behind.
This is what happened when the Phoenix Racing car was actually allowed to pull away, because Hell Racers and Geodesic were fighting quite hard. Roles are reversed now. And it's Phoenix Racing dropping back. These two Cup cars behind, by the way, are not involved in this fight. One of the T3 Motorsport by Maniti cars is just behind. I think it might well be the third placed car, actually. But also we have Project Supersonic, whose most recent pit stop was nearly 8 minutes long. We didn't quite see why, but they have dropped back a great deal due to that long pit stop there. And so yeah, they're now down behind some of the sport class category cars in this race. Strange, we spoke about it a little bit earlier on, Jonathan, but there's still front end damage going on that geodesic car, and I do just wonder whether that is affecting their straight line speed. While we were on board with Vigo not so long ago, we did see him struggling to get close enough for moves into braking zones. And is it still conceivable that that car is struggling for straight line speed, or is this actually a setup thing at the start of the day and there is nothing wrong with this car?
It may just be they're just stuck behind that Phoenix Racing Esport car, because this track is very difficult to pass unless you have like a pure pace advantage. And if this is a geodesic car that's a little bit hampered with that little bit of damage and maybe a little bit of handling issue, and yeah, it's perfectly conceivable to be stuck behind the number 5 for a while. It's not like this Phoenix Racing Esport machine isn't quick. Like, all the way up in 6th. That was a slide that might get them a little bit of a award or need a change of pants later on.
It'll certainly make you sit upright. That was
I think everyone behind them sat upright too.
Yeah, probably. You would imagine. However, I think the one saving grace here for Vigo is the fact that he can short stop, if you like. And there's contact made. Is that SRN running second at the moment in sport, or was that a different car? Might have been different, but contact made with Vigo and a GT4, and now he's under pressure from one of the Maniti cars. Not in the fight for a position there, but still has to hold him off. To add to his woes here, Ryan, he might get in trouble for that incident as well.
Yeah, I believe that was the second place car in the GT4 as we're just about to look at the replay now, and the Vigo goes up the inside, up the 179 SRN car, and yeah, there was a slight bit of contact. I don't know who you would blame for that one. I think that was just a racing deal, and maybe the 179 just turned in and thought that the Vigo was had the move done.
Yeah, it was Semper Racing, by the way. I misidentified that one initially. 179 instead of the 174. So there we are. Now down in 7th place in class. But yeah, there we are. Disappointing for them. And oh, off in the background there, I'm pretty sure I just saw Miguel Vigo off at the final chicane. Not sure.
Oh, he's gone from the screen.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah,
he was just in front of the Maniti car, and this is exactly what happened. Bouncing across that curb, we saw. Oh, it was a save from a spin rather than a real incident, but still cost him a little bit of time. We spoke a little bit earlier about these curves, so not really thinking about the final chicane, but either way, he's come unstuck there, Ryan, and he's just out of the rhythm at the moment. Really not driving how you'd expect to see him.
Yeah, I think he's just getting frustrated now, and yeah, I can understand the frustration. It just after being caught up in that incident. As the Phoenix Racing Esport car tries to take a look up the inside of the Tim Huskenville TCR car, and has to take kind of avoid an accident, not to run into it. But I think maybe just that car has outbraked itself there, but that could have ended up in disaster.
That mistake from Vigo had been building as well, hadn't it? Because we saw only one lap ago, Jonathan, that there was a big slide on the exit of the previous lap for that final corner. So Vigo's either on the limit or struggling right now, or maybe both.
I say a combination of both. He's got to be on the limit, trying to find as much time as possible to try and get that car back into position. And it's not inconceivable. They're not far away from 7th or 6th place. It's just the damage, where they are in the field, the traffic, getting stuck behind that number 5 machine for so long. It's just frustrating, I think.
Yeah, it certainly is. For the moment. SRM Motorsports Orange, by the way, just got through on the 164 geodesic car. And here is it. Here is that battle. Ryan Huff making his way on past Maximilian Bui. And officially now, the 162 car of John Butterfoot is out of the race. Realising that they won't be classified, won't score any points, they become the 6th retirement officially in this 700-kilometre race.
On the road for 20 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of damage. This is how that pass was made. A real bounce across the curbs there, Ryan, and a pass on the grass from SRM Motorsports to make their way through.
Yeah, passing the grass, that was a good move, I guess. A bit brave, but it was a good move, and managed to get the move done. And yeah, doing well at the moment. So, but you still got not too long in the race left, but still they just need to finish and get to the end of the race. And they've had a bit of a quiet race, this team. They've just went about their business and they've been getting through the field, and yep, they've been rewarded at the moment.
Now this is the first time in the race really where we've been able to take aim at the end of the race instead of halfway with an eye on the end, or the other way around, depending on what team you're on, I suppose. Now we can fully focus on the end of this one. This is not like Road Atlanta here, Jonathan. We've got a very comfortable field situation for everybody because they can all do 30 laps. So they can all, if this race was 182, it would probably be fine, to be honest, on the same amount of stops that they're going to do today. So are we going to see a lot of people coming in early here, in the next 2 or 3 laps, really, to try and get out of the traffic that they're in, and so on and so forth, to try and back time this race almost? We talk about this a lot in the very long endurance races, like the 24-hour races, the 12-hour races, and so on. As we can throw that all out of the window. Safety car is out on the circuit for one reason or another. On lap 112, the big lead for Volante wiped out. Fiercely Forward's GT4 lead mostly wiped out as well. And Team Huisingveld's nearly 1 minute lead is wiped out. This is why Liper Esports contact... well, a strange accident, we've got to say, but off the road, unable to go anywhere. Absolutely no way of recovering that car either without a safety car either. So Lipa Esports will be down the order. Impulse Racing might actually be able to gain from that depending on how long the pit stop is. But we have a safety car here, Jonathan. And this does make the race very, very interesting. Very different to the situation we had only 5 minutes ago.
Well, now we get a restart. Now we get a chance for people to come down pit road. Now we get a little bit more chaos added to our to our race. That was just a my comment on that incident is, well, clearly I don't know what, like, Kai Hitzler had to say something rude to that wall or for something reason or another for it to violently shake that car around like it did. But now we get almost a complete reset of everything, and this may be advantage Pure Sims because now they're going to be right up close to Volante and able to put some pressure on them.
Yeah, let's not forget that in this series, it works differently to the Endurance series. The Cup cars will all start lined up in a row at the front of the field. You won't see any other class start this race. You probably won't see any Cup cars. I don't think you'll see any Cup cars embedded within the field a little bit further down. They'll all be moved up, kind of like we see in recent years with the DPI cars in IMSA, for example. None of them start embedded within the pack, just to make things a bit easier. However, there are lap cars involved there. Now, if they don't get waved around here, if they don't stay out and decide to take the wave around, then there will still be cars between Pure Sims and Volante. So all is not lost here, Ryan, but most of it is lost. Volante are going to feel like their world has kind of started to cave in here.
Yeah, they're not the only team that will be thinking that. I think Fiercely Forward will be thinking that as well in the GT4 class, because they had an enormous lead, and I think that lead they built up has pretty much just been wiped out. And I'm interested to see if when the pit lane opens, what teams will dive into the pits and take fuel, or maybe take fuel on tyres. I'm guessing the leaders in the Cup class and GT4 class and might dive into the pits and just top up on fuel, and maybe, I don't know if they'll have to make a splash and dash towards the end, but if they do, they might try and make that splash and dash stop now and top up and maybe try and cut it out.
I think they should be fine in terms of splash and dash. At the moment, Volante only 16 laps into their stint. So, they can go another half stint here if they want to. But I don't think they will. With 60 laps to go here, Jonathan, are you expecting most of these guys into the pit lane here or not? We were looking at 30 laps a little bit earlier on. It looks like it's set itself up really nicely for everybody.
I think mostly everyone can get on one stop from here to the end of the race, especially if the safety car takes a bit longer to sort everything out, get everyone into the proper positions, get everyone down pit road when they need to be. Then I think it's perfectly conceivable to do it on one more stop, which it might make everyone's head easier on the strategy, because I think we were getting into that point where the race had been green for so long, everyone was like, all right, are we sure we're in the fuel number? Are we sure we did the tires correctly? It's also a good chance for people to take tires now, too. They're not going to lose too many positions under caution compared to green, or at least a lot of time if everyone else takes tires, but it just kind of depends on where they are on the strategy side.
I would certainly take my last set of tyres here, I've got to say. And you can double stint to the end of this race. A very nice stint to the end. Also predicting an hour and a half kind of to go at the end of this one, which makes the fuel seem very, very comfortable for everybody. Really, as things stand. About half a lap to go until we get towards the pit stops here. Also got to think about those guys one lap down here, Ryan. They've basically got to decide between getting their lap back and pitting here, and I know which some of these guys are going to choose. I think they'd rather their lap back, really. Yeah,
I think some of them will be thinking that they'll want their lap back and stay out on track instead of pitting. If they pit when they're one lap back, I think they run the risk possibly of maybe losing another lap. But I think if I was them, stay out, try and get that lap back, and just hope for the best, really.
That's all they can do. So then, looks like the field is nicely ordered, if everybody's followed the orders correctly, that is. We have seen some people not following in the past, but no pit stops this time. It looks like the pit lane might not be open. Unless everybody really is just deciding not to pit here, which would be bizarre. I don't think pit lane is just open yet. Let's not forget, of course, that these the IVRA race control do not open the pit lane at the same time as the iRacing one, so you do have to listen to the orders very closely to make sure that you don't break the rules, basically. We've got a couple of more incidents to be under review. The 222 and the 285 are under review at the moment. That's Impulse and Full Send Racing. I didn't quite realise they'd actually... I think they might have been a lap apart when they had some kind of altercation. But they're in trouble for some reason. Both of those cars obviously trying to recover after having difficult days so far. But yeah, TCR is going to be a very, very interesting one as well. There's still 4 cars on the lead lap there. They're going to be right up close together as well. Jonathan, maybe Huysingveld might not run away with it completely like they did earlier on. We'll see how they kind of adapt to a restart.
And that 271 is a wild card. It's got Damiano and Harris, the former Fiercely Ford driver, behind that wheel. He's quick in that TCR machine for Fiercely Ford, and he's been quick so far for Maniti. But now you bring Full Send Racing, the 258 and even the 222 into the conversation. So now Huysingveld, after spending a nice Saturday drive in this area of Belgium, has now a bit more company than I think they wanted for.
They would have certainly liked to see this race go green until the end. Cautions, of course, Ryan can break cautions as well, so this restart you're going to have to be very, very careful. You're going to be watching out for lots of different things happening, and hopefully we do go green to the end after this, but it's very possible that we don't.
Yeah, you never know with it getting to the end of the race. You might see some people starting to, maybe try and get their elbows out and get a bit more aggressive towards the end, and with that as well, there's a good possibility, like you say, there could be another caution towards the end of the race. But wait and see. But yeah, I feel sorry for the leaders in the classes that the Cup and the GT4 class that have built up good big leads, and has basically been wiped out as I say that the GT4 leader has just dived into pit lane.
Yeah, pit stops are underway. Volante Racing in. Both cars for Volante into the pit lane. So Pure Sims and T3 Motorsports by Maniti. Phoenix Racing are in, as well as Alpine Star Geodesic Racing, the GT4 leaders in the sport category. Indeed, are into the pit lane. SRM Motorsports might well be as well. They're the only two cars, and they are indeed. They're the only 2 cars on the lead lap there. RPC Sports and Orion Race Team, the final 2 cars on the lead lap in the overall race, also into the pit lane. This is the view on back at everything and everyone, all on the pit lane here together. Hopefully the green light will be on at the end of pit lane before anybody gets there, because otherwise it's going to be a very, very messy situation for everybody. Huysingveld dip out from TCR first. They've had a nice quick pit stop, and this is what happens. The TCR cars often have very quick pit stops compared to the Cup cars, and they get out in front. Orion Race Team, very quick from them, and they take the race lead. The 44 team have had a master-stroking strategy to get themselves in the lead, but will they hold on to it by the end is the question. Out come all of the TCR cars as things stand. Still waiting for the likes of Volante and Pure Sims to exit the pit lane right now. Still waiting for these Cup cars. RPC are leaving right now, and Pure Sims get in front of Volante by the looks of things. Then it's RPC, then Maniti, and Volante still haven't left the pit lane. This is unbelievable for the 96 car that's led all day. And Budrijn Kuster, all of a sudden, Jonathan has to do all of this work from 5th place on the restart.
I'm wondering if they had some sort of repairs to make on that machine. But I also saw they were on the jack, so they definitely took tires, and same with the 4 cars ahead of them besides Orion. Orion must have not taken anything. That must be a car with double stinted tires on it, and that's going to be That is going to be a little bit of a tricky scenario on this restart. Also, very rare that we see the pace car all alone, but those that didn't pit all got a wave by, so that is why we see this lonely Benny the pace car driver.
Well, they've got to wait for the leader. There's Hosingveld, the first team to leave the pit lane. But they may well get waved by as well here. Because he needs to find the leader, does Benny. Just behind Hosingveld. The Orion race team have the lead. But then again, if they let Hosingveld through, they're going to have to let the entire TCR field all over again. So they might not want to do that. We'll see how it works. But we've got a little bit of sorting out to do here. So, the cars on the lead lap in the Cup category are Orion Race Team first, then it's Pure Sims, RPC Esports, your top three, then T3 Motorsport by Maniti and Volante Racing, the top five. Vulcan Sim Racing, Hell Racers and Fiercely Forward have all got back onto the lead lap again, and they are 6th through 8th. In the Sport category, there are now 4 cars on the lead lap. Fiercely Forward still have the lead, of course, ahead of SRM Motorsports. Then it's Hugh Josh White and Vector by RSR. And the fact that the 139 is back on the lead lap is very big, because they will limit the amount of points they lose to force Fiercely Forward and could prevent them from winning the title today, as those who got the wave around are pitting on the most part here. In TCR, there are now 5 cars on the lead lap. Husingveld leading ahead of Full Send Racing and Thomas Benginger. There's T3 Motorsport by Maniti, Impulse Racing 222, and the Full Send Racing 285. Crucial for them to get on the lead lap again here, Ryan. Ollie Peacock's back at the front of the race, 5th place at the moment, but he's got the opportunity. First will only be starting a few cars in front of him, so the amount of points he looked like he was going to be losing earlier on has really been limited now.
Yep, absolutely. I think that 285 car, it wasn't really going well for them for basically the first half of the race, but this caution in a way, it's gave them a lifeline, and they gave them a chance to get back into this. And like you say, the cars in front of him, or basically the leading cars in front of him, are basically just right there. So he's got a golden opportunity to try and make some moves and try and possibly get onto the podium.
Yeah, absolutely, if you can. Turn 8 goes to the pace car. Can everybody get out of the pit lane in time to stay on their respective laps? They can indeed. So everybody who got the wave around there manages to retain their lap despite making a pit stop. So, as I mentioned, 8 cars involved in the Cup fight for the win in the final hour and a half of this race. There will be 4 Sport cars, maybe 5 actually. Alpine-Star Geodesic Racing Echelon have managed to get themselves on the lead lap as well here. And there's 5 cars in TCR as well to be reckoned with. Very high pressure restart coming up here, Jonathan, though. They've got a lot of time to think about it as well, and a lot of time to think about how the first restart at Road Atlanta went.
A lot of time to think, a lot of time to kind of strategize, place yourself in the right position. Just gonna wait and see how it all kind of plays out, especially with a car that has double stinted tires. I think that's going to be the key here. Orion is going to be on much older tires than the guys behind him. Is he going to be able to get off the line quick enough?
That is the key thing. I just want to see how many lap cars there are going to be between these Cup cars. So Orion are first there, as you can see. I think these lap cars are going to be moved out of the way. That's what we saw at Road Atlanta. And here we go now. The Cup cars being moved up towards the front. So Orion versus Pure Sims, that's going to be absolutely locked together for the 2 of them. Geodesic are going to be next. So RPC have got a couple of cars between them and Pure Sims, I think, by the looks of these camera shots. Yeah, so Geodesic, then it's RPC, then T3 Motorsport by Maniti. That is 4th position between those 2. And then we're expecting the Volante car, but that may well have some more lap cars in behind. Trying to strain our eyes to see in the background of these shots at the moment. I think there may be one car between them. Project Supersonic are indeed between them. So, it's relatively close here, Ryan. Ryan are going to be under a lot of pressure off of this start. There's no doubt about that. But further back from that, there are a couple of cars separating these leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some cars in between them, so in a way, Orion and Pure Sims have got a bit of breathing space. So yeah, I think but nevertheless, this restart's going to be interesting, and I think don't be surprised if you see teams in the restart getting aggressive and trying to gain some track position, especially that 96 Valenti racing car, because they'll be feeling slightly frustrated, I think, after that pit stop after leading most of the race and falling back to P5.
Yeah, absolutely. What can they do off of this restart then, Valenti? They have been leading all day, but they haven't been in the pack the entire day here, Jonathan. Is it going to be a bit of a shock to them to suddenly be in the pack, or are they going to be able to use that pace that they had earlier on, even though they are a little bit further down in the field?
It'll be interesting to see. There's a lot of drivers that are in the cars right now that were not at the start of the race, so they might not be used to all the closest of all the cup cars next to each other, all the sport cars next to each other. So we'll have to see. I do believe in Kuster's abilities to get that car back into the podium quickly. It's just, well, a lot of these guys he's been racing with have been so far apart by each other.
Yeah, there have been some big gaps today, but that was all changed now. It's going to be just over 50 laps to go when we go racing again here. Those making final pit stops without tyres are going to be making very short stops as the lights go off on the top of the iRacing safety car. So we are going to have 56 laps remaining in this race. How quickly, how and can Orion hold on to this lead is the question. Pure Sims Esports are right behind them. There's a lap car and then a few more of those cars on the lead lap here, Ryan. The odds are stacked against them, but they've got the track position, and we've seen that it's not the easiest track to overtake on.
Absolutely. I think the question, can Orion race team hold on to this lead when we get going again after this restart? I think they might be able to hold on to this lead for a little while, but I think Pure Sims Esports, especially with Kate and Bim behind the wheel, I think they'll be wanting to get into the lead as soon as possible and try and pull away, maybe build a bit of a gap, because Orion race team, yeah, they're a quick team, but I wouldn't say that they're as quick as Pure Sim Esports or even P3 Motorsport by Maniti or 8 Valenti Racing. I think if Orion race team get away and have a good restart, they in a way they could use Pure Sims and RPC Esports to try and, or even the T3 Motorsports by Maniti as well, and use them to try and build a bit of a buffer between them and Valenti Racing.
So Simone Passoni slows up, allows the safety car to pull into the pit lane, and we get ready to go racing. 56 laps remaining here at Zolder in the penultimate round of the IVRA ClubSport Series race. The green flag ready and waving as Orion race team take the lead as the green flag waves into turn one. Pure Sims right behind them, challenging them for this race win, and the Sport and TCR cars, of course, battle their way on down, but further down as well, as Fiercely Forward and Team Huisingveld try to hold on to their lead through the first few corners. So far, Passoni not showing any signs of being on the older tyres, but a little bit of a slide through turn 4 there. Further back, RPC Esports really showing signs of it as Vulcan Sim Racing go round here at turn 3. An early bit of drama here, Jonathan, that we didn't really want to see for those guys.
No, and they're going to be falling behind significantly because they were right up in the thick of things, possibly on the edge of a top 5, and now they're going to have to fight back.
Oh, more drama. Hell Racers have been off as well at the chicane there, and so they're going to have to get back going once more. a couple of problems that we'll have to look at in a few hours' time from that opening stint. Just losing it through turn 3. You very rarely see that. That's got to be down to cold tyres here, Ryan. You've got to be careful with warming them up. And if not, then you can have consequences like that. Spinning out at a corner we really don't see as much of a problem normally. And locking the rear brakes, that seems to be a bit of a temperature problem maybe as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I did notice with this car as well, with the laps I've done offline with it, if you downshift too quickly or you're too aggressive on the downshift, you can lock the rears on this car. So you've got to be really, really careful with your downshifts and not breaking too hard either, otherwise you'll just make the rear snap. But back up at the front, this battle for the lead between Orion and the Pure Sim Esports is starting to get rather feisty now, and it looks like Kane Bint is wanting to get by as quickly as possible, and looking very, I wouldn't say erratic, but he's showing that he's not wanting to iron a rank too much.
Oh, he isn't. Getting a bit applying the pressure now. Miguel Vigo's not too far, well, excuse me, it's Graham Sanders who's got into that car in the most recent round of pit stops. Wasn't able to get the wave around quite, but he would very much like to be back on the lead lap in case there is another safety car. There's one coming out now, really wouldn't help him that much. But it's unlikely that the two leaders will really get away from him here, especially given the state of Orion Race Team's tyres here. Simone Passoni's going to have to do a fantastic job with them to hold on in this one. I think the one advantage he does have it is that RPC Esports is holding back Beniti and Volante at the moment. There's a bit of a battle going on for third here, Jonathan. It's not falling in the favour of Beniti or Volante, it's going in the favour of these two out front.
I think we've seen like the pace on new rubber is quicker, but just the inability to make a good solid pass. You need to have almost half a second to a second difference in pace just to make an even reasonable move down the inside somewhere.
And that is the struggle through turn 1 and 2. As you mentioned, difficult to get through, and that's the track position factor seems to be outweighing the new tyres factor as things stand. Remains to be seen how these are going to fall off for Passoni, but for the moment they're holding up very well.
Not even that slow, because Hugo Charret and for Fiercely Forward, who was in 6th, like he's been left in the dust. He's got 5 seconds back to the next group of Cup cars after this group of 6 here.
Yeah, he certainly has. For whatever reason, RPC Esports not quite able to hold on to the back of these guys. And the drivers a bit further down are already quite a few seconds down at this stage. 5 seconds back to Fiercely Forward after that. And obviously the issues for Hell Racing and Vulcan Sim Racing have set them back a little bit as well on this restart, with just over 50 laps to go here in this race. To the final chicane again. And it is so difficult to get through here, Ryan. You've got to say that traffic may be the only answer at this stage.
I think at this point of the race and at this moment in time, I think Kane Bint, his best opportunity is when they come up to lap the traffic, because it looks like they've got a GT4 car just coming into the pits by the looks of it, and I think it was a GT4 car. It's just in front of them actually. So yeah, it was coming out of the pits. So this might be Caden Bint's best opportunity if Passoni gets held up ever so slightly.
The victor by RSR, that is, dropping down to 8th place, which is for them. Must have been a fairly long stop as well, actually. Nearly 2 minutes off of this restart. I wonder if they came into contact with someone or something on this restart there, because they were on the lead lap battling it out. Now we've only got 4 cars again on the lead lap in the sport category, but 5.5 second lead already for Fiercely Forward, restoring that lead straight away. There was Reece Carroll, and so fair play to him for that one. This is the Volante car that's led all day long. Can they get through into turn 8? Oh, down the inside, 3 wide moment, very nearly deciding to back out of that one there. Probably a sensible decision. But Volante marred in traffic, Jonathan, not something they wanted to see at all, and not something we expected to see about 15 laps ago, as the challenge for the lead is certainly on.
Ben's going to be looking for any opportunity he can get. Now he's so close to the slipstream, he might be able to make a dive down here into one.
Here he goes. Inside line for Caden Bin for the race lead. Here at Zolder, around the outside for a ride on the old tyres. It'd be a fantastic job for them to hold on, but it looks like they may well have done. Inside line for turn 2. Around the outside for Caden Bin is going to get the momentum through turn 3 as well, as they still go side by side. But the inside for 4 surely is going to prevail, or is it? Bin is a long way alongside, and he's actually through, sweeping right around the outside there for Pure Sims Esports. And a Ryan race team on those old tyres couldn't hold on any longer. Caden Bin with a very nice move into the lead of this race.
It's just a beautiful move, but really respectful racing right there from Passoni, like giving him the correct amount of space on that outside line, not running him off the road. Like, that was just good, clean racing from both these two.
It was indeed. ClubSport Esports, by the way, have been given a drive-through penalty for an unauthorised tow back to pit lane, but they're out of the race anyway, I think, at this stage after their incident with the barriers. Speaking of TCR, side by side between Impulse and T3 Motorsport by Maniti, that's a 222 Impulse car we're speaking of at the moment. This car trying desperately to stay in front of the 285, especially to take some points off of their teammates, championship rivals. Side by side though into the chicane, and the inside line may well prevail. A bit of a squeeze there, but just about enough room given there, right?
Yeah, just about, and good hard racing between both these cars, and just behind us, T3 Motorsport by Maniti Racing car is one of the full send racing cars, and full send racing is one of those races of what could have been, but it's unusual for full send racing because they're normally up at the front, but it's just been a bit of an odd race, you could say.
A little bit. Back to the leaders. Caden Bin still out front after making this move about 1 lap ago. The Alpine Stars geodesic car, by the way, has got out of the way. Graham Sanders decided that he didn't want a part of this leading battle while he's 1 lap down. No incident found, by the way, between the 285 and the 222. So there's no action being taken there. However, there are still lots of incident reviews going on, especially notably for the 79 Maniti car. That could be big for this race. Indeed, Jonathan. The 79 car is very much in the running for this one, 4th place at the moment, but under investigation with the 174 involved as well.
I think that was with the incident right before the caution. We saw the 174. No, that was a different car. That was the Simple Racing. So I don't know what this one's about. That's interesting. It was right after the restart, so that will be interesting to see. And then we saw the 172 vectored by RSR car slow and took a 2-minute pit stop. We're wondering if there was issues with that. That's a GT4 getting turned around by a TCR machine.
Yeah, the Huge Ass Gold car, I'm afraid, was lapped down already. They're 7th now. Alexander
You don't see that every day.
No. Certainly don't. So, here's another replay, by the way. Dear Phoenix Racing Team this time. Losing it on the brakes, rolling back onto the racing line there a little bit, but managed to get back going again. They were 1 lap down already, and they've dropped behind Geodesic and Volante, being 1 lap down as well. But I have to say here, Ryan, I'm very impressed with the 44 car. Old tyres, and you'd expect the Pure Sims car to get away at this stage, but it really isn't doing that so far.
Yeah, Caden Bin's not getting away as much as I thought he would. He's actually, well, just looking at his pack of cars behind, Caden Bin's still under pressure from Passoni, and also these cars behind one of the cars in 3rd place, that's the RPC Esports car, and the 79 T3 Motorsport by Maniti car as well, and a few back markers as well by the looks of it. And also involved in this pack is the 96 Volante racing car. So that Volante car, even though they lost time in the pit stops and lost a few positions, falling down to P5, they're still on this.
Yeah, they certainly are. I'm not sure why their pit stop was so long, by the way. I know they took tyres, but 1 minute and 7 is 20 seconds longer than it should have been, really. Down the inside for Maniti, though, on RPC Esports. Racing through turn 4, don't so often see side by side through there, and Maniti might pay for this with Volante right on their tail. Not able to get through there for Kuster. Oh, big slide once again from Gunnestad. And maybe he's going to be under pressure here once again from Maxime Marriott, trying to get down the inside to 7, but he's not able to. So it looks like we're going to see a move from Volante instead, but not quite able to do it here. Getting restless in this pack here, Jonathan, to say the least.
He's trying to take advantage of that RPC car being in front, but that RPC car, it's handling a little poorly, but it's still quick. And now here comes another dive. That's a dive.
Oh, Kuster into the side of the Maniti car. Gave just about enough room, maybe, on the exit of turn 8. But that was a proper dive from Kuster. Was not willing to wait around any longer behind Maxime Marriott and decided he was going through. And he made sure he was going to. An aggressive move there, Ryan, but it had to be done.
Yeah, absolutely, it had to be done, and you can't really afford to be basically wasting any time. You've just got to, if you get the opportunity, especially in the early or the closing stages of this race, I should say, you've just got to take the opportunity and go for it.
Yeah, you can't wait around, really. Now Kuster's through to 4th. Gunnestad still up in front of them.
Like
behind. The geodesic car didn't want to be a part of that, Jonathan. They lapped down and really desperate to not be race defining, really.
I like the respect, though. He pulled right out of the way. I do want his opinion on that incident afterwards. I will find Graham Sanders after this race and make sure, like, hey, do you remember that incident on 127? Yeah, I need your opinion on that, because I'm like, I don't know. It was a send. It was aggressive, but was it necessary?
I think for Volante, there is a danger that Pure Sims Esports get away here. They stay too long in a bit of traffic. There is a danger that the 16 car gets away. In the battle for second in TCR, there's 4 cars involved now. We've got Full Send Racing, Impulse Racing, T3 Barmaniti, and also the other Full Send Racing car. Oh no, we don't indeed.
They're almost a lap behind.
Yeah, there's another Impulse car here, but that is 6 laps down on these guys. So for some reason, Ollie Peacock not quite with these guys as I was expecting him to be, but this is what we were hoping for from TCR, really, Jonathan. It's not closed up for the lead. That's nearly 10 seconds due to the amount of cars that Huizenveld, lap cars that is, that Huizenveld had between themselves and these guys, but the battle for second looks like it's going to stay very close.
Stay very close, and it's very important for the points battle, especially with so few positions in this class. So this is going to get pretty feisty pretty quickly. I do like how it's really well behaved now, but come in a few laps time when the sport class comes on through, and the cup class comes on through, which there they are, it might get a little more chaotic.
They're right on cue. Here they are. It's indeed a Cayman going up on these guys as well. But there's Caden Bin making his way through on his first bit of traffic for a little while.
It's a bad time to catch this traffic, too.
It is not the best time. There is the running order as things stand down the inside. Caden Bin has managed to actually get 2 cars between himself and Orion. It's very handy. A little bit of a slide through the final turn. Oh, as they all fan out across the road every which way. Trying to get through here. And Volante want through on RPC. Might be able to do it. Oh, it would be 3 wide into turn 1, which they really don't want to be a part of. And so they back out of that one. But yeah, these are where the moves are made, Ryan. The RPC looking under a lot of pressure here from Kuster, who hasn't lost any of his pace.
Yeah, they are. Excuse me. Yeah, they are. The RTC having a great race in third place at the moment, but Volante Racing, if they get that opportunity, and if Kuster gets that opportunity, don't be surprised if you see him send it up the inside. And as just look at this pack of traffic as well, heading down to the screen. It's absolutely unbelievable. As back in TCR, it looks like one of the impulse cars takes a ride over that curb and I'm surprised it wasn't a slowdown. Takes a ride over that curve, but surprisingly doesn't lose too much time.
Yeah, somewhat. Oh, down the inside for everybody here. That's the fiercely forward car on the Beniti TCR. Big stack up there. Hell Racers and Vulcan Sim Racing, the teams there trying to fend off from. This is the move on RPC from Volante. This is a little bit further up the order. So Volante are through at the moment. That was not a replay. That was live pictures. A little bit further on down the road. Volante onto the podium position. Very impressed here with Kuster's response to the restart. Right, he's done very well on this street. It's easy to get bogged down in the fact that you've just lost a big lead, but he's making good progress.
Yeah, it's always someone's around in the exit of the chicane there. Someone spun around, but as that was the 13 Project Supersonic car of Florian Denzler, and this day it spun around on the exit, but so about to look at the replay, it looks like he just lost it on the exit, getting on the pillar.
Wow. And you've spotted fairly significant developments in the race control sheet as well here, Jonathan, as Kuster has dropped down to 5th all of a sudden. He's made a mistake somewhere and he's right back behind Beniti, getting Hugh Jasser off the road as well.
I think he gave that position back, seeing that he reported to race control. This is a gaggle of cars. And that is no room left for a 130. Gosh, they have had... at least they have one car in the podium position. They have just not had a good day with keeping these cars on track, and that's not even, most of them, it's not even their own fault.
No, yeah, apparently the Beniti car, Maxi Barrier have reported Volante for that dive into turn 8. I think that's very harsh if they were to be able to get a penalty for that. And a drive-through penalty for Kuster already given. Volante Racing have led over 100 laps of this race, but one safety car put back into the pack, and all of a sudden they've got a drive-through penalty to serve.
Yeah, well, in my view anyway, I think that's a harsh decision. I think
just been changed. So, this is the problem with a live spreadsheet. It's just been changed. They're ordered to give the position back, but they just have. They already have, so they don't actually have to do anything here. To be honest, I think giving the place back's fairly harsh, but that's just my opinion. I'm not a steward. Yeah. I've just got the microphone. Yeah, but for better or worse. But yeah, they've been ordered to give them the place back. They have done. Now Kuster has to try all over again.
Yeah, I was going to say, if that was a penalty and that decision was going to stick, or they were going to stay with that decision, I think it would have been a slap in the face to Volante, but Kuster just needs to... Good on him for giving the position back. I think that's pretty much what saved him and the team getting that penalty. But he needs to regroup and get his head back in the game, and just try and get back through the field and try and gain as many positions as possible, because I can understand the frustration. They were leading the race at one point and it's just been pretty much snatched away from them.
As indeed. So they have given the place back. Jonathan, you said it was a dive at the time. Do you think that is a harsh penalty or a just one for Volante?
I think it's a little harsh, just because it is we're racing for the lead. You're stuck behind lap traffic. However, I do think it is a little fair, because it shoved Beniti off the road and off the racing line. So I think it's a bit give and take. I think it's 50-50. It's up to everyone's interpretation. I think the best person to ask would be Graham Saunders, because he was the only one that had a clear shot of both of those two diving down in there. So we'll see the outcome of the end of the race. At least they've given the place back quickly, and they haven't lost too much time yet to Pearsons.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, the 164 geodesic car, excuse me, the 164 geodesic car has come in the pit lane for a drive-through penalty. They're now down to 4th because of that. And there's also a drive-through penalty for Alexander Klenk in the 138. The car that we just saw spun around in the gravel has now also got a drive-through penalty to add to their problems. You understand it's not for the same incident, because that really would be harsh. But it is for a separate one with the Vector by RSR GT4. We didn't see what happened there, but we did see Vector coming out of the pit lane not long after the restart. And I did wonder how they got there. but that seems to be exactly how. And they're going to have to suffer the consequences of that, I'm afraid, are the huge-ass teams. So they may well drop down behind the Vector by RSR car once again after they have served their drive-through penalty in a few moments' time. Meanwhile, battle for second is starting to rage here, Ryan. RPC Esports wouldn't have dreamed of this, I don't think, at the start of the day, but the issues for those around them and a Ryan race team on a different strategy means that they well could be in second by the end of this stint.
That's a good possibility with the strategy as well. I think RPC Esports as well, they had a great race at Road Atlanta. They finished on the podium and could be possibly on for another podium finish as well, but just in the background there behind them, they've still got to keep an eye on that 79 T3 Motorsport by Maniti car, because they're a very quick team, and RPC, Jonathan alluded to it earlier, that RPC Esports is one of those teams that seems to be on the rise and they're starting to get good results.
A little bit of bad luck in traffic there for RPC, and so they've lost a little bit of time. Now Maniti all of a sudden are right back into this one. Bit of a dive on one of the TCR cars. You can see the brakes glowing, of course, as well into turn 8. The traffic, by the way, a lot more spread out than it would be at the start of a race. As I mentioned on the restart briefly, the TCR and Sport category cars aren't sorted out like the Cup cars are. So we allow the fastest class of car to line themselves up together at the front of the field, but we don't sort out the other two classes before we actually go racing in the ClubSport Series. So they will be spread across the road a little bit more evenly than they are at the start of a race, where they are all still very packed up. And it gets very congested very early on in the race. That shouldn't happen in one of these restarts. Well, there's a very small chance of it happening anyway. It's a nice level of traffic. It almost feels like we're back into the rhythm of what we had earlier, Jonathan. We've only got one more pit stop coming up, and it's going to be a very short one. Who knows what a Ryan race team are going to do as well? That's the real talking point.
Who knows what a Ryan race team is going to do? They may have to end up taking tires to avoid a triple stint. They may have to readjust their strategy. RPC as well, that's a big wild card now that I think Pure Sims didn't think about having to go into this event. Those two have been, Orion and RPC, have been hanging on the edge of the top 5, hanging on the edge of the podiums, but now they're in position possibly for a race win here, and their pace is pretty good, especially Orion. I'm really impressed with their pace here.
Yeah, they have been very strong. Just depends whether they can do that for 40 more laps or whether they'll have to change tyres, as you say. Triple stint, he might be a bridge too far. However, if you remember Fiercely Forward in the first half of the race, they did the entire first half on one set of tyres with Alvar Gomez, so they managed to do it, but they may well have been practicing it. So it's difficult to know whether it's feasible for the 44 team. Either way, they'll cross that bridge when they get to it, I suppose. In around 10 laps time, when we're going to see our final pit stops of the day really start to unfold. These guys won't have any worries in terms of fuel. It will be one pit stop to the end. There'll be no splashes and dashes. There'll be no fuel saving like we saw at Road Atlanta. A very different situation. It's going to be all out till the very end, you would imagine. And the Ryan race team are going to spend a lot of that defending, you would imagine, whatever they decide to do. They all try and chase down Pure Sims Esports. 2 SRN cars running line astern at the moment. It's just in front as well. And once again, Pure Sims able to get through that little bit of traffic while the others don't. And look at this, 4-car battle for second. All of a sudden starting to rage here, Ryan. It's getting very close.
Yep, so it's all getting close now, especially with the GT4 traffic in front of them, the 2 Motorsport cars in front of them, and the Ryan race team car goes up the inside of one of them, and yep, the traffic coming into play, and it's bunched this battle for second up again, and still, as we know, a Ryan race team has to make a pit stop, so RPC...
Volante! Oh, it's a dive again, but they've pulled it up just in time this time around. Maniti, though, not allowing them to go through whatsoever. Had to be very careful there because he didn't get into the side of the RPC car, which he just about managed to not do. But this is getting very busy now. Through on another SRN car. That Porsche, by the way, trying to get away from the McLaren you might be able to see in the background there, in the battle for second in Sport. But this battle for second in Cup a lot closer, even though Orion have been able to get away just a little bit. It's now RPC, Maniti and Volante all fighting over this third position. You can't fault their aggression and their ambition here, Jonathan. Volante have been making some real dives and late on the brakes from Kuster on more than one occasion in this stint. Now he's trying to make moves wherever possible. For the moment, though, not quite been working out.
Yes. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to have that much of a pace advantage over the 79 and the 31 to really make that move stick. And the aggression is there. The moves are there. It's just after that last one, just I appreciate the way that Montier was able to hang it out on the outside, get the power down, and defend well. He's having to defend a lot. You can see him going into this corner out here, turn 8. He's having to go all the way to the inside just to prevent Christopher getting ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also that other T3 Motorsports by Maniti car just in behind. 5 laps down, but the 78 car is right there as well, which will be looming in the mind of Volante, I feel. Because they could get involved and help their teammates out quite possibly. Although it wouldn't necessarily be allowed really with the blue flags. They probably shouldn't get involved, but they may well do, and it might just be playing on the mind of Kuster as this battle continues on. Either way, it's all calmed down a little bit. And this tends to happen when we're not in the traffic, Ryan. It's very difficult to get through when there's absolutely nothing around. It's quite difficult when there are cars around, but at the moment, it really does take a mistake for a pass to be executed.
Yeah, especially in a battle like this, with the park being so close and all these drivers being equally matched. It just takes, excuse me, one mistake for one of these guys to make, and one of these drivers will pick up 1 or 2 positions. And at the moment, this battle for third place at the moment is still really close, and the Orion Race Team have just pulled away ever so slightly, while these drivers behind to scrap amongst themselves. But I agree, when it comes to the traffic, it's so difficult to make a move. But and also when there's no traffic, it seems to spread out ever so slightly.
It does indeed. Through the final chicane again. Actually, Marriott looking fairly decent through that final corner there, through the final chicane. Decent run onto the front straight, but as we've seen before, turn 1, not the greatest passing opportunity. By the looks of things, they do have the sport class leader coming up, by the way. Not too far away from having to pass that car at this moment, but Maniti don't look like they're going to be waiting for that. Marriott might want to go through already into the chicane. If you can get yourself down the inside here, there's not really any way that the car can really defend itself, but there we are. It's still difficult to get through either way. Down into turn 7 once more. Very late on the brakes. All of a sudden, RPC look under quite a lot of pressure here.
One little mess up by them, one little slide to the side, and that could open the door for everyone else behind them to get through.
Yeah, there is a bit of a train here. I don't think Volante are going to let that one go. If Maniti get through, then Kuster is going to make sure he follows through. By the looks of it. Final chicane again, and Orion are now being brought into things. The 50 forward Porsche Cayman there. Just holding them up ever so slightly through that final chicane. Out over the line again. It's still going to be a factor.
Right there.
Yeah.
A little bit annoying for Fiercely Forward, although we should really mention that sport leader that got out to somehow 15-second lead after having his 1-minute lead basically erased.
Yeah, already. I think there may have been some lap cars and some TCR cars between them. But that's the advantage. It's nobody's fault, really. If SRM Motorsports had stayed a bit closer before the safety car, then maybe they'd have less of that. So, well, the safety car does throw up some unpredictability and does change things up quite a lot. it doesn't completely throw things away for everybody, because obviously the bigger lead you have, the more cars in between you and your rivals in the train, and then you've got more kind of room for error in your pit stop, and then maybe you've even got some lap cars left over to consolidate that lead going on to the restart. So it's not a complete reshuffle of the pack, even though it has changed this cup race especially really quite drastically.
Yeah, I think it brought SRN into the conversation. They were under a second, I saw, on the timing. They were about like 9/10, so they had only like 2 or 3 cars in between. But this Fiercely Forward GT4, it's just quick. And you know they're having similar lap times right now. However, like SRN is now 15 seconds behind after rolling in green for about 15 some odd laps.
And by the way, if SRM Motorsports stay where they are at the moment, they're currently 134 points down in the championship. If they stay where they are at the moment, they will actually prevent Fiercely Forward from clinching it here today by a matter of about 3 points. So yeah, they could keep this one alive. But up the front of the Cup category, the lap cars are very much upon us once more, and this does allow 4 moves every now and then. Oh, the Volante car tried to maybe go a different side of the Impulse TCR there to make a move, but wasn't able to. Look at this here, a complete traffic jam, and Volante had to almost come to a complete stop there as the Audi wondered when it was going to be allowed to turn in there.
And that close second place TCR battle is now right ahead of him, and that's going to be a problem for all 5 of these cars.
Out into the turn 8 again, and nearly 3 wide as there's a move in TCR and contact. A lot of contact. Full Send Racing off the road. T3 Motorsport by Maniti also go wide in the Cup class. Well, they gain a place in TCR. All going on there in this at turn number 8, I'm afraid. Bit of contact, a little bit of carelessness for everybody, you'd have to suspect there. It was a very messy situation for everyone, really, and not great driving from Summers. Unfortunately, Full Send Racing off, and Maniti have also lost a place because of that.
And he almost ran into his teammate on the exit of turn 10 there, too. That's rule 0. Don't take out your teammates. Rule 1 is don't take out the other lap traffic. Rule 0 is don't take out your teammate lap traffic.
Yes, or any of your teammates for that matter, whether they're on your class or not. But yeah, a lot of time lost, I'm afraid, for the 79. Volante also threw on RPC. Away from our cameras there. Kuster and Goddestad have changed places in the favour of Volante. They must be feeling, after this lap hit, just under 5 seconds up to Pure Sims, they must be thinking that this race might just be back alive again.
Yeah, they did lose a second, however, there in that final lap due to all that traffic calamity.
You never know. It's not over until it's over. You've got to expect that Vince Peters might well be getting in that car for the final stint as well. That really could inject a bit of pace into this car. Although he would be getting into one with old tyres, so we'll see if that is going to be the case or not. But either way, less than 5 seconds. Got to get through on Orion first, of course. And that's not going to be easy. We've spoken about the track position and the importance of it so far today, and how important it is. As wide goes RPC. The 78 Maniti car able to get alongside, but that's not much use, really. RPC, they're just able to hold on to that car. Very weird to see someone go so wide at turn 1 there, but they'll be very thankful the 79 is far enough away from them.
And 78 could still play teammate here if 31 makes a mistake and gets in front of him. Well, you can hold him up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But the question is, would they really be allowed? Oh, they might not need to. RPC off the road. And Goddestad, I'm afraid, has not had a very good last few laps. He's lost 2 places now. Maxime Marriott now into 4th place. And yeah, he just needs to regroup here in the 31, really. A couple of mistakes creeping in there has cost him that podium place.
Yeah, he just needs to regroup, calm down, make sure he gets through to the pit stops. It's only 2 or 3 laps away from pit stops, so it's not too far away. Is that 96 about to make a dive in the 44 again? In TCR traffic?
I think he's a bit too far back on this occasion, but certainly thinking about it. There's the TCR leader. With the geodesic sport class car as well. Slicing their way through there quite nicely. With a 3 wide moment as well. As the Cup cars make their way through next to the pit wall there, and the geodesic car makes its way down the inside on the right hand side of our screens. So 31 laps to go at the line, 32 including this one. We're not far away from pit stops here. Jonathan, are we going to see maybe some short stops or are people going to kind of run the tanks dry out here at the moment? I guess it kind of depends where you are in terms of track position.
I think it really depends, especially since we're kind of on the cusp of fuel range, but not really. You can run it dry and then short fill towards the end of the stint. So say probably go to lap 150 and then short fill to the end. Or you can come in the next 2 laps, fill it up full, get some fresh rubber on it, and try and make up that time on the out laps. I just don't know what the best scenario. Again, you said it. It depends on where you are on track. Like if I'm the 44 team, I actually might be thinking of quickly short pitting, grabbing those tires and grabbing a driver change if need be, and hoping to make up all that time in the out lap.
Well, Impulse Racing in TCR have already decided to come in. I'm not sure if they were forcibly decided to come in or whether that was a natural decision. Robin Monster's now going to be getting into that car. That might be their 3rd driver of the day, actually. We don't often see that in the ClubSport Championship. You can use 4, as I said earlier on. You can use 4, but these races are just under 5 hours. This one's going to be probably. Or 4.5 hours. You don't really need 4 drivers for all that. Some teams don't even decide to do 24-hour races on 4 drivers anymore. 3 was the winning combination at Daytona, for example. Our first 24-hour of the year on iRacing. It's got some more endurance races coming up here on iRacing. I'm RaceSpotTV. We've just had the Bathurst 12-hour a weekend or 2 ago, and Sebring coming up as well to look forward to. Meanwhile, outside line for Volante Racing. They managed to get their nose in through turn 6. Outside for the right-hander at 7. And that is a very nice move indeed. You don't often see moves made through the chicane there. Outside, turning to the inside. But that was bravery from Volante there, Jonathan. And their bravery has been rewarded.
I was about 2 inches away from being silly instead of brave. But that was a clever move by Kuster. And again, respectful racing from Pessoni. He's really been good at playing defense, but still giving enough room on track. And now, is that the 79? Did they switch places? Yes, they did. Yes. So that is the 79.
And meanwhile, the leader's in. Pure Sims Esports in with 31 laps to go. They've decided that they want to get this final pit stop out of the way as soon as possible. So Volante are back at the front, as meanwhile O'Brien Race Team lose out on that 2nd place. Maniti would have run them out of road at the outside of turn 1 if they'd have tried to hang it around the outside. Those old tyres may be starting to pay for this 44 team. Are they going to change them in this final pit stop, or are they going to stick it out and try and hold on here? Because I think if they change tyres, they could well fall out all the way to 7th place maybe in this race. It really depends on what happens over the next few moments, but Volante are back to the front here, Ryan. I know that Pure Sims have already been in, but they are going to be absolutely chasing down as fast as possible to try and retake the race win that they will believe is, of course, rightfully theirs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Volante they'll be feeling frustrated as well, and I agree. I think they'll pretty much just be going for it and just seeing where they end up, because I think at this stage of the race they've just got to go for it. And I have to say that move they pulled as well, that was absolutely, I don't know if brave or foolish, but credit to them, they managed to pull it off. As one of the T3 Motorsport by Maniti cars gets a bit sideways there on the exit of the chicane, but still, it's I think whoa, that was so close to ended up being another version of the pit entry incident with the Impulse, or a carbon copy.
A change of pants might be needed on this pit stop as well for that.
Yeah.
He was very close. Again. So we're right in. How long is their pit stop going to be? Pure Sims, it was 30 seconds, which is slightly longer than I was expecting, I must say. But we'll see about the rest of the teams. Brendan Werner is back into that car now to finish off this race, and that might be the reason for the 30 seconds instead of the roughly 27, which we'd see on a normal day. Simone Passoni looks like he's staying in that car to the end of the race, so if he is going to stay on those tyres till the end, then he is the right man for the job, you would argue. But will he stay on those tyres or not? The gap, the stop goes out to 30 seconds. He hits 30 seconds at 33 seconds, so it's a little bit of a longer stop. However, not awfully long. I don't think there was time to do tyres in that one, Jonathan. Only 40 seconds. Was that tyres? I somehow doubt it, but we didn't see the car on the jacks, so I'm not sure.
I don't think it was tires, unless they only did one side of tires, which that would be a questionable decision.
Or one axle, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, rear, front or rear. I guess I don't even know whether we'd be better in that instance, because I feel like you want more front grip for a lot of these corners when the rear tires paying a lot of the price in the outside corners.
Well, there's a lot of traction zones as well that you mount on rear tyres for, so it's that's a difficult decision to make. Meanwhile, Maxime Marriott is about to make his own very difficult decision by coming in the pit lane and deciding what to do. Hell Racers likewise. The final pit stops well and truly in full swing here at Zolder. Yet to pull up in his box though. It's a 79 car. There's the RPC car. Now running second in the race due to these pit stops. Those couple of mistakes really cost them. And so they will drop to fifth in the race. Big decision to be made here though, as Fiercely Forward and SRM Motorsports from the sport category also come into the pit lane. But how long is Maxime Marriott's pit stop going to be here? 30 seconds. It's exactly the same. 25 seconds, and he's very close to Braden Werner there. Very close indeed. This battle for the race lead is certainly on, especially if Volante Racing are going to do that, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they will have to do that. I think, especially coming to the closing stage of the race, this is pretty much stage of the race where the strategies will play out. And I think at the moment, if I was to pick a winner based on the pit stops or the last set of pit stops, I think Pure Sims might be in the box seat because since they pitted out of sequence slightly and out of traffic, so they've got clear at the moment, so they can pretty much push it at the moment.
RPC Sports also in with Fiercely Forward from the Cup category. Pure Sims though look like they're going to retake the net race lead here with just 1.2 seconds over Maxime Marriott in the T3 Motorsport by Maniti car. We did see though Volante and RPC in and around those cars. Depending on how short their pit stops are, it really does make or break this race really. This is the race leading car though at the moment. Budwein Kuster trying to retake the race win and led the first 100 laps or more in this one. And now they're trying to convert it into a race victory. RPC Esports though just behind Maniti. Very close. We've got basically 3 cars for the lead at the moment. Or, excuse me, is that the right Maniti car? There's 2 of them at the moment. It looks like it is. So RPC Esports with a 24-second pit stop, very short. So Volante Racing were just in front of the 79, which is right behind Pure Sims. So there's a very real possibility here, Jonathan, of this car coming out in the race lead.
There's a big possibility of it, especially if they short fill at the end. That was 33 laps on that stint, including a few some odd caution laps. So good fuel saving, good stretch of the fuel here from Kuster, and I think he might be in position to be close to that 16 or even in front of that 16.
Let's see. Kuster makes his way into the box. No tyres here, surely. But don't really expect a driver change either, but Vince Peters has really handed the baton over to Zolder a long time ago now, and he's just hoping that his teammate can do the business. On the left-hand side of your screen, in the main picture there, is the Pure Sims Esports car. Now championship leaders at the halfway stage, of course, as Volante leave the pit lane. It looks like they are going to take over the race lead here. Zolder, with only 23 seconds of a pit stop, 7 seconds shorter than Pure Sims, has taken the lead here at Zolder with only 25 laps to go. A fantastic pit stop from them, Ryan, and it's 3.5 seconds either as well, not even close.
Yeah, 3.5 seconds. That's wow. That's a good amount of time getting in the pit stop, and yeah, Volante at the moment in the box seat.
We also had word through of a penalty for the 44, Jonathan, you've noticed.
Yeah, drive-through penalty, unfortunately, failed to do the 5-second rule going in and out of the pit box. So that 44 machine is going to be taken out of the conversation, I think, for the podium and even for the win.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case. Very much out of the conversation now. Not that they were really challenging too much due to their long pit stop, but they've finally taken their drive through now and have dropped to 8th in this one, unfortunately, for those guys. Meanwhile, look at this. Very close. Been second in Sport and third in TCR. Very close together. This is the 285 trying to limit the damage to the Huizinga car, which looks like it might well win this race, but these guys haven't pitted yet, of course. Still waiting on their final pit stops, but they should be very, very similar in length, really. Very good recovery, though, Ryan, for these for this 285 car. We saw it was a very long way back at one point when Ollie Peacock initially got into the car. And all of a sudden, they're right here. It looks like they are going to lose the championship lead to Huizinga, who have got nearly a 20-second lead at this stage, but limiting the damage is the best they can do out of this situation.
Pretty much, and this 285 car, like you say, they were well back at one point after that pit stop, but they've managed to, I guess, through strategy, managed to drag themselves back into the top 3. But they're under pressure from this 222 Impulse racing car from Robin Monster, and I think at the moment it looks like Monster is slightly quicker at the moment, but still Ollie Peacock is doing a great job. Oh, as it disappears and having slight connection. This is by the look of it, possibly. So Monster has to be careful of this and doesn't want to be too close in a way.
Yes, a little bit scary when the car in front disappears briefly, as we just saw there. Yeah, Robin Monster certainly got his work cut out to try and get through here. Let's see. Oh, these guys have actually made their pit stop, and Ollie Peacock hasn't, which is exactly why these guys are battling in the way that they are. Still nearly 25 laps to go. Peacock's already done 20 laps, so he's not going to be able to make it to the end of the race. There's absolutely no way he's going to be dropping down to 5th, I'm afraid. Even if the Full Send Racing car allows him through, then 4th would be the best that he can get, still losing 27 points to Huizinga from an only 8-point lead. Yeah, it's not going in their favour really at this stage, but it's still going to remain very close, and it's not going to be as bad of a situation as Impulse Racing are in the 233, getting a lot of points today. 31 points behind Full Send Racing at the halfway stage, 23 to Huizinga, and it looks like they're going to lose a further 41, so they may well be out of contention. It could be a 2-horse race at the Red Bull Ring when we get there on the 2nd of April, of course, but long way to go until then. Still over 20 laps remaining, and the fight is really on between Volante and Pure Sims here. Jonathan, the gap down below 3 seconds, and Maniti aren't all that far away either.
Now, one run through traffic, one little slip by someone in front could cause those three to constitute together, although Maniti's going to have an issue because there's the Pure Sims car, and the Maniti car is there. So they're going to have an issue of about 6 cars to pass in between them. That might slow them up a little bit, but once they hit that traffic again in about 5 to 10 laps time, Volante Racing's going to be under pressure.
Very busy in the background of that shot there, you can see RPC Esports making their way through the latter parts of that. Straight down the inside. We go on board with Full Send Racing once more. I believe this one is the 285, by the way, trying to make its way through on the 222. It is indeed. A lot of cars in and around this circuit right now. There's a good 50 cars entered into this championship, by the way. We've got a lot of retirements now. Only 27 on the in the field as things stand here, Ryan. But it doesn't really feel like that, does it?
Yeah, I was going to bring that point up as well. Actually, it doesn't feel like there's 27 cars on the track. It feels like there's more, just because of the traffic is so close together. But still, it's been a fantastic race today, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. And as we're on the lap, the Fuel Send Racing 285 car gets slightly sideways on the exit of the chicane there.
We've seen a lot of that so far in this race. Into the chicane again, 2.5 seconds for the overall lead at the moment. Volante being chased down. Budrijn Kuster from Volante Racing trying to hold off at this stage. Some people in the YouTube chat, by the way, believe that might even have raced here in real life as well, by the way, which is a bit of a stat for you that I didn't know. But there you have it. Sims Esports trying to chase them down at the moment with Braden Werner, and he's been dropped in quite a situation here, Jonathan. He's only just gotten into that car again after a long time out, and straight away he's dropped into a fight for the overall win.
Yeah, this is a high-stress situation, high-stress switch for that number 16 machine, and well, now his job is to go chase down Volante Racing, and right now they're doing a good job. They got shimmed a second off that last lap. It's going to be a close last 20 laps. No fuel saving, just 2 cars going at it.
So on board we go with the 96 car leading this race, trying to stay away from Braden Werner at the moment. We're going to take a very, very, very quick short break here, staying. Welcome back, 20 laps to go here at Zolder. On board with the Volante racing car of Budrijn Kuster, trying to stay away from the Pure Sims Esports number 16 Porsche Cup car, of course. Yeah, 20 laps to go here at Zolder, and yeah, this race very much not decided just yet. 2.5, 3 seconds is the margin right now. We were on board with him for a couple of laps there, Jonathan. It's very easy to see that both of these guys absolutely on the limit right now, I'm sure.
Yeah, on the limit, and Kuster's going to be getting a lot of pressure from behind, and its gap has stabilized since we went to that family immersion, about 2.8 seconds, but it could be coming down at any moment, and one little mistake by that 96, and he's going to be in the clutches of the Pure Sims machine.
Yeah, absolutely. Traffic, of course, will be a big factor as well, as we've talked about all day. Moving out onto the straight again, but not able to get through before the chicane. That is the sport class leader, of course, cruising to a victory here for Fiercely Forward, but not quite the championship if things stay as they are with SRM Motorsports just behind. Ryan as well, only 19 laps to go in this race, very much still on. This is actually one of the closest battles we actually have in the entire field. It's really spread out quite remarkably, actually, despite the fact we've only really had, what, 30, 40 laps of a green flag run now.
Yeah, pretty much. It's this is the closest battle in the field, and apart from that, it's pretty much spread out. It's pretty much quiet at the moment, and you were talking about Fiercely Forward as well. They're doing the job that they need to do. They won't have the championship wrapped up as it stands, but they'll have a comfortable margin heading into the final round at the Red Bull Ring next month, and or basically the last round. And I think that's something they'll be relieved to have. It'll take that pressure off their shoulders for sure.
It certainly will. What a remarkable day Volante have had here at Zolder. Once again, closing the championship margin. They, at the moment, as of halfway point, they were 61 points behind Pure Sims after leading at halfway and gaining 5 points on Pure Sims. Another 10 points would be gained if the finish was to happen right now, which would obviously close the margin to 51, and that's not too bad of a margin, really, Jonathan. It's you know, not great. Obviously, they'd like to be a bit closer, of course, but they can look at the positives of the day. They've moved ahead of Maniti and, more importantly, Geodesic as well, who are still way down in 9th place now.
Yeah, I think moving up in the standings is always a good thing. It's just having those two competitors that you're competing so close with in second and third behind you is difficult, I think, to swallow for Atlanta Race. They feel like they're probably doing everything right to make this championship close. And they'll go in, at least, to the final round knowing that it's still possible for them. They'll have the momentum, and they can do everything they can to try and slim down that points lead as much as they can.
Yeah, it really is turning into a, we'll say, 4-horse race here. Maniti's still very much involved with this 3rd place at the moment. Maxime Marriott. And he's only less than 5 seconds off the leader at the moment, so it's very much not over for him either, as things stand. It's very, very close indeed.
I think Maniti's the faster of the 3 right now. He ran about 2/10 quicker than Pure Sims, about 4/10 quicker than Volante.
Yeah, it seems to be, well, they all seem to be very close together, in all honesty, but on board with Maxime Marriott now. And this is where, obviously, the pass was made for Volante around the outside through the first part of the turn 7 chicane. It was a remarkable moment for them, but might well just have won them the race. And arguably they've kind of won it in the pit stops as well, with their 7 seconds shorter pit stop with this one. I did wonder if they're slightly short field, because I did hear a little bit of lifting off from Volante, but it wasn't drastic at all, and I think they're absolutely fine. Everybody is. We're not going to see a similar situation to Road Atlanta, but they're on the cusp of a real big achievement here, Ryan. 3 wins on the bounce. I don't know, of course, but I'd be surprised if we'd seen that in the ClubSport Series in the past here before. It's a real remarkable achievement.
Yeah, they're having a great run heading towards the end of the season, and yeah, they just seem to have struck gold with regards to being on good form. They're doing the job, and I think it's a good it's a good way to finish the season as well. I think if they can keep this up, it'll be. I think I can see them being one of the main contenders for the championship next season as well. So they're doing a good job at the moment, and Vince Peters and his teammate Kuster as well. Both are second their lap times. They're both evenly matched. So yeah, they're absolutely right up there, and a good driver pairing as well by the looks of it.
Jonathan has just kind of put me straight, and it's not an unprecedented thing to be able to win 3 races in a row, but it wasn't TCR the last time that happened. Team Hoistingveld on their way to a championship. They actually won 4 races that season, 3 of them in a row, so they were. But yeah, Volante have had a real storming last part of this season. And obviously, when you go into a finale like we're going to have on the 2nd of April, you kind of trust those who are in good form. The likes of Geodesic Racing and Maniti, questionable over whether they can really form at the moment in terms of their form. Pure Sims are starting to have some decent runnings out here, but Volante, the team, in absolutely red hot form, and yeah, it's difficult to bet against them, and finding who's going to stop them really at the moment because of the form they're in.
Yeah, and it's going to be Because the season is so long, a lot of these races are so spread out, guys' forms can change and drivers' forms can change. And right now, it seems like Valenti has the momentum and has the cards to really perform, and that Maniti's also been very strong. There's been strong teams in this field, but because they're just so strong simultaneously, it's hard for each of them to get up on one another, especially after the early issues in that season with Volante Racing having a few setbacks early on in the season.
Yeah, it did indeed. So, still 2 seconds between the two of them. Really not much traffic out here at the moment. Still 13 Cup cars out here and 14 of everyone else. So it can get quite concentrated, as we've seen. This is the kind of thing that's a little bit more concentrated with Team Huizingveld. A little bit of traffic here for Vulcan Sim Racing, but not really going to affect this battle too much. Starting to notice the fact really that there's only 27 cars remaining in the field now, really, because the traffic is few and far between, and as we said earlier, the differences are made in traffic here, Ryan, especially at a circuit like this, like Zolder, where there's whole sections where you have to stay behind. So, you know, we kind of need that little bit of traffic for these battles to change, but that hasn't been the case so far. Valente and Pure Sims have been completely on their own for a couple of laps.
Yeah, they've pretty much since after the safety or caution flag and safety car, they've pretty much just pulled away from the rest of the field in the cup class, and they've just left down to scrap amongst themselves. But so the battle for the win as it stands is between Valente Racing and Pure Sims Esports, and well, these two teams have pretty much just been the class of the field. Valente, they ended up falling back at one point, but through strategy and a little, well, taking less fuel at the pit stop, they've managed to take the lead now. But Pure Sims Esports, they've not dropped too far back. They're still in this, and if something happens to Valente Racing, maybe getting caught up with a slower class car, Pure Sims will be there to pick up the lead.
Yeah, certainly. Now here is a bit of traffic, finally, for these guys. It's one of the Full Send Racing TCR cars just behind. 13 laps to go at the moment. Just over 20 minutes for Kuster to hold on. We go on board with him once more. See if he's just got enough in the tank to hold on for this race win. It's a lot more nervy than it was for him a good 70 laps ago or so. He was in this race lead by a very long way. That's now really changed. Bouncing across that curb there. And yeah, one of the McLarens just up in front there. I think it's the huge ass McLaren. He's lifting off a fair amount here, is Kuster. I just wonder if they've short-fielded that car to get him the track position, which is not inconceivable. They may well have done that. But yeah, I mean, bit of lifting off going into the chicane there. If you're smart with it in traffic, then it doesn't make too much of an effect. But yeah, that was an interesting moment there. I didn't think there would be any worries, and maybe there isn't. But Kuster was certainly lifting and coasting there a little bit.
I mean, they probably did short fill it because they knew track position is king right now, and so you gotta play the cards that you think are best. And when you're 2.4 ahead of second, that gotta save your fuel now, and then when that gap comes down to 1.4, then you can hit the gas pedal.
Orion race team, after having that drive-through penalty earlier on, have now got themselves in a battle for 7th place. Vulcan Sim Racing just in front of them, and they have been closing. Simone Passoni will be disappointed with his final contributions to this race, really, because very much in contention for a podium, quite possibly, but that is no longer the case. So I think they can still count it as a decent day and a decent season, really. Can Orion. They're just in front of RPC in the standings. They might come under a little bit of threat given the positions that they're both in at the moment, but it's a fairly positive day for the 44 team to be in contention and leading this race for a little while, Ryan. That's got to be encouraging for them.
Yep, absolutely. They were in the lead of the race at one point, and I think Orion race team will probably be frustrated slightly not to stay at the front longer than expected, but still they put up a good fight. And but on the other hand, I think being on the older tyres, it was only a matter of time before they got swamped and started losing some positions. But still, valiant effort, and they're still having a good race at the moment.
They are indeed. Through the chicane. Sony, it's difficult to know what frame of mind he will be in, really. Will he be frustrated with himself and driving a little bit slower because of that, or will he be fired up to regain some of the places that he lost in that drive-through penalty? Remains to be seen. Struggling ever so slightly through that right-hander, though, to really get the power down. And down into turn 8 again. Even a short grab of first gear there, Jonathan. We don't often see that through that kind of corner, or indeed any of the corners around here. But there you are, grabbing for first for whatever reason.
A little extra power, maybe. A little extra acceleration, maybe. Trying to burn off as much fuel as possible.
That really is extreme measures to save weight. Into turn 1 again. And big slide for Vulcan there as well, actually, looking through there. Callum Maxson now behind the cameras pointing out that it does help to turn the car in. Obviously a real life racing driver himself, knows what he's talking about, more than me especially. so there you are. But yeah, not really producing any overtaking opportunities for the 44 team at the moment. As we mentioned all day, very difficult to. Can't imagine we're really going to have these kind of situations at the Red Bull Ring. There's not many places where you can't actually overtake there, Ryan. Much wider circuit, a lot more straights, big braking zones, and it's going to be a stark contrast to this race.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, I was just having a look through the field as well to see if there's any other battles going on, but the only ones I can see is the battle for the leading cup in the cup class, and also there's battle for the battle for P7 as well in the cup class, which with Vulcan Sim Racing and Orion race team. But apart from that, it seems they've settled down.
Yeah, exactly. Only 10 laps to go as well, so there's really not long. Where you are right now is not too far away from where you're going to finish, by the looks of things. So through turn 1 again. Just looking for any opening here, Orion race team, but there just isn't any at the moment. No incidents being investigated currently in the stewards room either. They've finally got themselves a little bit of a rest. The most recent penalty was dealt to this 44 car that we're looking at right now for the old pit box rule. Can't spend too long down on the apron side of or out of the fast lane, I should say.
Might have a chance right here.
Looking around the outside of turn 6, just turn the inside for 7, but once again, not a real big braking zone there. And so Passoni not making that move just for the moment. These guys, by the way, miles in front of Geodesic by 50 seconds, so they don't actually have to worry about battling too hard and letting some guys in from behind, because they're so far behind those guys. So yeah, they can battle as hard as they want. I think for Vulcan Sim Racing, this 7th place would be a lot more valuable, a lot more pleasing for them. The best result so far is 8th in this championship, so yeah, they will be, I think, delighted with 7th place, especially since how Road Atlanta went in the end. They finished down in 10th place, had a number of issues throughout the day, a number of spins, but this one has been a lot cleaner for them, Jonathan. They've had a much better day today than they did all those weeks ago.
And they only had one notable spin, and it wasn't even their own fault. It was a result of contact from someone else, so they've done a good job keeping it clean, good job staying calm, and a good job making their way to the front. Now, this is something I didn't think I'd see. Maniti fell off the pace, and RPC is now looking for a podium.
They certainly are. Well, it's partly that, but Joe Vegard Gojestad has really picked up the pace in recent laps. Consistently in the very low 30s and touching the 29s as well occasionally. So for some reason, I don't think that Marriott's driving actually that slowly really, but Gojestad has really picked up the pace in the last couple of moments. But may well be screwed over by this traffic here, I fear, for him. D3 Motorsport by Maniti going to get through, well, or are they? Side by side, getting through on the Huisingveld TCR leading car, so only gets through on one of those cars as Marriott, and then the Semper Racing car is next up in line. But RPC are going to be halted through this top 7, or through this turn 7, I should say. Maybe a big dive. Oh, it is a send, and too much of a send. Oh dear! Across the gravel they went. Semper Racing had to avoid as well. That was full on, almost kamikaze mode into turn 7 there. It's actually ran far too late on the brakes.
Yeah, that was so close to ending up in a disaster, and that was a bit of a risky move to make at this stage of the race. But still, that was yeah. Luckily, nothing major happened.
Everybody got away with it, thankfully.
I don't know how. Like, it was a send. You know, the send we were debating about earlier, that was worse than that. And thankfully, Semper Racing, good heads-up driving to get up out of the way.
Yeah, well, that was, of course, Volante, who were forced to give that position back. And just a word on the kind of presence of mind there from Kuster to give that position back, even before race control told him to. He'd given the position back to Maniti, and in the end, it saved him from getting a drive-through penalty in this race, Jonathan. That was a race-defining moment. I've never really thought of somebody giving positions back as a race-defining moment, but I really feel like it is possibly in this race.
Yeah, he saved himself a potential drive-through, especially since a couple of those penalties like changed back and forth from drive-through to 10 seconds. Like, I think they were like on the teetering edge of whatever the tiers are for the penalties of what should be given. So Kuster did a good job giving that place back, and he also, like, he was patient about it too. He wasn't frustrated with the penalty. He wasn't over-driving the car. He gave the position back, waited for his chance, and then retook the positions as necessary. So it was a good driver keeping a calm head, but also a good job of him and the team being well aware of the situation.
Yeah, we do like to see that. Maniti under a bit of pressure still here. There's the McLaren down the inside. I think that is well, it's Antonio Alvarez now. Is that the one? That's his third in this order. It is indeed. McLaren with a top 3 here. The 139 car. Came into today 109 points down on Fiercely Forward, the championship leaders. Ended up losing a good 13 in the opening part of this race, so they were 122 down before, and they're going to lose another 19. So they're also going to be in championship contention here, Ryan. Fiercely Forward have had a very, very good day, but some of their rivals like SRM Motorsports in second and Hugh Jazz in third have managed to just about keep things alive here with this one, and they'll be quite glad about that, really. Well, Fiercely Forward won't, but SRM Motorsports and Hugh Jazz will be, and we're quite glad that we'll still have a championship to talk about in the sport category, at least for half the race at the Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, absolutely, and you were talking about Hugh Jazz as well, and yeah, they've been having a great race as well. But they were the first half of the race, they weren't really anywhere to be seen, but as the races went on, they've managed to just claw their way through the field in the GT4 class, and at the moment they're having a great race and having a good race as well. The 139 car as well, especially up there in the top 3 at the moment, and could be on for a possible podium finish.
Certainly good. At the moment, these positions in the podium places are very spread out in sport. Actually, the closest margin in the whole category is 16 seconds between Semper Racing and SRN Motorsports Orange, so there's not going to be any positional change really. It's 8 seconds in the TCR category. And I do just wonder here, Jonathan, as well, the Full Send Racing cars are now 4th and 5th in this race. Not been their day, we've already spoken about that, but Ollie Peacock at the moment needs these points more than Thomas Benginger does in the 2.58. The 2.85 is very much in championship contention here. Currently on the road right now, leads by 8 points, taking into account the halfway points. But they are going to lose the championship lead, there's no doubt about that. But are they going to swap these cars for the case of 7 points, is my question there. You know, are they going to decide that, you know, actually these guys can sort it out between themselves, there's 40 seconds, you know, they're not going to change positions and they'll accept that? Or will they swap the cars for the sake of 7 points?
Do you think it'll be worth it for the sake? Is it worth the 258 finding a way to slow down some 42 seconds in the span of 5 laps to try and help their teammate? The only one I can think about is if they come down pit road and have to take a splash of fuel and then move it out, and that's just not. I don't think that's conceivable. I think the 285 is too far out of position.
It will be the difference between trailing by 19 points and trailing by 27 points heading into the final race. They'll be weighing that one up, I'm sure. Valente at the moment are going to be only 51 points behind Pure Sims if this race ends how it's running right now. Only 1.8 seconds between them though, as Sony has managed to get through on Vulcan Sim Racing, as you can see. That change for 7th has happened in the closest battle on the circuit. Well, this is now the closest, you could argue. Godestad has really been applying the pressure and continues to on the back of that Maniti car inside the top 3. Maniti, of course, will need these points as well, let's not forget. Losing more points to Pure Sims, I'm afraid. They're 74 down on the road right now and would lose another 9. 83 points is a very big margin to head into the final race, but there's not a lot that they really can do. Pure Sims have been very solid to date, Ryan, and very solid this season, really. Very consistent. Not finished below 5th in this championship season. That was at Road Atlanta, and I believe they actually had made a splash and dash late on because of the fuel situation. So they've had a very solid season, and they are deserving championship leaders. And as things run on the road right now, their championship lead is healthy heading into the Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mentioned earlier, Pure Sims are one of those teams that have been around for quite a while now, and they've got some really good drivers, quick drivers as well. There's too many I could list, but they've got a good squad of drivers that are right up there and really quick. And I have to agree with you as well. They've done really well. They've done well this season. They've been consistent. They've maybe not always won every race or been on the podium in every race, but they've been consistent. They've picked up the points and they've been awarded with that consistency with the championship lead heading into the last round.
Yeah, they haven't even won a race yet, but this will be their 3rd second place, and that just kind of underlines where they're at with their form. 1.5 seconds for the lead. This is coming down ever so slightly. Schuster is going to be looking over his shoulder here, and Braden Werner really does want to lay a marker down by winning this race, winning the first race of, or their first race I should say, of this season. 1 second, oh dear! And big drama, as trying to get through on one of the TCR cars, Kuster had a terrible time, and the gap all of a sudden, Jonathan, is only half a second. This race is going to have a grandstand finish.
Oh no. Werner can smell the blood in the water. Kuster has to be really careful right now. It doesn't look like there's much traffic ahead of them now, but any single mistake in these next 2 laps is going to be crucial. 2
laps to go here at Zolder in the 700-kilometre race into the pit lane there. That's one of the Full Send Racing team cars. I just wonder if that's Thomas Benginger. It is. So Full Send Racing are going to switch around their cars with the final 2 laps. Is that a bit of a surprise to you, Ryan, as well, or did you expect that from them?
I had a feeling that something like that was going to happen because one of the cars is still in the championship fight. The other car is not in the championship fight. So, in a way, I kind of had a feeling they were going to do that. But the question was, how were they going to do that? Because they were so far apart. So I guess one of them's just decided that they'll pull into the pits and they'll switch positions that way, unless one of them had to make a splash and dash. But I highly doubt it with 2 laps to go.
it would be unsafe to slow down that much on the circuit, I suppose, so they've decided to do it in the pit lane for the sake of those 7 points, which they've now managed. Meanwhile, T3 Motorsport by Maniti and RPC Esports also fighting through on this penultimate lap for a podium place for RPC Esports. Will they be able to get there? They managed third at Road Atlanta, looking to try and do it again here at Zolder. Into turn 8 again. Godestad looks very, very quick, as we said earlier on. Maniti defending for their lives as things stand with Maxime Marriott. I'm surprised to see him being put under so much pressure during this final stint, but it's all down to the driving of the 31 car. Meanwhile, further up towards the front, the white flag is being readied and being waved as these two come across the line. Volante versus Pure Sims here, Jonathan, on the very final lap of this race. It's not over.
It's not over. How risky does Werner want to make a move? He's about half a second back. It's going to have to be a lunge, or there's going to have to be a mistake.
Yes, there's not much traffic around at all, and we've seen what that does to battles throughout the 700 kilometers so far. We're very close to the end here now. Looking up the hill on this onboard shot here, I can see a car up the hill there, but are they going to get there before the end of this race is the question. Very unlikely. Final few corners, under half a second between the two of them. We saw a grandstand finish at Road Atlanta with Volante making the pass in the very final 3 corners of the race. Are we going to see a role reversal here with Volante having the race stolen away from them in the final few turns? It looks unlikely at this stage, but Werner is very close. He's waiting on a mistake. It's a very good exit once again from Kuster off of that chicane, off of that final hairpin, and into the final chicane he comes. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he's going to hold on here. And Volante are going to win 3 in a row here in the IVRA ClubSport Series. What a final part of the season they're having. They hold on by just half a second in front of Pure Sims Esports. It's another exceptionally close finish in this series that continues to produce. And further on back, Fiercely Forward and Team Huisingveld are going to take their respective race victories with flying colours here. In the end, SRM Motorsports are not going to be able to complete the same amount of laps as Fiercely Forward. Huisingveld are going to have a half-minute's lead over the field as well. Another very, very close finish in this series, Ryan. It's delivered again, but Volante Racing, more importantly, have delivered again. 3 in a row in the overall race for them.
Yeah, 3 in a row for Volante Racing. That is a fantastic run of form for them, and it's a well-deserved victory, another well-deserved victory as well. After winning last time out at Road Atlanta, and as the 248 Team Huisingveld TCR cars coming round the final chicane to come across the line and take the win in the TCR class, and it's pretty much been a dominant performance from them.
It certainly has. 2 wins on the bounce for them as well. They're coming into fantastic form as they try and retain their TCR title, and they're going to do so with a championship lead into the final race. Fiercely Forward as well have also got a huge championship lead in this series. Reece Carl takes that car over the line and will win here in the sport category. Nearly sealed for Fiercely Forward. The other 2 very much up for grabs in the final race at the Red Bull Ring. Well, Zolder has produced here, Jonathan. It's an unorthodox circuit. It's an unusual one here on iRacing, not used very often. Some people are going to be glad about that, but others not so much. It was a very, very good race in the end with a very close finish.
Very good race, very close finish. Only 1 caution, a lot of good overtaking throughout this race. That 1 restart produced a lot of mayhem. Pit road was challenging. I think it was a good, solid, long race from all the teams all around. Very well behaved, and I think we got the most deserving winners in the end.
Yeah, just about we did. Volante held on ahead of Pure Sims Esports, only half a second by the end, of T3 Motorsport by Maniti held on to their podium ahead of RPC Esports. Not big margins there either. Fiercely Forward rounding out your top 5 in the Cup category. Nice performance from them. Hell Racers just outside of that with the Orion race team overhauling Vulcan Sim Racing late on for 7th. Then just 1 lap down, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing taking a big hit to their championship hopes here in this one, I'm afraid. Phoenix Racing Esports also finishing 1 lap down, but rounding out the top 10. The other Volante car recovered from the very back of the field to knock on the door of the top 5 early on in the race, but fell off towards the end, I'm afraid. 2 laps down for them, and in 11th. The other G3 Motorsport by Maniti car recovering from an early problem to finish 12th. Project Supersonic, 7 laps down, I'm afraid. And 49 Motorsports, Impulse Racing and Track Esports will not be classified at the end of that race. Obviously forward, domination in the sport category. SRA Motorsports and Hugh Jast finishing on the podium to keep the championship alive, with Alpine Stars Geodesic in 4th, but the wrong car, I'm afraid. As far as they're concerned, SRA Motorsports the 175 rounding out the top 5. Semper Racing were just outside of it, with Vector by RSR unfortunately having a late problem to really screw over all of their efforts earlier on in the day. 2 Hugh Jast cars were 8th and 9th, only one of which will be classified, and the 162 car, despite 2nd place in the championship coming into today, won't be classified. Neither will these two, Full Send Racing or Team Huisingbeld, at the end of the sport category order. Brand new TCR was won by Team Huisingbeld convincingly ahead of T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Impulse Racing rounding out the podium. The Full Send Racing cars did switch around towards the end for those 7 points for Ollie Peacock, and it was Impulse Racing. Martin Asher, after nosing his car into the barriers early on, unfortunately 7 laps down, but does pick up the least Lipo Esports out of the race, I'm afraid, after their crash, which brought out the one and only safety car in this race. So there you have it. There are your standings. We'll offer maybe 1 minute or two to see if anybody would like to join us for a quick interview after that one, Ryan. But as I said, only one safety car. Very clean race. And you could tell that by the standings at the end of this one, especially at Road Atlanta. There were so many cars in and around the lead lap of all of the classes, despite the crashes because of the safety cars keeping things close. None of that this time around. Much more clean green flag racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with that. It was a clean race. Yeah, we had the one safety car, but apart from that, I think one safety car just demonstrates how much of a good standard the series has, and the racing throughout today was. And fair play to all the drivers that put on a good show. Yeah, we had some little incidents from time to time, but it's just the nature of this track. I think it was just the nature of this track, but still great racing, and congratulations to the class winners.
Absolutely. We'll try and speak to some of them, the first of which is going to be Michael Janey with us right now. He joins us from the 134 Fiercely Forward team. Michael, good to have you here. A very, very good performance from you guys. Very solid performance. Just what's the feeling in the team at the moment after that dominant win?
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It was really cool. We have never, I guess, had a result that was that large of a gap at the beginning. I know the safety car kind of bunched it back up, but yeah, we're all really happy. We went into it knowing that we had a really good setup, and judging from the times and the practice sessions, etc., we knew that we were going to be really competitive. So stayed out of trouble the best we could, and yeah, brought it home for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And you weren't quite able to clinch the championship here today around early. However, you're looking in a very good place. Just how confident are you that you're going to be able to bring that one home at the Red Bull Ring?
Well, it's motorsports, so anything can happen. Never a sure thing, but if we take away what we learned from this round, kind of regiment the same practice routines and stuff that got us here today, I think that we'll have a really good shot for holding on to the championship. And I know we're both pretty strong at Red Bull Ring, so it's definitely a track that we're familiar with and kind of know how to approach with both setup and just general driving. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you there as well, but we'll let you go now and enjoy your victory. Congratulations to both of you, and yeah, we'll see you in a few weeks' time.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
There we are, Michael Jenny from the 134 team, Fiercely Forward, taking a dominant win here in the sport category. Speaking of dominant wins, we had quite a dominant win for our TCR winners in the end as well. Team Huisingbeld and Fabian Siegmann now joining us here in the broadcast booth. Welcome along, Fabian. Good to have you here. You guys completely just leading the entire race here today for you guys. Just Want to go back to that moment when the safety car came out, though, because you had a very big lead, and then it all of a sudden got wiped away. So what were you guys feeling at that particular moment when your big lead all of a sudden got very, very small?
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, it was not the best moment for us, obviously, but we were quite confident that we can build a gap again, because let's say the first half of the race went quite smooth for us, and we felt like we have really good pace. So we knew that if we don't kind of fuck up the strategy, that then we can still win this race. And in the end, it worked really well, and we could again build a gap of, I think, 25 seconds or something.
Yes, it was a big lead, but by the end, I think he actually got 30 seconds by the end. So yeah, it was even bigger. Want to talk about the championship as well, because you've overhauled both Full Send Racing and Impulse today, managing to take the championship lead now. How are you feeling going into that final race at the Red Bull Ring? Because yeah, you've got the championship lead, and there's a championship on the line again.
Yeah, it's great. The season didn't really start perfect for us. I think the first 2 races were a bit tough, but now we kind of really got traction and got the points in, and I think we're quite good prepared for the last race at Red Bull Ring. So of course the aim is to get the championship there.
Of course, we look forward to seeing you there. But for now, we'll let you go and enjoy your victory tonight. Congratulations, and thanks for coming to talk to us.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, there we are. Fabian Siegmann from the race-winning team, Huysingveld TCR team there. We'll have one final word, maybe two, but one final word definitely with the Pure Sims driver, Braden Werner, who just came up short ever so slightly towards the end of that race in another very, very close finish here in the ClubSport Series. Braden, good to have you here once more. Just talk us through those final few laps there as you were bearing down on Volante, but weren't quite able to get there at the end.
Yeah, we kind of came off a little bit weird on our strategy, so we were behind about 5 seconds, I think it was, for something like that, and it was basically a fight to the finish. And I did all I could to chase down the Volante guys, but in the end it was close, but it was not enough, so good job to them. They made no mistakes, they were fast all race, and I just couldn't get it done. But I enjoyed the race while it happened.
Yeah, we certainly did too. I mean, you've got the championship lead now as well, of course, overhauling Geodesic, who didn't have the greatest day, if I think it's safe to say. 51 points, I think, is going to be your margin on my mental maths there, quickly. How confident are you that you can actually take this championship home with that final race at the Red Bull Ring coming up?
Yep, anything can happen, but I do agree we are in a good place to finish really well in the championship, possibly win. Hopefully we can keep our pace up and just stay consistent like we have throughout the season. I think that's really what got us here, is we've had decent finishes every race, even though we haven't won one yet, which is unfortunate, but maybe we can do it for the last one at Red Bull Ring, and maybe take home the championship as well.
It would indeed be a great way to cap the season off, but for now we'll let you go and yeah, probably relax after that very strenuous race, I'd imagine. So congratulations, second place for you and the championship lead as well, of course. But thanks for coming to talk to us.
Thank you as well, and shout out to Volante for letting me interview.
Yeah, that is true. Braden Werner there from Pure Sims Esports joining us from second place in the Cup class instead of our race winners. There is our race winning car, by the way, the Volante Racing team here coming out on top. Jonathan, final word from you before we sign off for the evening. Another good race, but we look ahead to the Red Bull Ring now, where we have at least two very good championships to sort out. Sport is very much in the clear for Fiercely Forward. However, when we visit the Red Bull Ring on the 2nd of April, as we'll see in a moment, we're going to have two, at least, very good championships to decide.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more than a month away. A lot of time to think, a lot of time to plan for some of these teams. Another 700-kilometer race, and it's a very different course, I feel like, from a lot of the other ones we've had on here, where it's much wider, much easier to overtake, whereas a lot of these courses are like Road Atlanta, Mid-Ohio, VIR, very tricky, very technical, thin courses, whereas the Red Bull Ring is a good, proper circuit for any race car out there. So it'll be interesting to see how much the field changes from now until then, if we get any new faces at all in new cars, or if we even see someone take a surprise win at the end.
Absolutely, we look forward to that race indeed. So that is going to be it from us here on RaceSpotTV at Zolder for the 700-kilometre race here this afternoon. Another very, very fast finish and a very exciting finish here in the ClubSport Series. Only half a second between Volante and Pure Sims right at the end. Those two teams are going to go head-to-head once more in the final round at the Red Bull Ring, as there's only 700 kilometres left of this entire season. With 51 points between them, who knows who is going to come out on top. For now, though, we're going to be signing off here from Belgium and the Zolder circuit. My name's been Ewan O'Leary. I've been alongside Jonathan Burke and Ryan Walker here this afternoon, with Tyler Maxson behind the cameras towards the end and Hugo Louise a little bit earlier on. We thank you all very much for joining us here this afternoon. Hope you will again for the Red Bull Ring finale. But for now, from all of us here at RaceSpotTV, it's goodbye.